Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to day 2 of this top-of-the-table clash between Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Now, it was an intense day yesterday, obviously, with them being, first and second. The battle is on here at Trent Bridge over the next few days, and day 1, well, it started off that way. So, 317 for 7 Nottinghamshire are. That's after Surrey won the toss yesterday morning and chose to bowl. But let's remind you of all the action from day 1 through the highlights.
Pushes it into the offside and through the offside for 4 runs. The business as well as Atkinson bowls, and Slater's got it again down towards third. And I think once it's beat the fielder.
Morrell is in, and Hamid outside edge gone. Beautiful bowling. Picked up at second slip by Ollie Pope. That's just good bowling. The wicket once again to Slater. Slater's gone, caught and bowled. It's a cracking catch. Low down by Worrell.
Clark runs into Duckett, who chips the ball in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to run away for 4. Clark then back in to Duckett, short and wide, and cut away. No need to chase that one.
Background. Clark to Duckett. This time he does get it through extra cover for 4. Off of Sand, but Australian goes to Clark, and back foot punch through the offside. That's a very elegant stroke indeed from Joe Clark. 92 for 2. This is run away again for 4 by Clark. Morrell bowling a bounce. And a bit of limbo dancing, and as that brought something it has. And Worrell gets his 3rd.
He comes again, and that's short and wide. It's been slashed away out towards deep backward point. Races away for 4.
Jack Haynes always down the leg side, tickled away, always beat the fielder. Jordan Clark.
The wicket to Joe Clark. Clark, oh my lord, he's known nothing about that. He's looked to turn that leg side. It's over the wicket once again. Here's Abbott, that's cut away by Haynes. Beats the dive at backward point.
Lawrence is over full, and that's been clobbered back out towards long off. Couple of bounces and away for 4. Shot from Haynes there.
Clark did swing.
It's a lush ball.
Yeah, as Thomas is in. It's not going to swing from there. That was a bit short, so that's pulled away by Clark. Thomas is over the wicket to Joe Clark. That's driven by Clark out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary.
95. We'll pull this one away. Cries of catch, but nobody's going to get there, and that'll go for 4. And very quickly, 2 short balls that he's been able to help away. Here comes Atkinson. What will he do here? Short, pulled away by Joe Clark, and there it is. Joe Clark with another 3-figure score. His 27th first-class 100. 169 deliveries and 10 fours for Joe Clark in a really rich vein of form here.
Oh, gone, is it? Yes, at the second attempt. It's another caught and bowled for Dan Worrell. He's got all 4. He's broken the partnership. Haynes has drilled that back at him. Over the wicket he comes to Verena. Oh, outside edge, gone. Here we go. Worrell's got 5. This is unbelievable.
Gave his blessing for the number 8 to be passed on to Lyndon, who's pushed at that one, and there's a wicket from the far end, and Lyndon James has to go. Caught behind for 2. And Surrey having a really good little spell here. Now he's bowled him straight through the defences of Liam Patterson wide. 66 for 7. Got 108. He's took this away for 4, and one Clark happy, another Clark not so.
Over the wicket goes Worrell. It's shot. That's driven away by O'Neill. Good looking shot. Now Reece Topley, who's out there doing some 12-man duties, won't get to that.
Watch 4 bowls, and Clark will, beg your pardon, O'Neill will slash this away over backward point and away for 4. It's gone very quickly out there. That's not really the way to treat a new ball, is it? Bicentennial match or whatever it was called. I think it was Gooch. This is drilled down the ground beautifully by O'Neill for 4. And in the gloom bowls, drilled through the offside. That's a magnificent shot from Fergus O'Neill. That's more like last ball of the over. Cut away again for 4. Second boundary in the over, not totally in control, but my word, it went quickly down to the 3rd man fence.
Haynes dive This one's flicked away by Joe Clark, and it's going to run away down to the long leg bound, as in over the wicket. Once again comes over. Oh, this will be 4 more. Just getting inside it is Joe Clark.
So they were the highlights from day 1 yesterday. As I said at the start, Nottinghamshire will start the day on 317 for 7. Surrey made some early inroads with the wickets of Haseeb Hameed and Ben Slater, but from then on, partnership started to build. Ben Duckett, Joe Clark first of all. Duckett obviously falling just before lunch, and then a big partnership between Jack Haynes and Joe Clark. 82 for Jack Haynes before he fell, and he caught up with the Trent Bridge media team to talk about that partnership and obviously the innings of Joe Clark.
Jack, a really interesting opening day against Surrey, I think it's fair to say. How do you assess what we've seen out there today?
Yeah, good day actually. Obviously after losing the toss we always knew it was going to be fairly tricky. Conditions early doors at Trent Bridge can be hard sometimes, but no, you probably take that at the end of the day. You know, a lot more to come tomorrow with the bat, but yeah, I thought Clark was brilliant, and yeah, you probably take 320 for 7 at the end of the day.
Yeah, how do you reflect on Joe Clark's innings? Obviously unbeaten at the end of the day, and really a key linchpin of what we did with the bat today.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. I mean, from the start of the season his numbers have been a joke. Him and Slats, to be fair, have put some silly numbers up. So he's carried on where he left off last game and the game before. So and for him to get another big 100, hopefully go on even bigger tomorrow. Yeah, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, and a big partnership with him as well, an unbeaten afternoon. So, and what do you think made that partnership work so well?
Oh, I don't know really. I always enjoy batting with Joey. He puts a lot of pressure on the bowlers, so makes my job a little bit easier at the other end. But no, we were fairly clear. We had to build a big partnership. Ducky and Clark put on a nice one before, and it felt like that sort of pitch, felt like a partnership pitch. So once we got in, we knew we had to make it a big one. Disappointingly didn't make it a really big one, but yeah, hopefully another big partnership tomorrow morning, and we can be look towards 350, 400.
Definitely. Your own innings as well, how do you reflect on your individual performance? Yeah,
felt okay in patches. Obviously nice to contribute at times. I'd like to go on and get a big one. Probably haven't got the runs I'd liked in the last couple of games, but as is batting sometimes. But yeah, felt mostly pretty good, so fairly happy.
Yeah, and it was a day that felt it swung quite a bit between both sides and different periods of dominance. Do you think that's fair to say? And when we were on top, how did you kind of go about capitalising and then maybe about fighting back when Surrey had the initiative? Yeah,
absolutely. I thought they had that spell where they got 4 or 5 wickets for not many runs, put us under a lot of pressure. And I think Ferg and Clark showed a lot of character to come back and fight back with a big partnership there at the end. So to sort of pull the momentum back our way.
Yeah, do you take a lot of satisfaction from being able to secure a big partnership and a sizable individual inning from an attack of that quality?
I think so. Look, they keep coming all day. They're obviously a very good attack. We know they're a good side, but we're also a good side, and we'll go toe to toe with them tomorrow.
Yeah, and how about conditions as well? It seemed like the sun was out for most of the day, but obviously we had the lights on towards the end. Do you think that conditions changed quite a bit, or were they fairly manageable?
Yeah, they probably changed in patches. It swung all day, to be fair, so we'll probably be looking to do the same. When the cloud cover comes over at Trent Bridge and the lights come on, it can be tricky. So, we might get patches like that with the ball. We can put them under a lot of pressure. So, yeah, hopefully we can do that tomorrow.
Yeah, with the new ball a particularly key moment, do you think? I suppose, obviously, with it being a little bit harder, the scoring can go up as well. Or what was the approach?
Yeah,
do you think?
Absolutely. I thought the boys cashed in pretty nicely there with the new ball. Obviously, the bowlers had bowled sort of 20 overs, so. But no, obviously they bowled a really nice spell pre-new ball, and then Fergie and Clarkey, seemed to bat well against the new one.
Yeah, and then talking about Fergus as well, he's obviously been quite a key, I suppose, member for us down the order, and the ability to bat and extend an innings is always handy.
Yeah, 100%. He prides himself on his bat, and he talks about it a lot. So no, it's always good. We bat fairly deep, so Fergie coming in at 9 there is obviously brilliant for us, and he showed what a good player he is.
Yeah, and then finally we've got it's a good position. I suppose what's the key now to, as we move forward, to turn this into a position of control?
I think another big partnership in the morning. Hopefully with Fergie and Clarkey, and then obviously Stoney and Tungy can both, very much hold it. So we'll be looking to put a big partnership on and then try and put them under pressure when we come with the ball.
Okay. Okay, so they were the thoughts of Jack Haynes there at the end of day one. Now the players are on the boundary rope. Joe Clark and Fergus O'Neill will be out there in the middle. Sorry. If we just take a look at Joe Clark's figures from yesterday, a fantastic innings, but he will be the first one to tell you that there is still work to be done this morning. Current leading run scorer in the whole of the county championship on 675 runs. But as I say, both him and Fergus know that there's a job to do, and as Jack said there, Ollie Stone and Josh Tong to come in as well. So we are set up for another great day of cricket here. Surrey will be looking to get maximum bowling points, and Notts will be looking to add to the 2 that they've already got from a batting point of view. So we're settled for a great day here on day 2. Stick with us here on Trent Bridge Live, and let's join your commentary team from the BBC crew, and it is Dave Bracegirdle.
And Nigel Long, just been joined by those of you that started the morning watching the pictures on the live stream with Aaron Lord setting the day up beautifully. There are highlights and interviews before the start of play from about 10:45 each morning for those of you that weren't aware or might want to catch the previous day's highlights. But a very good morning to those of you just joining us, already speaking to listeners on Sports Extra 2, where we'll be at least for the morning session here. Glad to have you along. Good number of people inside the ground, and here come the main attraction. That's why they're in the ground, to see these 2 fabulous sides continuing their rivalry. Surrey certainly require 2 wickets in the next 20 overs or so to get maximum bowling points, and then obviously get the final one to get Notts out. Notts are 33 runs away from a 3rd batting point, and I think having lost those 4 wickets for 4 runs just after tea yesterday, if they can get to 350, I think it's a score on the board. Remains to be seen how good it is, but take 3 points, Surrey take 3 bowling points, even Stevens after this innings, and then see where we go the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and Sean Abbott's got 1 ball of an over last night where we came off a bad light, so Abbott will bowl 1 delivery, and then that will complete the 91st over. But it was a fabulous innings from Joe Clark yesterday. He is in lovely touch at the moment.
He is. Well, if he stays there, if he stays there for 5 minutes or so, I might touch on his season so far a little more, and what potentially could be at stake this morning. But generally, when you sort of go down that route, a wicket will go down. We've got 1 ball left in the over, and we'll have 96 overs left in the day. Something to say on that as well, Mark, in a second. But here is Sean Abbott to bowl the first ball of the over. That completes the over. 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 63. So there are 96 overs left in the day. And I must admit, you and I, again, we both, I think, had an inkling that 6 o'clock came into it, but it's a little bit murky in that if you go off a minute to 6 with 5 or 6 overs left remaining, you get those the following day. Last night I think we went off about a minute or 2 minutes past 6, so you lose those 5 overs.
It's a funny one, and I wouldn't ever say I'm completely au fait with how it all works, but yeah, you're right, we haven't lost any overs here, so we're 96 again today. 96.1.
Yeah.
Due to that delivery from Abbott.
Yeah, so we lost the 5 overs last night.
We don't get those back.
No, which is a strange
But
one.
had it been just before 6 o'clock, we would have done.
So there we are. Normal timings today then that will be of importance to a lot of people. 1 o'clock lunch, and the usual tea will be taken, whichever is later, 20 to 4 or more likely when 32 overs remain in the day. It's going to be Dan Worrell. Mark loves watching this fella bowl, and he'll talk you through the over just when I've done a little update in a second for Radio Nottingham. So Worrell will get us started, bowling to Fergus O'Neill, who blocks this delivery. This pair have added 61 so far for the 8th wicket. Nottinghamshire's highest 8th wicket stand so far this season. Had a little look this morning. This is one of those partnerships for the 8th wicket that hasn't been particularly productive this season so far, so maybe this has been due. Certainly was needed after those 4 wickets went down. within the space of just a handful of overs, only 4 runs added. O'Neill on 31. This one swings away from his, I was going to say fellow countryman. It's a strange one because Worrell-born Australia looking to qualify for England. O'Neill was actually born in New Zealand, although he is an Aussie. 317 for 7.
I did send a message yesterday to somebody quite high up at the ECB, and I said, this Worrell looks a good bowler.
Does indeed, doesn't he?
I didn't get a response.
Is that update for local radio listeners? And we've just started on time, Rebecca. First full over of the morning being bowled. No addition to the overnight total. Joe Clarke is their magnificent player yesterday. 129 not out. Nottinghamshire 317 for 7 against Surrey.
Well, Worrell...
I just get 20 seconds.
Well,
Mark.
you've done very well
seconds, and we'd like to expand, especially later on in the day, if there's been sort of 3 or 4 wickets go down, but they squeeze me in for 20 seconds at the end of the news, and that's better than nothing, as they say.
A lovely thought for everybody this morning. As turning is Worrell coming in over the wicket to O'Neill. He lets this one go. While you were on air there, he bowled an absolute jaffer.
I think we might just have heard it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From you. No, that's wonderful.
Oh my
that's
goodness!
Wonderful.
O'Neill did extremely well not to nick that, and he bowled beautifully yesterday. He really did.
What sort of fella is he?
Oh, he's just so down to earth. And last night it was like, well, it's hard work this, and I am feeling quite sore after that. It's been 6 months, but golly, he bowled
right
well
sense of
yesterday.
humour.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As in over the wicket is Worrell, and forward goes O'Neill. Plays this one out into the offside. Keeps everything so simple as well. He really does. And with his batting, well, it's well known now that he's got none of his own kit, borrows everybody else's. And the only thing he has is his box and a thigh guard, and he never takes guard. Just wanders out there, settles over the bat, and bats.
There was one visit to the Oval, it might have been 3 or 4 years ago, where he went out there at number 11 and he just skied his first ball straight up in the air and walked off.
But he can bat, that's the thing with him. As in over the wicket he goes, and this is left alone outside the off stump by O'Neill. So maiden over to start with from Dan Worrell. 317 for 7 the score remains. It's the most beautiful day today. I did enjoy my walk in this morning. Lovely it was. And got to the ground, and lots of spectators made their way in, and I went and sat on the seats to our left and had a chat with a few Nottinghamshire supporters who, as they said, what a great game of cricket this is. As we've been saying, 2 top quality sides going at it for 4 days.
So you sat there, and I wouldn't say you were sunbathing, but it did look pleasantly warm this morning, just to be sat enjoying the surroundings and whatever.
Daybreak's good. I can find the sun wherever it is.
It's Sean Abbott then to bowl his first complete over of the morning, and they've got Clarke caught behind. Joe Clarke's second ball of the morning doesn't add to his overnight 129, and that could be the difference between Notts being all out for 320 or 30 and perhaps going on to get 370 or 380, because Clarke has become Sean Abbott's third victim in this innings. Regulation catch this time for Jamie Smith. That's a great knock from Joe Clarke, but falls this morning for his overnight 129. He was at the crease for 343 minutes, 224 balls, and hit 13 fours, and wouldn't you just know it, somebody, the same person, the same human being can score 129 runs one day and score 0 the next. That's cricket for you. Joe Clarke, the leading run scorer in the country. Nothing really to feel sorry about, although he's shaking his head as he goes off, but the importance of that, I think, was reflected in the Surrey celebrations. They will fancy rolling Notts over. Here comes Ollie Stone, made 0 at Leicestershire last week as a night watchman.
Well, 2 things with that. Brilliant innings from Joe Clarke, but it shows it's going to be tough for Surrey out there, because Joe Clarke's come in this morning. He's got to start again. This ball is in its 13th over. and he's nicked off without adding to his overnight total. Good bit of bowling from Sean Abbott, just even Clark with 129 to his name. Just has to start again. Just had a nibble outside his off stump, outside edge, regulation catch for Jamie Smith. So yeah, Ollie Stone is out there now, and that broke the partnership. Very good one between Messrs Clark and O'Neill. So that's a good start for Surrey this morning to get rid of Clark early. Exactly what they would have wanted.
Very much so. Ollie Stone then to face his first delivery from Sean Abbott, pushes this pleasingly into the offside, and there's no run. Not out of the question that, of course, we could have 2 Surrey bowlers get 5 for us here.
Well, I was about to say quietly, Abbott's got 3 for 63 here. So yeah, he's got an opportunity to pick up a 5-foot. But yeah, that shows how it. When Surrey get out there with the bat against this attack, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough.
Second new ball into its 13th over. Gets the wicket of Clark. Ollie Stone will turn this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So my morning was a little fraught. We had 1 or 2, again, technical difficulties before 11 o'clock, but get them out the way before 11 o'clock. But your morning...
Well, before that, who was it who had to go under the table to change the leads?
Well, I've done that for however many years. Yeah. It's not the easiest place to cite a...
I'm glad that wasn't a behind-the-scenes exclusive on the live stream.
Found somewhere to park my bike anyway, Mark, because you were bent under the table.
Thank you for that, David.
This is pushed into the offside field.
Thank goodness it wasn't you.
But then you had a bit of a chuckle next door, didn't you?
Oh.
Which I'm really, really disappointed I missed, because that's something I listen to most mornings, or have done through the winter, driving to football matches. The morning show on is it BBC Radio 2, BBC Radio 5?
5 Live.
5 Live.
Kevin Howes was the guest for Beat the Commentator.
This is the 93rd over of the innings. Not rocked by the loss of Clark, and Ollie Stone just sways out of the line of a short one from Sean Abbott.
So yes, young gentleman by the name of Jeremy. 3 very, very good questions for Kevin Howes, all related to this game. Anyway, got the first one wrong. Gets the second
Kevin
one.
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gets the second one right. Well, the celebration.
So the premise is the young man, or the listener.
Yes.
It's him versus the commentator,
is.
really, with
It
3
is.
questions. Best of 3 wins.
Yeah.
As Abbott comes in, final ball of this over. Then we can expand on it a little more. Beats Stone on the outside, and over that began with the wicket of Clark. Notts haven't added a run this morning in 13 deliveries, but they have lost Joe Clark out for his overnight 129. 317 for 8.
Yeah, very good over from Sean Abbott, wicket maiden. So yes, and Kevin Howes has been on it twice and has lost both times. In fact, he's only ever got 1 question right. And so this young man Jeremy, 3 terrific questions, really good questions, and got the first one wrong, which was how much is a hot chocolate in the pub, in the ground.
This is the one here.
Yeah, got that wrong. Got that wrong. As Worrell. Over the wicket he comes from the Radcliffe Road end. O'Neill drives, doesn't really time this. Potters up towards Sean Abbott there under his white floppy sun hat. Second question, great question. How many cities and towns does the River Trent run through? Is it above 7? Is it below 7? And he did it cleverly, because he said Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, was out for 7 yesterday. Very, very, very good. Or is it C7? Right, so above 7, below 7, or 7.
Good question.
Very good question. As over the wicket once more. All goes Worrell. Had a fiddle at that one. This has been a terrific start from Surrey this morning.
Well, I live near the Trent, the kingdom of Newark-on-Trent, so I knew that would be one of them.
And the last question was, Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, shares his birthday with a Hollywood actor. Is it A, Macaulay Culkin, B, Arnold Schwarzenegger, or C,
Jim Carey?
Crikey.
Yeah.
Good question.
Very good question. Very good question. As Worrell comes in over the wicket to O'Neill. Oh, and beats him again on the outside. It's lovely bowling. Really good this from Worrell and Abbott this morning. Anyway.
There's a bit of thought gone into these questions.
Oh, yeah, they were terrific. Yeah. But remember that Jeremy's 10. And he sounded the loveliest lad as well. Derbyshire supporter as well. Watches a lot of Derbyshire cricket. Anyway, so Howes gets the first one wrong. But somehow...
That was the price of hot chocolate.
The hot chocolate. But somehow guesses that it is 7. And the reaction when he was told he got the right answer. As Worrell's in. And first runs of the day. And there'll be 4 of them off the thickish edge all the way down to the third man boundary road for 4. So his oh my goodness me, you'd have thought he'd scored the winning goal in the World Cup. So as Paddy said, Jeremy, just to let you know now, the entire country is on your side. At which point Hal starts backtracking rapidly. I'm in there thinking, please don't get the last one right now, get it wrong. Anyway, it does turn out that he got the last one right as well.
Oh.
So Hal's won 2-1. But then, to say he was backtracking, as in over the wicket goes Worrell again and beats the edge.
So that was Rory Burns' birthday.
He shares it with Macaulay Culkin.
Crikey.
Yes, he of Home Alone fame.
Yeah.
So Kevin Howes won 2-1 against Jeremy. and then sort of brilliant questions, Jeremy. Well done. And I'll give you the Derbyshire score from yesterday. What are you doing today, Jeremy? How's your art? It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I am a huge fan of young Jeremy because his questions were tremendous. They really were. But Howes actually, deep down, he won't say anything. He's chuffed to bits. As in over the wicket, Worrell driving his O'Neill in there to Ryan Patel at short extra cover. End of the over, 321 for 8. O'Neill 35. Stone yet to get off the mark. Joe Clark gone this morning. Caught behind off Sean Abbott for 129.
19 balls this morning. 4 runs, 1 wicket. Well, the commentators winning that one. Doesn't happen very often. As I say, I through the winter driving to football matches, I've heard that up and down the country.
I was crying with laughter for about 20 minutes afterwards.
Here's Abbott. Ollie Stone yet to score. Drives this up to mid-on. No run. No sort of backlift or follow-through there from Stone. It was almost like he just patted it up to mid-on.
Just noticed that Nathan Barnwell is here doing some 12th manning now, because it didn't really make a huge amount of sense yesterday having Fisher and Topley, who were both sort of either not picked or rested for this game. Did a lot of fielding yesterday, so Nathan Barnwell's here now. And Fisher seems to just be on drinks duties today.
321 for 8. Abbott in again to Ollie Stone, a play and a miss. Goes through to the keeper. Pleasant evening out clubbing in the
I went clubbing.
Hot spots of Nottingham.
I went clubbing last night. Yeah, early clubbing for me. No, what I did do actually, it was rather lovely. As I was wandering back, I heard the strains of Irish music as I walked past an Irish bar. Dave Bracegirdle, live Irish music. So I bought myself a beer and I sat outside for a couple of hours and listened to some live Irish music, and it was absolutely marvellous. And watched the world go by as Stone, he's had a right old go at this. It beats the edge. So yes, it was lovely.
They didn't get you up river dancing or anything like that?
Oh no, I didn't. I must admit, I didn't actually get off my seat.
Mandy Clark's been in touch at Brace Cricket on X. Ball fizzing through this morning, Dave. Can't wait for Stone and Fergus to have a bowl in tandem. We might see that. 321 for 8. Sean Abbott to bowl from the far end. Stuart Broadend, this is hit into the offside, and that's a really good bit of fielding. Is that our man Worrell again?
Yeah, that's the last thing he needs this morning, but he's done brilliantly.
He has indeed. Remember the days where the Nasty Fasty would be on the boundary edge, just sticking out his size 12 to stop the ball, not throwing yourself full length. Great effort.
Yeah, I just noticed the captain's not out there at the moment. That's why Barnwell's out there. So Lawrence and Thomas are the two slips.
Yes, have we seen him this morning? We'll keep an eye on that, because of course it will have huge repercussions if he can't open the batting as Stone pushes at this one. Last night got home and an email came in a little too late to read, obviously, during the course of the day, from a gentleman called Tom Filmer. And Tom had obviously heard us on when we were on Sports Extra yesterday, because he's a Somerset fan. Dave, I'd like to start by thanking you and all the other commentators for the superb coverage you provide for us through the summer. We'd be lost without you. I'm a Somerset fan marooned up here in Perthshire, Scotland, so the coverage is invaluable. There's Abbott. This one shapes away from Stone, who's still to... here comes Rory Burns back on the field. Still to open his account, Ollie Stone. Abbott yet to leak a run this morning. He's 3 for 63, 321 for 8. So Tom Filmer, Somerset fan, Perthshire, Scotland. Again, like all Somerset fans, wonders if this will be the year for them. Dave, there's a fine song by the Irish band, the Saw Doctors, called To Win Just Once. Have a listen to it on YouTube, anybody. I know it's never going to happen. It's never happened so far, so why should it happen now? It would be incredible if it ever does happen for Somerset. Keep up the good work, Tom Filmer. I'm sure you'll be with the Somerset commentary and Anthony Gibson and the team right now, Tom, but on the off chance that you are listening, I was delighted to read that, and it ties up with what Mark's just said about Irish music there. The Saw Doctors, an Irish band.
Here is Worrell coming in over the wicket to O'Neill and beats his outside edge. As O'Neill just pushes at that. Well, I think Mr. Gibson started the diary again, hasn't he? He starts one every year. So he started the diary. It's going to happen one day. Surely it's got to, isn't it? And why shouldn't it be this year? They've started very, very well.
Godstone Vineyards, good morning to yourself and Churchy, Dave. Big sessions ahead for the mighty Surrey, and for Notts, kind regards, Jonathan.
Hello, Jonathan.
Is that one of your regulars?
Hear from you, sir. Yes, he's a wonderful man with his vineyards. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and O'Neill pulls the bat inside the line of this one. I re-watched last night the dismissal of Hasib Hamid from Worrell, and the key thing before the ball that got him was it was 17 dots. So it's 17 dot balls to Hamid, and then he got an absolute beauty. So he just bowled fantastically well. But what's going to fascinate me about this is when Stone, Tongue, O'Neill get the ball in their hands against this Surrey batting lineup. As in comes Worrell, and O'Neill gets in behind this, plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. And that's why this is such a good game of cricket. It's two top quality attacks going up against two top quality batting lineups.
Yeah, I think Notts would be eager to snap your hand off if he offered them 350 in this innings, get that third batting point. Surrey just one wicket away now from maximum bowling points. They've got 14 and a bit overs in which to get their 9th wicket, and obviously then they'll be looking to knock over Josh Tongue as quickly as they can.
Worrell's in again. Oh, hello. O'Neill's had a right old go at this. Bit of width on it, and that's... Well, he didn't actually get anywhere near it, but he threw everything at that to Mr. O'Neill, and it's ended up in the gloves of Jamie Smith. And actually, O'Neill's got a grin on his face there as Dan Noren's wandered past him. Probably said, hell of a shot that. And that was a big shot.
We've had one scoring shot in 29 deliveries this morning.
Yep, it's been very, very tight, this from Surrey. Worrell turns again down below us. Right-handed O'Neill waits as Worrell's in. O'Neill's forward, playing this one down towards backward point, and there is no run.
I don't think this is a case of, well, I'll take Worrell, you take Abbott. I think it's just, as Mark was suggesting, the bowling is so accurate, so potent at the moment that survival is very much uppermost in both O'Neill and Stone's thoughts.
Well, I think what you've seen as well, until we got into that afternoon session and the partnership formed between Clark and Haynes, there was nothing short, there was nothing to cut, there was nothing to pull. Fuller length is the key on this. Worrell's in again, there's a fuller length ball and it's slammed into the offside, but Ryan Patel dives to his right to do the fielding. So 2 excellent bits of fielding, one from Worrell, one from Ryan Patel. And actually those are important because, again, it's a dot ball and the score remains 321 for 8 with O'Neill on 35 and Stone yet to get off the mark.
Lovely morning, as we've been saying, and decent crowd in, those we can see from our lofty perch on the Ratcliffe Road stand. And again, it's packed away to our right, those that like to get the elevated view from this sort of middle tier, looking down behind the arm, away to our right. There's hardly a seat to be had, if any at all. Sean Abbott bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end. Bowls to Stone, who lets this go through. There are one or two, wrong to call them builders, because they might not be builders, one or two specialist constructors down at the pavilion end.
What they are?
Well, I don't know. Are they builders? But they might be electricians. They might be plumbers. They could be.
I learned something over
Architects.
the winter. I never knew this. The foreman, right? The foreman of a building site, or they have a different coloured bib.
Well, we saw yesterday there was some fluorescent green and some the bright tango orange bibs yesterday, weren't they, as this one's driven into the offside. A bit like the stewards. We always have a senior steward, don't we, out there, but I can only see one gentleman in the orange
bib. Sadly, I can't remember what the colour was for the foreman, but I think they might also have a different coloured hard hat. I don't know, I'm being serious. I think they have a different coloured hard hat as well.
We were talking last week about Nottinghamshire in the field and the county caps. The capped players have the gold logo. Stone drives it back to Abbott. The uncapped players sort of have a white logo on the front of their cap that they wear out in the field.
I tell you what I do like, and thank you for showing me that yesterday, but the championship pennant downstairs on the wall behind the perspex, because I've always seen them fluttering sort of on the top of flags, but poles. I've never actually seen one up close. They're fantastic, aren't they?
The others they've won obviously were in the pavilion, but with that being out of commission at the moment. Bouncer, high over the head. Is that one too high? Yes, it's called. Yeah. So that's a wide. Bowled by Sean Abbott. Is that the first? It is. That's the first run he's leaked this morning, yep. Sean Abbott. You're not going to score a run off me with your bat. Nigel Long engaged in conversation with Fergus O'Neill, who was a correspondent a moment or two ago confirmed he'll be looking forward to having a little bit of a bowl out there. Probably opening the bowling, I beg your pardon. As Stone bowled first change last week, gets one midships, it runs out on the offside.
Can I just mention James Taylor on loan at Kent?
Yes, I saw his figures yesterday.
Yeah. Delighted for James Taylor, his first fiver, picked up 6. So cracking start for him down there. He's a good bowler, James Taylor. Obviously tough to sort of break in and keep a place in this Surrey bowling lineup, but that'll do the power of good. 324
for 8. Abbott bowls to Stone. Again, Ollie Stone just content to bide his time. You always feel better, I'm sure, when you've got your first run out there, but Ollie Stone prepared to wait. We're underway in all the county championship matches up and down the country. Some very interesting scores yesterday. The most advanced game in Division 1, of course, is at Edgbaston, and Yorkshire lost a couple of wickets this morning. They're 137 for 5, so they're just 10 behind Warwickshire.
Wickets at Edgbaston.
15 wickets have gone down there already. Had one go down this morning here as Abbott bowls to Stone, and again he'll push it into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I keep getting told, you know, all the pitches are the same at Edgbaston. Yeah, when Surrey turn up, they're all high scoring run, they're all the same, and then, you see, you can take wickets there. I'm only joking.
Teams got to find a way to win on their home turf, haven't they?
Yeah.
Somerset in particular, they drew with Notts the first round of matches this season, and they lost at home to Yorkshire, and I know a lot of Somerset fans think their away form might get them close to winning the title, but at home they just can't find a way to win. But the bounce all down the leg side, well stopped by Jamie Smith. They're going to take a bye. Yes, it is just signalled as a bye. So they change ends for the first time. Ollie Stone will go down to face Dan Worrell for the first time. What effect that will have, what repercussions it might be for Nottinghamshire. 325 for 8. Notts need 25 runs for a third batting point. Surrey still need one more wicket for a third bowling point.
I think I'm right, so I probably got this wrong. But Surrey's final game of the summer is at Taunton.
Okay.
So
Did you play them twice? Did you play them at home?
I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure they do, actually. I'm trying to remember whether they do or they don't. But I know that the final game of the summer is Taunton.
Well, Notts play Yorkshire here, final game, and that's the only time they play them this year. Don't go to Headingley. It's bonkers, isn't it? How does that work?
It is. It's all. Am I right in thinking it's all on seedings or something? I don't know. It's all very odd. It's all very odd. And of course, we've got the local derby now in the T20. We were discussing that yesterday. Surrey, Lancashire. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, then to Stone. Stone's forward, pushing this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Yes, Notts away at Kent in the T20 on a Friday night. That's something I'm looking forward to in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it is.
Surrey's away local derby is Headingley. as Worrell's just, I think he wants a change in the field. Yeah, he's going to bring Sibley across from the leg side to bring Lawrence round into the gully, I think. Or will he keep going towards third slip? He's going towards third slip. So 3 slips now for Dan Worrell. Sibley goes into the backward point. No one at mid-wicket as Worrell's into Stone. And Stone lets this go as it goes away from him outside his off stump.
Sorry. Clearly would have wanted to go bang, bang, bang as quick as they could this morning. They've only taken 1 wicket in half an hour, but Notts certainly haven't got away from them. They've only scored 8 runs in total, and I think 3 of those are extras, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they were.
In fact, no, 4 of those must have been extras.
I think at the moment this is, you know, Stone's doing a good job here, and he's trying to settle himself in. Just keeping an eye on those overs, though. We're in the 98th here. As Worrell's in, and he bowled something a bit different there. When you see that again, he's gone, it's sort of come out the side of his hand, and it's come back in and climbed. It's a nice bit of bowling. It's very well played again by Ollie Stone, making sure he's getting everything out of the way of that bat high in the air. But yes, look, they can obviously at some point, if needs be, launch it. But we're in the 98th over, and runs are at an absolute premium at the minute. As Worrell turns once again, you can see his track of where he's been running in. As over the wicket he goes, that's better, gets him playing at that fuller length. Just pushed that one a bit further, and Stone couldn't resist having a drive at that. It's great bowling again from Dan Worrell, because he's gone away, let it go. He's come back in, let it go. Then he's just pushed it a bit further up, and Ollie Stone couldn't resist having a go at that one.
It'll be interesting to see what Notts prioritise, getting that 3rd point or batting for as long as they can.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum. A bit like Kevin Howes this morning on Beat the Commentator. As in over the wicket again goes Worrell, and forward goes Ollie Stone. I'm going to vacate at the end of this over. Nikesh is here. But I just think, again, just to reiterate what everybody has said, you know, this is a proper old rivalry now between these two sides, because we went through the list yesterday of the players playing in this, and it is 2 quality batting lineups going against 2 quality bowling lineups, and it does make for excellent cricket. It really does make for fascinating and excellent cricket. Last ball of the over from Downmoral, and Stone's had a nibble at this one, and it goes away, beats the edge, taken by Jamie Smith. Another cracking over from Downmoral. 325 for 8. End of me. Nikesh is alongside Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, very kind. Mark, more from the esteemed Mr. Church in the fullness of time. Good morning, Nikesh. How was your evening? How was your morning? How are you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Dave. Good morning, everyone. Evening was quite chill, just a journey back home down the A46 and back up again this morning. Glad that it's another nice sunny morning here. Journey into the ground as well, into the car park, walking from the car park down the Ratcliffe Road. Lots of fans looking forward to some more thrilling cricket as Abbott continues, and that's been guided away down to deep third by O'Neill. Should be a comfortable 2, and is. Nice round of applause from the supporters. It was pretty packed yesterday. It's once again to our right in the Ratcliffe Road end. Hardly an empty seat, certainly on the 3rd floor, and other stands just starting to fill up a little bit more as well.
I do like grounds where all the stands are open. Obviously, you can't use the pavilion at the moment, but you know, come in and pretty much sit where you want.
Abbott in once more, and that's been cut away out to deep backward point. Will just be the 1 this time to O'Neill, who moves on to 38. He's played very nicely both yesterday evening and once again this morning, just getting Nottinghamshire closer to that 350 mark. Whether they get there or not is another thing, but 328 for 8.
Of course, in the old days, there used to be a thing, the Fast Bowlers Union, didn't they, about you know, not bouncing fellow quicks, you know, out of respect and the fact you didn't want to get one back. But I think that's all out of the window now.
Abbott in once more, and that's been defended by Stone to mid-on. I mean, the umpires used to get involved back in the day, didn't they, as well, and say you can't be bouncing tail-enders.
Oh yeah,
Give them a little warning.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I think with the invention of helmets and extra protective gear, chest guards and things like that, it's
free for all.
Free for all, yeah. As long as you're happy facing a few when you've got bat in hand, then all is well. Abbott bowls once more, and it's another straightish delivery, defended away by Stone.
Graham Rowley, good morning from the sunny Isle of Wight, Dave. Lovely to hear the commentary. You're all up amongst my favourite commentators, is said, paraphrasing, with apologies to Kevin James, another favourite. It'll be fascinating to see the Notts fast bowling unit later against a world-class batting lineup on this wicket. Lovely to hear from you, Graham. Thank you very much. Very kind. Abbott
Runs towards us, bowls, and Stone off the front foot, pushing to extra cover, but can't beat the fielder, so still yet to get off the mark. None from 27 deliveries, but as long as he's there, he'll hope that Fergus O'Neill at the other end can just knock it around a little bit, get Notts up closer to that 350 mark, which I think would be a fairly respectable first innings total, considering where they were at the start of the innings, and then with that collapse yesterday, I think they'll take 350.
Yeah.
Abbott bowls, and Stone once more defends out into the offside.
I'd sort of got yesterday down by the end of the day as you know, being an even day, really. I'd got the first session 105 for 3 at lunch. I know there were big wickets, but Notts got 100 runs, so that's sort of my template for an even session, 100 for 3 or so. So I had the morning yesterday, a split session, Notts 140 or whatever it was for none in the afternoon. Notts won that session, and there was 4 wickets in the final session. Notts were 70 for 4 or something in a session that was terminated early due to bad light. So I had Surrey certainly winning the last session, really changed the direction of the day. So a session apiece and a tied session. So I'd got yesterday coming out just about even Stevens.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. As Worrell continues.
Comes into bowl to Fergus O'Neill, and this one just gets a little big on him, a little spiky, and he's set off walking down. Is he going to walk all the way? Arjuna Ranatunga used to do that, didn't he? He's walked a single there. He's spat up at him, and the way he looked at his glove almost before he took off on the first of his steps might just have been more glove than bat handle, but he controlled it down to third man, gets a single, and now he's okay, he's leaving the glove on. But he absolutely walked from one end to the other there, didn't he?
Very much like Ranatunga back in the day. Have you seen Arjuna Ranatunga these days?
No.
He is so slim. He's become a politician in Sri Lanka, and he looks so trim.
329 for 8. Next delivery shapes away from Ollie Stone, who's still on naught. What's that now? A 29th ball faced for Ollie Stone, but it doesn't matter. Doing a good job. Who else didn't like a run? Inzamam ul Haq towards the latter end of his career. He would walk down if at all possible. Ollie Stone having a good old natter to umpire Blackwell at this end. Beg your pardon, Fergus O'Neill. Stone's on strike, Worrell bowls. And, I just brushed the pad, so there was a deflection there, and Jamie Smith has to dive to his right to take it in front of Burns. 329 for 8.
Show you a picture of Arjuna Ranatunga.
Good heavens above, yeah. Not
Looks
great radio,
nothing like
but,
him, but
yeah,
he has certainly slimmed down so much. Probably fitter now than he was back in his cricketing heyday, but he'll tell you that still managed to score thousands of runs and captain his side to a World Cup. So
Sri Lankan great for those of you younger listeners and viewers on the live stream. Trent Bridge Live, pictures available. Worrell wearing 8 into bowl again. This one jags away from Ollie Stone once more. He's now faced 31 deliveries, 329 for 8 it remains. This morning, in almost 40 minutes of play, Notts have added 12 runs for the loss of Joe Clark for his overnight 129.
All 8 wickets falling to 2 bowlers. Dan Worrell with 5 for 66. Sean Abbott with a 3 for.
Aussie's rule. Okay. Stone, former England Test player, very quickly at Leicester last week. Guides this to Sibley at point, no run. You were there for most of the game last week. It was certainly a standout performance in Nottinghamshire colours. Ollie Stone, I think just his 10th or 11th appearance for Notts. This is his 4th season since signing from Warwickshire. It just goes to show how much cricket is lost due to injury.
He's bowling absolute wheels at Grace Road, and great accuracy, good rhythm, which is so important for any fast bowler.
If he can find that today, and Ollie Stone's at his quickest, could be some fireworks. Next delivery is left alone, so Stone remains not out. Nottinghamshire 329 for 8. We've had exactly 100 overs in the innings, so bonus points continue up until the end of the 110th. Notts need 21 runs in these 10 overs to get a 3rd batting point. And of course you were at Grace Road last week when Notts they were scoring at a quicker rate in their first innings against Leicestershire. Finished the end of the 110th over on 4-4-9, the last ball of the 110th over. Liam Patterson-White got out with a single needed, so that didn't quite go to plan. There's a bowling change. Abbott out of the attack. Gus Atkinson, who went wicketless yesterday, which don't think was a true reflection on his performance yesterday, but he's going to bowl his first over of the morning.
Here he is, Atkinson. Oh, and that's past the outside edge of O'Neill, who was leaning back, looking to punch towards the short cover boundary, gets nowhere near it in the end. Safely through to Smith, who's had a pretty good game behind the stumps. Jamie Smith with the gloves on because of that injury to Ben Folkes. Atkinson yet to take a wicket, none for 63 into his 23rd over. Here he comes, and oh, that's a good Yorker, well dug out by O'Neill. Surprised him just a touch, but managed to get his bat down in time and dig it out into the leg side.
Another wicket's gone down at Edgbaston. Both Brooke and Bairstow have been dismissed this morning. Yorkshire 143 for 6. So they're only 4 runs now behind Warwickshire, but we'll be looking for lower order runs there to sort of capitalise on the good position they found themselves in at the end of day 1.
Atkinson steaming in. Bowls and it cramps O'Neill for some room there, maybe done for a bit of extra pace, but manages again to get his bat down in time. So he's got Fergus O'Neill hopping around early on in this over.
Jordan Clark's loosening up as well, so it might be a double change from Rory Burns. Can't afford one loose over.
Atkinson was very full outside off, and that's been driven square drive out towards steep backward point. O'Neill helps himself to another single, moves on to 40 now, 103 balls. Stone at the other end, none from 33. He's got a bit of a way to go to get off the mark in terms of breaking records for most number of balls to get off the mark, held by England wicketkeeper John Murray. He took 79 balls to score his first run in a match against Western Australia in Perth in 1962-3. There's another full delivery outside off from Stone, is just worked away to the fielder at backward point.
The difference is I can remember JT Murray, the fine Middlesex wicketkeeper, before your time. Good player. Just looking at the moment this season, Fergus O'Neill is averaging 135 for Nottinghamshire. It's only his second game. 59 and 36 not out against Glamorgan before he left the game injured, so 95 for once out, and he's 40 not out here.
Atkinson in, and Stone does get off the mark. Big round of applause as if he's just brought up a half century. He's going to get 2 there as well. Just a gentle push out towards point. Well, he's not going to raise his bat or anything, but the fans certainly enjoyed that. Notts at the end of the over, 332 for 8.
Yeah, didn't play at all for Notts last year. Had knee surgery last April 25, so effectively missed most of the season last year. Came back late on, played 1 game on loan for Middlesex at the end of the season. Jordan Clark coming into the attack, but the season before, the handful of appearances he did play for Nottinghamshire, Ollie Stone got a career best 90. So a very capable player. Jordan Clark coming on to replace Worrell, just taking the cap off, and then there was a good few seconds just sorting out the... You're the fashionista, what did you describe it as? The bun?
Top knot.
A top knot, that's it. That's the word I was frantically searching for, but unable to find. Just sorting out the top knot. 332 for 8. Notts need 18 more. Fergus O'Neill on 40. So Jordan Clark, his first ball of the second day, and it's wide enough for O'Neill just to stretch out the bat and run it away on the offside for another single. And that's time to put the feet off the ground for Nottinghamshire supporters. Triple Nelson, 333 for 8. O'Neill 41, Stone 2, and they've added 16 since the departure of Joe Clark this morning.
I think they've got an opportunity to add a few more now with Clark into the attack once more. He was the one yesterday, going over 4 runs and over, that Notts found easiest to knock around. He was giving more scoring opportunities, bowling those slightly wider deliveries.
It's in now to Ollie Stone, who flailed at that one. I think he played the bat outside the line of the ball, didn't get anything on it. And Notts haven't got to go daft, really. They needed 21 from 10 overs to get another batting point, and have already scored 4 of those. 3 for 8. Need 17 now. 8 overs after this one. There's Clark. In again to Ollie Stone, drops it on the leg side. And there's no run. Of course, if we do go another 5 or 6 overs without a wicket going down as well, Surrey will just start to get a little bit itchy and concerned. Bowling units all around the 18 first-class counties, they hate it when they miss out on the full haul of maximum bowling points. It could be a bit of a swing here, couldn't it? It could be, well, it is 2 points each at the moment. It could stay 2 points each at the end of the 110th. It could be 3 points each, or it could be 3-2 either way. Clark in again, and that's going to go away for 4. It's funny how they always find that gap between slip and point. Nobody down at third. Did have a fielder there for Fergus O'Neill, none for Ollie Stone, so he gets the boundary. 3-3-7 for 8.
Yes, poor bowling really from Jordan Clark, offering width to a tail ender who is going to slash, usually slash hard, and there's no protection in that region. So he knows it's a fairly low risk shot as well. Ollie Stone did well to put it away.
He's on to 6. Now face 38 deliveries. Clark in again, and Stone will get it. This away on the offside. Should be 2 more as well. That's his most convincing stroke so far. Just starting to warm to the task here, and so too the presumably home supporters, with 2 bouts of prolonged applause there for the 4 and then the 2. 3-3-9 for 8.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Up on his toes, presented the full face of the bat. Nice back foot punch out towards that cover sweeper, who had a bit of work to do.
Stone has 8. And we'll get at least 1 this time. Yeah, they're going to settle for 1. Found the fielder on the offside. 3:40 to 8. Have a great day, everybody. If you're just taking in the early skirmishes here and then going off to play your club cricket, wherever you're going up and down the country, and certainly those of us in the East Midlands, lots of leagues of course started in April, and those that didn't started last week. So if you're going off to play today, wishing you all the best, whether you're batting, bowling or doing your bit in the field. 3:40 for 8.
Don't forget your hydration as well. Could be a warm afternoon.
And the suntan lotion.
In comes Atkinson, then it goes short to Stone, who comfortably ducks out of the way.
My little village club are actually playing in West Bridgeford, just a couple hundred yards away this afternoon at West Park.
Pop down during the lunch interval, maybe.
3:40 for 8.
Nothing quite beats a bit of club cricket on a beautiful spring day like this. Atkinson running in towards us, and off the hip by Stone down towards fine leg. Himself to another single, so it took a while to get off the mark, but he's ticking along nicely now. Stone moves into, does he move into double figures? No, that was signalled leg buys, so it remains on 9.
Tees becoming more and more back in vogue. There was a long period, obviously COVID and just afterwards, where it's a case of bring your own, wasn't it?
Yep.
People would go and get changed in the car and sit in the car and all the rest of it, but the camaraderie of just sharing a tea interval together is returning.
Atkinson in, edged and taken. Good sharp catch there by Burns. At first slip it was rising, got to him pretty quickly, but he made it look simple in the end. So Atkinson finally helps himself to a wicket. Fergus O'Neill gone for a very well played 41. And Notts still 9 runs short of that extra batting bonus point. Surrey help themselves to an extra bowling bonus point. And Notts now 341 for 9.
Good effort from from Fergus O'Neill, I beg your pardon, out having batted for more than 2 hours. 105 balls faced, 6 fours. He's naturally an attacking player, but got his nut down yesterday, didn't he? Really supported Joe Clark in that final session after Notts had lost those 4 wickets. And just maybe in the pursuit of those extra runs here, he's gone at one that could have left, he would have left in the last hour yesterday, and he's nicked it. And as Nick Esch quite rightly said, it was well taken by Rory Burns. It was at a nice height, wasn't it? Just sort of almost right shoulder, just slightly away from his body, but he got into position nice and early, and his hand sort of gave with the ball as it reached him. Good catch. So here is Josh Tong. If it was me, I wouldn't be bouncing Josh Tong, but it's Gus Atkinson, and he knows, I guess, whether he bounces him or not. Tong will repay him in kind should the two cross paths during the Surrey innings. So I think it's all fair in love and war out there. 3 balls left in this over. Tong better than a number 11, but that's where he's sort of found himself on England duty. Maybe a time or two he's gone in ahead of Shoaib Bashir, but he's generally down the bottom, but he's scored some reasonably good runs for Notts.
Here is Josh Chung facing up to Ollie Stone. Oh, and that's a lovely delivery first up, just past the outside edge, just outside that off stump.
Don't think they're sort of in competition for just one spare slot for England. I think there'll be occasions this summer, as there has been, where they'll both play in the same test side, and I'm sure there'll be occasions where rotation is to the fore. But I think just psychologically, Atkinson would like to knock over Tong.
Atkinson in again, does go short, and Tong comfortably ducks underneath this one. So there is that quick short delivery. Nicely played though.
Knock over, obviously, in cricketing parlance rather than literally.
Atkinson looks to have his tail up now after taking that first wicket of the innings for him. 1 for 66 his figures. He comes in to complete the over. Edged and safe down towards deep third. And Tong off the mark. He'll retain strike with Notts now 342 for 9. 8 runs away from that extra batting bonus point. We talk about tees, and I think it's quite an important thing. You know, when you're playing club cricket or any kind of cricket, you tend to judge a ground or a team that you're playing against. The excitement levels kind of depend upon the level of tea that you're going to be served at a particular place. And there are certain grounds, aren't there? Club cricketers listening will know exactly what I'm talking about, where you know you are guaranteed a proper good meal. You probably have a lighter breakfast that day just to have a little bit of extra space. And we're not professional athletes playing club cricket, so it doesn't matter if maybe you have a little bit of extra cake at the end. Unless you're going to be opening the bowling, I guess, which was never the case for me. We tend to do it in the media as well.
Here's Clark to bowl then to Josh Tong, and this is down the leg side. He's appealing. It's probably going to be a couple of leg byes. It is, yeah. They ummed and ahed there, you know, as to whether to take that second, but they have. And it is 2 leg byes, 344 for 9, and again it's been greeted like it was an elegant extra cover drive by the home faithful. Yeah, you're right. You always know if there's a ground that I'm describing in the local area, and I sort of drift off into the quality of the tees. It goes to prove that I didn't score runs or take wickets there. 344 for 9. Next ball beats Tong, a lovely bit of shape on it as well, and Jamie Smith obviously standing a respectful distance back from the bowling of Jordan Clark, and he had to take that above his right shoulder. That was slippery quick, and it certainly bounced and carried bone hard surface. There is still that greenish tint to it that those of you certainly watching in the ground can see. Doesn't necessarily come out as clear on the live stream. Beats him again on the outside. Tong almost falling forward. 344 for 9.
So where would you say Trent Bridge is up there in terms of best food that you've fed on the county circuit? I mean, food can differ depending on what kind of game you're at. If you're at an international game, the ECB catering takes care of things and it can be slightly different, but I would say it's probably up there.
I was going to say, as you know here, I tend to bring in a butty box from home as this is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. That's come from many years of having lunchtime reports to do both on the radio, and we used to have to do written reports and what have you for various news agencies and all sorts. So it just got easier really just to stay in here and shove a sandwich or something in my mouth. Just got a bit of salad today actually, and then have the meal at home in the evening. So I'm always told that there's excellent fare on offer downstairs, but seldom do I sample it. 344 for 9.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is, I would say, right up there. I'd say for international matches, though, I think Edgbaston pips it.
Yeah.
When the ECB take over, you get a full slap-up meal there. You get roast and curry every day for lunch. You get a cooked breakfast, so omelettes, pancakes, whatever.
Crikey.
It's quite dangerous.
Tong has a single to his name. Jordan Clark bowls and sort of swings away from the bat, goes through to the keeper. 344 for 9 if you're just joining us. Very late morning. We're only a couple of minutes away from midday. Notts this morning were resuming from their overnight. 317 for 7. They had an early casualty. Just the second ball he faced this morning. Joe Clark nicked behind for his overnight 129. Fergus O'Neill advanced his score from 31 to 41. And he's just gone. So Notts 344 for 9. Surrey have got maximum 3 bowling bonus points. Notts have 6 overs in which they can somehow try and eke out 6 runs to get up to 350 for 9. Atkinson bowls and there's a single for Stone. 345 for 9. Not just saying it obviously because we understand a good percentage of the listenership viewership will be from Surrey. Mark will testify. Looked after fabulously well down at the Kia Oval in terms of the catering there, and the other side in the capital. It's always interesting going to Lords for a county championship lunch, because there's always a huge, almost like a witch's cauldron of soup, and it's, what's the soup today? Oh, it's brown soup today, or it's green soup today, or it's grey soup today. Nobody ever really seems to know what it is, but
a bit different to
it's
what
always
the players
delicious.
are served.
Yeah, it is.
Atkinson in once more, and it's edged and just out of the reach there of the slip cordon, down to deep third. Another single to Tongue. Notts just edging ever closer to that 350, 4 runs away now. Even, I would say, even the media feed, even if you're there on a big day when England are playing, it's not quite what people think it would be. It's very, very different to what the players are served on the other side of the ground.
There's always a selection of fruits as well that you never get anywhere else.
The cakes,
there's cake
very
and
good.
tea, but the fruit that's available, nowhere else have I sampled dragon fruit and ugly fruit and all these others. You don't get a Granny Smith's or a banana. Bouncer goes over the arched back of Ollie Stone, goes right over his name and number. But just doing an update for Radio Nottingham a second. Notts could do with just a streaky inside edge past the stumps. Down below us for 4 to get to the 350, and I think they'd probably happily see the innings ended shortly afterwards. First hour of play has come and gone. We're into the afternoon, and Stone again doing his bit, pushes it back to the bowler. There's one or two places around the circuit, quite understandably eco-friendly and all the rest of it, where you get a lovely meal and then almost a cardboardy knife and fork to try and cut your bit of pie or your sausage or whatever it is. Understand why they do it, but sometimes it's a little problematic in sawing through a bit of pie crust. Atkinson bowls into the thigh pad of Stone, couldn't whip it away.
Atkinson has looked a lot better this morning, hasn't he? Bowling with a bit more zip.
Yeah, he's got that one in the end column. Very important. Is that Gareth Batty on the boundary edge? Just trying to get a message, I think, passed across to maybe his skipper, maybe somebody in the middle. Surrey head coach. A very prominent position on the rope. Atkinson bowls and this just pops up on the leg side, no run. Here is that update for local radio listeners. Where Nottinghamshire have lost a couple of wickets this morning. They're 346 for 9, so they require 4 more runs to get another batting point. Joe Clark out for his 129 overnight score. Fergus O'Neill out for 41. Notts 346 for 9. There's the 20 seconds worth. So we're through 105 overs. The two of us joined by Mark Church.
And Jordan Clark is in. Ooh, now this will be the batting point because he's just strayed onto the pads of Josh Tong and he has whipped that through the leg side and away for 4, and it gets a standing ovation. Quite rightly, but they've got there.
Might have been for you, Mark. Been back on the commentary.
No, I don't think so. There would have been a protest. People would have been leaving in their droves. Nicely put away by Josh Tom. Just strayed onto his pads a touch there, did Jordan Clark. Roll of the wrist, whistled off to that short leg side boundary. Clark is in. Tong solidly forward, playing this one up towards mid-on. I tell you what, I was sat outside. Rory Burns made that catch look very easy. That was travelling because O'Neill absolutely flung everything at it, and Rory Burns made that look very simple at first slip.
The key was getting the hands there and then just taking, in catching parlance, just taking the ball.
Good catch. As Clark's in, Josh Tong looks for drive outside the off stump. It beats his outside edge. It's been an interesting first hour, really. A couple of wickets have gone down. Nottinghamshire have been manoeuvring their way towards that batting point. Ollie Stone's playing a very good hand here. 10 from 47 deliveries. I think Surrey bowled pretty well this morning.
Yeah.
So they both picked up an extra point this morning. Jordan Clark is over the wicket once again. Well bowled, well played. Looking for the Yorker. Just whipped away into the leg side out towards Gus Atkinson at deep backward square. Yeah, it's funny with Gus Atkinson, isn't it? The more he bowls, the better he bowls. It's a funny thing, that. Yeah, bowls more overs, gets into his rhythm. So, yeah, probably be rested next week, won't he? Be allowed to play at a game. His bottom overs, keep him fresh. Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this is pushed off the back foot by Stone. Apologies, nicely played. He'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 352 for 9.
You can understand to a certain extent the intensity of a 6-test summer. Batters who have got to be out there and they want them to bat for 5, 6, 7 hours at a time, but the intensity of a 5-day test match, and certainly the bowlers, the number of overs that they want to get them through, but really is important that they do play some championship games.
I'll play some cricket. Driving is Tom. The thick inside edge out there towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up the single. It's the irony for me is Zach Crawley. Okay, so poor Zach Crawley, not poor Zach Crawley, but he's sort of being held up as the poster boy now, isn't he? But when was the last time that Zach Crawley had 7 championship games to play in before going into a test series? Now, the irony is, of course, he's not been scoring any runs. But he's actually had a run of batting going into a test series. And it doesn't really happen anymore.
No.
But I still think it should be down to the player. I don't think it should be down to England to make the decision.
Atkinson then continues. Oh, that's another lovely delivery. That's the outside edge of Josh Tongue, who's done pretty well since he's been out there. 8 runs that he's added to this Nottinghamshire total. So go past the 350 mark.
I know I'm old and grumpy. But if you're playing for England, you know whether your game's in good order or not, and you know whether you need to be out in the middle and getting some time under your belt.
Atkinson bowls again, and it's another similar delivery past the outside edge.
So you know, if you're a batter, you know whether your game's in good order. And if it isn't, you need to go and play some cricket, because you can hit all the balls in the world in the net. It's a completely different thing when you get out there in the middle. And as a bowler as well, you know how much you need to be bowling going into it. Now, I'm not saying in between tests, no. But ahead of a series, yes.
Here is Atkinson once more, and Tongue does get bat on ball. He times it pretty well, but it's been fielded away by Atkinson, who gets a hand on it to his left.
So yeah, I look, the modern world, and all the sports science and all of that good stuff, great. But at the end of the day, if you get picked for England, you know how to play. Otherwise, you wouldn't get picked for England. And let's be brutally honest, how much coaching are you going to be doing? Not a lot, because, you know, you're not going to be changing people's techniques or anything.
Atkinson goes short and down the leg side. Really good take by Jamie Smith, diving away to his left. I was saying earlier, he's been impressive behind the stumps so far.
And all too many times over the years as well, Mark, we've had T20 finals day where England players haven't been playing. It's been slotted in either between a series or between tests, and players have been told, no, you can't play for your captain.
Yeah, look,
I think that's wrong.
I said 2 years ago, you may as well put a big sign up outside the ground saying this is meant to be our centrepiece, but it actually isn't.
Atkinson bowls. That's been chipped in the air, and he's lobbed him straight over the head of Gus Atkinson. Dropped short of mid-off as well. And he'll tell you it was perfectly placed there, Josh Tongue.
That was a magnificent bit of placement.
You'd say something out on the field for Bants, wouldn't you? Come on, Dan Worrell was taking cotton bowls yesterday. Come on, mate.
I tell you, he has placed that perfectly.
Tongue remains on 8. Atkinson to bowl the final ball of the over, which is defended away by Tongue into the offside, and there is no run. So Maiden not to remain at 353 for 9.
Dom Sibley's just been off the field. He's just come back on. I think probably just go and sort all your kit out ready. Just make sure it's.
What is the time?
Just after 12:09, bottom of the board.
Normally about now as well. We come for a break for Sibley. Normally about an hour and 10 minutes in.
They just go and dash off, don't they, the openers, and they'll have all the kit ready, laid out. It's not too long to put it all on and get back out there.
Jordan Clark from Radcliffe Road End coming into Ollie Stone. Oh, and Ollie Stone has slammed this away for 4. Bit of whip from Jordan Clark. And Ollie Stone has thrown his hands through that. And that has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. It's gone under the iron railings and into the crowd. So these are valuable runs now for Nottinghamshire, because this is all now about how many can they get, because they're not going to get another 47 now in the 2.5 overs. And over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and that's down the leg side. This will be 4 more. Has that come off his pad? I think it has. And this will be 4 leg buys. Jamie Smith flung himself to his left.
I wonder whether Dan Lawrence would be worth a little bowl here to these two. 361 for 9. But just getting back to what you were saying, one 2 years ago, finals day, and it was the same last year, but Sam Curran ended up in the commentary box. Jofra Archer was sat watching, Will Jackson was sat watching, and then anybody who looked at the long-range weather forecast, it rained the entirety of Sunday, and they didn't actually bowl a ball in anger in the strange old T20 series. As forward goes Stone, plays this one out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. And I feel for the players as well, because they've got them to finals day, and then they're not able to play and you know, it's meant to be your showpiece finals day, and you haven't got your best players playing in it. But there we are.
Is it the showpiece finals day though?
Well, what else is in domestic cricket now?
A different competition that takes place in August.
Yeah, well, absolutely, but that's not.
That's what the ECB.
Yeah, 100%.
Have earmarked, haven't they?
Absolutely. As this one's pushed into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. So all I'm saying is, you may as well just be honest now, and sort of let everybody know that your best players, however many games they've played, they're not going to be playing on finals day. I don't even know when finals day is this year. Is it changed? Because it's always quite late in the season, isn't it?
I don't think there's much gap between the quarterfinals and the finals this year, is there? There always used to be that huge gap.
As Jordan Clark is in, this is driven firmly. Oh, nicely placed. It's a good shot this from Stone. He has just threaded that between Ryan Patel and Sean Abbott. And away to the boundary rope for 4. So good over this, because that is 14 off it for Nottinghamshire, and they are 367 for 9.
And of course, it'll be upon us very shortly, the T20 Blast, and we've got a different format this year. We've got 3 groups of 6 rather than 2 groups of 9, so you can have a third place qualifier in 2 of the 3 groups.
You know, for the wicket again comes Jordan Clark.
Oh.
One more. Just look for the Yorker, cracking over this for Nottinghamshire.
Are they going for the 400?
18
off the over.
18 off the over. Well, actually, they've got 2 overs to get there. I think that was more.
29 runs.
That was more. Jordan Clark didn't quite get that over right, did he? And actually, his figures, 0 for 100 for Jordan Clark, which is it's unlike Jordan Clark, that.
Don't think we're going to get to the point of Rory Burns putting fielders on the boundary to stop 4s, but he'll be eager not to see an over here with 2 or 3 boundaries in, just to give Notts a sniff of perhaps reaching 400.
Might as well have a crack. As Atkinson is into tongue and down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. Another good take from Jamie Smith away to his left.
Listeners have joined us on Sports Extra as well, so good morning to listeners on Sports Extra. Busy morning. A couple of wickets have gone down. Joe Clark for 129 early in the piece. Didn't add to his overnight total, and Fergus O'Neill for 41, but Nottinghamshire have picked up another batting point.
I think we'll be happy with this as well. From the couple of positions they found themselves in yesterday, as Atkinson bowls on the pads of Tongue, who sneaks a leg by behind square on the leg side, called through by Ollie Stone. Got 1.4 overs remaining before the 110 are up. Notts 28 away from another batting bonus point. Is Ollie Stone going to have a swing here? 18 off the previous over. Field change as it comes out of the cordon to mid-wicket. Got just the one slip in the gully, catching for Stone as Atkinson is in, and Stone has a slash at this one, but straight to the man there at deep third, so it will just be the one. I think he's having a go.
Yeah, it's got to be tempting, that offside field. There's nobody in the deep. I know it's the shortest side of the ground, but there's nobody out there patrolling that fence on the Bridgeford Road side. Extra close to the wicket catcher coming in. Notts need 27 off 9 balls to get 4th batting bonus point.
Atkinson back into Tongue, who flicks the ball nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. They're pushing hard for 2, and they're going to get back comfortably. Nicely placed. You can see what Atkinson's trying to do on the whole is just bowl wicket to wicket, not allow that short boundary to come into play over towards extra cover and cover. So just straying a little bit too much on that occasion.
Very tempted to give Dan Lawrence the next over. They'd be tempted to go after him as well, wouldn't they?
Atkinson back into Tongue. Good short delivery.
Drive that.
Played it well in the end.
He did. Played
Swayed
it extremely well.
So just the 4 runs off this over. 3 off the bat, 1 leg by.
It looked like Notts were going to be hugely underparred, didn't it, at 250 for 7, but I think they'd have snapped your hand off most times of this innings to offer them 375 for 9.
Atkinson then to complete the over, and Tongue edges it, but into the ground and away to gully. There's no run, so Ollie Stone will remain on strike. And, they need 25 off this over.
Excellent. Mr. Stone will slip into T20 mode here, ramping balls, etc.
I wonder what happens if they don't get out in this over then. I just wonder if they look to go on and on.
Yeah,
and
I think you'd have a dart, but nothing too silly.
It's not going to be Dan Lawrence.
No.
It's going to be Sean Abbott. I'd have been very tempted just to let Lawrence just toss a couple up.
Certainly spin at one end and hostile short pitch stuff at the other is usually a winning combination against the number 10 and 11.
They play very well, these two. Ollie Stone in particular. He's on strike here to Sean Abbott. So Abbott's in and Stone works it into the leg side. So I don't think this is going to happen now.
No.
Unless he goes 6-6, 6-6-6. But I just think now every run here is important because 375 for 9. A good total on the board now for Nottinghamshire. They're in no rush here. They're in no rush.
And the other thing, Mark, is if a wicket does go down, as is likely in the next 5 or 10 minutes, they can sort of have 2 darts with the new ball either side of lunge.
Absolutely. In over the wicket goes Abbott, and Ollie Stone digs this out. He will get a single out there to Dominic Sibley. Way in the distance is Dominic Sibley. It's the most lovely day out there. I had a little sit out there. There was a gentleman out there. I've never seen this before. And for the 20 minutes I was out there, he had his back to the actual cricket.
Oh.
Yes, he was stood.
Sunbathing.
He wasn't on his phone. He was just looking at something in the distance. So he didn't actually see any of the cricket. As Abbott is in over the wicket to Tongue. Oh, that's on his pads. That'll just be clipped away for 4. And get to that. Nicely put away. And 4 more to the total. They've done. Tongue's played that very nicely. But he's obviously there, strong, but it was just on those pads of him, and he's just rolled the wrist on it, and it's whistled off to the boundary rope. So these two have now added 39 for the final wicket. They got Nottinghamshire to another batting point, and they've now added 39 for the final wicket. Got a short mid-wicket in now, as Abbott comes in over the wicket and beats the edge. Just pushing forward.
Just getting a little bit more than irritating for Surrey out there. Don't want to let number 10 and 11 put on this many runs with this much ease, really. 39 off 43 balls.
Now, what over are we in now? This ball's hitting 30 overs.
Yeah, this is the 110th over, so yeah, the 30th over.
Abbott. Over the wicket he comes to Tongue.
And driving his tongue down to backward point. Adam Thomas. Young legs there from Adam Thomas. Dive to his right to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single.
Got two spectators enjoying a free view on top of the retirement home, retirement apartments away to our right. We have had correspondents send in photographs from up there, just proving that you can actually see the square. It looks like the view would be partially obscured, but from where they're sat, you can see most of the
swanky retirement building.
So I thought that was like a.
I've got my own room.
I was going to say it's ideal for you. Oops, had a nibble at this one as it goes away from Ollie Stone, and it's into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. End of the over, 381 for 9.
What happens when they redevelop the William Clark stand? That's going to be the issue, isn't it?
Yeah. No balconies there. It's a stand we're sort of talking about here, just outside the ground, just over the Bridgeford Road there. Of course, around the country there's some wonderful views from apartments and flats at the likes of Taunton and Bristol, Chelmsford even.
The Oval's still got one or two spots, but it's getting less and less, isn't it?
Well, there's some luxury ones, aren't there, Mark?
They're in
built.
the gasometer.
Yeah.
They're rather nice.
Atkinson continues, and it's another short delivery, well played by Tungu. Just crouches down, wants nothing to do with it.
Archbishop Tennyson School's empty now as well. It's
Oh,
been
is
for
it?
the last couple of years.
Is it, by Jove?
That'll be turned into something luxury, you would have thought.
Somewhere for you to rest your head at night, just wander over the road.
What, on the pavement opposite? The ones in the gasometer though are gonna quite swanky.
Atkinson bowls another short ball, which is comfortably negotiated by Josh Tongue. What are they kind of going for in the gasometer?
I would have thought anything over. What's a million? Is that 7 figures? Is it a million? Yeah, I don't think you'd be under that. Oh, yes, very smart.
One bedder or something.
Yeah. There are a couple of penthouses, I know, at the top. A couple of penthouses at the top. And there's it's all the new Oval Village development as well. It's very nice.
Atkinson bowls, and Tongue just guides the ball to backward point, and there is no run.
If you remember, I ended up there on the first morning back in September, where I was thrown off the tube at... I always get mixed up with you and Barbados. Are you Kennington or Kensington?
Kennington.
I was Kennington. I was...
what, literally thrown off? Or?
Yeah.
Wrong ticket again.
I'm afraid...
he was trying to use his student
I'm
pass
afraid
again.
can everybody leave the tube
Student
here?
rail card.
Delays on the line. Had to get off at Kennington.
Atkinson bowls another short ball, well negotiated.
And being a complete idiot, I thought, well, Kennington... I'm going to the Kennington Oval. Can't be far away. Knew obviously where the Oval tube was. What's the other one at the other end of it? Vauxhall was. Kennington can't be far. Set off walking. Didn't see anybody. Didn't ask anybody for directions. And then found I'd gone sort of 3/4 of a mile in the wrong direction. Turned, came back, got in directions, which took me to sort of the base of the gasometer. You can't get in there, can you?
No, you can't.
Had to walk around the ground.
You did.
Atkinson bowls full edged and past Rory Burns at first slip, away for 4. Well, it was a beautiful delivery, but they've just taken that second slip out. Might have been straight down his throat had he still been there.
Yeah, well, they're 15 away from 400 now.
Genuine edge, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just the one slip in the gully at this point. He arrived in a vital state. First morning of the big game. Kevin Howes and I were sat there.
Missed the toss.
Kevin
I
Howes.
missed the toss. I was that late.
Yeah, Kevin Howes and I were slightly concerned, and then he arrived. Yeah. Oh dear.
Of course, it's 10:30 start in September.
Oh,
so
that's
it was,
right. Yes.
It was about 10:05 I got there.
Was it a warm September day?
Yes.
Oh,
With the kit.
Atkinson bowls, and that's another one past the outside edge. Good over there from Atkinson. Little reward though. Knots 385 for 9.
Yes, Mr. Howells had a selection of deodorants that he offered me.
Yes.
very kindly. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Sponsored by a few different brands these days, isn't he? So
Come prepared. Come prepared. But yes, so the Oval Village is very nice.
yeah.
Again, I went for a walk round there the other day. I'm not sure there was meant to be, but there's still a smell of gas.
Interesting.
Which I don't know, if you've paid a lot of money,
Yeah.
it's possibly not what you want.
No.
But
It reminds me a little bit about, and Dave will probably attest this, when you get the train into London from the East Midlands, you go into St Pancras. They've got a couple of similar developments there as you're just getting into St Pancras Station.
I'm a Newark King's Cross man.
Oh, are you?
as in over the wicket comes Sean Abbott, cracked off the back foot. This will be 4 more. The interesting thing with this is, these two look pretty comfy at the minute. They really do. They look pretty, they've had moments of luck, but they look pretty comfy. Stone on to 30. I don't think they need to do anything different to what they're doing at the moment, these two.
Partnership's 48, isn't it?
Really good. Really good. Stone 30, Tongue 20.
Most important thing for a number 10 and 11, they look like they're having fun out there. They're enjoying the batting, which is good to see.
If you told me Notts are going to get 380 this morning, I'd say, well, Clark's obviously going to go on and dominate the strike and just control things.
Waits again to Stone as Abbott is into him. Furrow of length. There you go. He just turns this out towards deep backward square. My only point being is we're in the 32nd over now. It does look a bit easier.
Yep.
And this is this whole thing of new ball, get through that, then life gets a bit easier. And this is numbers 10 and 11.
That's why I think Notts will want 2 stabs if they get a wicket before lunch and get one straight after. Then
Could always pull the plug.
yeah.
Could always say, right, that's enough. We'll go out there and have a bowl now before lunch. And come back and go again after lunch. As Abbott is in. Oh, hello. That one kept a bit low. And Tongue's ended up sort of the bat going straight down underneath the ball. And poor old Jamie Smith, that bounced in front of him and hit him on the end of the fingers.
At this stage, we don't know if they're taking time out of the game, which might hinder them in Surrey's second innings, or which might just make it harder for Surrey to chase down whatever they're set to score. But this might be a useful half an hour, 45 minutes that this pair have battered together.
Abbott runs away from us. It's just Tongue, and he's forward, and he's playing it slightly awkwardly, but it does the trick. It rolls away into the offside. I'm going now with. We were very fortunate to have Dermot Reeve with us for 3 days at Edgbaston, opening game of the season, and there was all talk about the declarations and how does this game move forward. And he said, I at times think just let the game develop organically. He said, I rather like that. So maybe this game will develop organically.
Yeah.
390 for 9, Nottinghamshire. Abbott is in. And, cries of catch it. It's gone in front of square, but it is a single. And the standing ovation is for the 50 partnership between these two. Well played, Josh Tongue and Ollie Stone. There you go. Ollie Pope will be stood out there thinking, I didn't get this reception when I got 100 here in a test match.
It's like we always say, the three of us, we enjoy county championship cricket as much as anything because you never know what's going to happen. And we certainly didn't have a last wicket partnership of 50 on our bingo cards this morning.
Abbott with the final ball of the over. Then we've got half an hour till lunch. Abbott is in, that's coming back, shout for LBW, won't get that, he hits the pads, rolls away to backward point, end of the over, 391 for 9. Nikesh is going to have a well-earned break. And, look, Stone and Tongue here have done a very good job, but I just think now we're seeing again, that new ball, we're into, last week at the Kia Oval, it was overs 40 to 80. Life got a lot easier to bat, overs 40 to 80. And here these two, it just does look a bit easier at the moment for them.
I liked your suggestion with Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't had a twirl yet.
Here's Atkinson from the far end, bowls a delivery again. It was just a little too leg side here, wasn't it? It's almost like he's trying to bring in a little bit of leg theory to Josh Tong, hoping he'll fend one off his body to the man at short leg. He's been able to duck and bob and weave his way to 21 not out so far, Josh Tong. Played some nice shots in it as well. Atkinson looking to try and finish the innings from the pavilion end. Tong gets solidly behind a pitched up delivery, plays it to Jordan Clark at sort of a wide-ish run saving position at mid-on.
I'm just looking at where Tong's setting up here. Just batting out of his crease a touch here to Gus Atkinson, which enables him, if it's short he's going to get underneath it, but if it's pitched up like that, then he's getting out to the ball. He's just about on that crease line with that back foot now.
Atkinson in, bowls down the leg side, and that's all you've got to do, just deflect it away nice and fine. The other thing with that mark is you did see the close-up we had of him there. He seems to almost be batting on off stump.
Yeah, well, that's the point. You can get inside that and just work it down to the fine leg boundary rope. So this will be annoying Rory Burns at first slip now.
5 more runs would be, or may just bring the loudest cheer of the morning.
I'm worried the new pavilion will fall down.
Crikey.
Due to the noise.
395 for 9. Both sides have, I think, just about the maximum in terms of points out of this one, from where we were at the start of the day, as a bouncer goes over the arched back of Josh Tong. Does seem to be a little excessive.
Well, it's not working.
Ball.
This isn't working.
No.
It's not working. Tong will do this all day.
Yes, he's certainly not been looking to take on the hug. Got 2 men out, both behind square, a long leg and a deep backward square leg, really. But he's not looked to try and hook in the air. There's no third man, so anything pitched up outside off stump he can guide down there, and he's had a little bit of luck, just deflecting very fine. Here's Atkinson in again bowling, and he's gone hard at that one. Goes through to Jamie Smith.
Better.
Yeah.
1 or 2 fine, but that's going to be the delivery that will get him a wicket.
395 for 9. It's a long way off lunch to be talking about potentially being a delayed interval, but of course if they were 9 down at 1 o'clock we'd go on
forever
and ever. There was that Demis Roussos, forever and ever. 395 for 9, keeping it topical. Tong plays this down into the ground, wasn't sure where it had gone, only as far as short leg. End of the over. Just very quickly, Essex 125 for 5 at home to Hampshire, who were bowled out yesterday for 235. Glamorgan at Cardiff 54 for 2. Somerset made 354. Leicestershire made 328 at Hove, the home side 97 for 2. And we are through 2 full innings at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 147, Yorkshire 152 all out. So they've only got a first innings lead of 5, and this morning they've lost 7 wickets for something like 30.
Quick game's a good game. Sean Abbott from the Radcliffe Road end, coming into Ollie Stone. Shot just driving away through the offside. We'll pick up a couple of runs as round goes Ollie Pope to do the fielding. 397 for 9.
Just along the A52, Derbyshire at home to Northants, beg your pardon. Derbyshire 414 for 5. Good score there. Kent 76 for 3 at Bristol. Gloucestershire made 325. Lancashire 201 all out. Middlesex 116 for 5 at Old Trafford. And Worcestershire 263 for 9 against Durham.
Sean Abbott over the wicket he goes. Outside edge. This is going to fly away down to the 3rd man rope. It'll just be a single though, because quickly round was Dan Lawrence to do the fielding. So 2 away from 400 now on Nottinghamshire. 398 for 9. It also reiterates that point that sides now bat all the way down to 11.
And if you've played Test cricket, even if you do go in at number 11, you know which end of the bat to hold.
Yep.
If you're facing Jasprit Bumrah or Mitchell Stark, you can't go out there a walking wicket, can you? You've got to have some ability.
Abbott's into Tong. And Tong just hops at him and pushes it away into the offside. And Ryan Patel
He did have
shines the ball up.
Sorry, Mark. He did have one huge moment of fortune, didn't he? When he looped one back over Gus
Yes.
Atkinson.
He did, but you know, you need little moments like that. Atkinson won't see it like that,
No,
but you
no.
do need little moments like that. These are really valuable runs from this last wicket pair. As Abbott is in, that's down the leg side, and Tongue doesn't get anything on this, and it's taken by a tumbling Smith away to his left. Well, it doesn't look like Dan Worrell is warming up, because he's sort of walking around with his hands in his pockets at the moment at mid-on. I just wonder whether Dan Lawrence would just be worth a go
Well,
here.
we're almost past the point now. I think you're right. With about 107 overs gone, he should have come on.
As Abbott is in, and that's a solid looking shot from Tongue. Just punches that into Ryan Patel.
If he comes on now, it's almost, just an acknowledgement that he's sort of run out of everybody else. Tried everybody else. You have a go, Dan. I think it would have been a really good wicket-taking option with not well shy of whatever it was, 360, 370. Quick at one end and a spinner at the other.
He's still looking comfy here. Abbott, over the wicket he comes, and just about pulls the bat inside of the line of that one. Does Josh Tongue, gets through another over. Oop, here comes Dan Lawrence. That is the march of a man that's coming on to bowl from third man. 398 for 9. And what have we got? 22 minutes until the lunch break. Ooh, it could be one of those, I suppose, if the wicket went down in this over. Let's just say it does. They'd have to go out for 10 minutes, wouldn't they, before lunch?
Yep.
Messrs Sibley and Burns.
Nice shot of the stand that we're commentating from there on the live stream. Lee Lewis and Spence out there with the cameras. Static camera Wilson at the far end, Mark, which has to be lowered at the end of every night. That took some hoisting up this morning. Saw Aaron just trying to get it in a position at the...
How do they hoist it up? Is it on a pulley?
That's not a question that you should ask, because I asked it once and I was dragged round there to do it the following morning.
Oh, I won't be going round there to do that, I can assure you.
Yes, it was a winch job.
Ah, very good.
So here is a bit of Dan Lawrence. Bowled 7 overs yesterday. Idiosyncratic approach. Bowls to Stone, a drop and run. Stone was ready, Tong wasn't. In comes the shy. And that could so easily have gone for overthrows. Took an excellent bit of backing up there by Sean Abbott. Might have hurt a fingernail.
Who's found that?
Yeah. It was a good attempt by Sibley to try and run him out. And it needed backing up, otherwise that would have been the runs not needed. Yes, Mark's pointing to his good chum Dan Worrell, who is loosening up.
I tell you, he wanted to come back on, but he might have to.
399 for 9. Can Tong do a little drop and run? He's hit on the pad. They're asking Nigel Long, who either by word of mouth or a shake of the head has decided it's not an LBW decision that is going to send Josh Tong on his way. 399 for 9 here at Trent Bridge on this Saturday morning. Hope life is good wherever you're listening, watching the commentary. Dan Lawrence bowls again, and he's beaten the tentative push of Josh Tong, a word I can never say properly. Might have done then. Tentative. There's often an extra T thrown in there for no good reason at all. Stone has 35 at the non-striker's end. Tong on strike has 25. Lawrence, that's short, and that will be whipped away, but whipped straight along the ground to square leg where Dominic Sibley is waiting. Sibley, another giant of a man. Had a little natter to him yesterday, and it towers over me. 399 for 9. Not hard these days. I'm sure I'm shrinking. Lawrence bowls turned to mid-wicket by Tong. Just can't get this all-important 400th run. It's not really all-important, is it? I guess there's not a lot of difference, 399 to 400, but yeah, we use that term. Next ball sent down and edged, and they will get the 400th run. Listen to the roar. They come back for 2 as Worrell chases after it, so it is 401. Dan Lawrence comes on long after Mark Church suggested. I think it was the right move when Mark was floating that idea, but when he does come on, Tong and Stone nicely set now, Mark. They got 3 from that over, 401 for 9.
Yeah, they are. And yeah, 400 looked a long way off when Joe Clark went this morning without adding to his overnight 129. Again, what I would say though is life looks easier now with this ball 35 overs old. So when Surrey get out there against the new ball, we saw it yesterday with Joe Clark and Haynes. It get easier.
There will be a little bit of rolling as well, I'm sure, between innings.
Absolutely, and that'll just be you. So I'm just looking at Derbyshire's score, and I'm delighted that they're going along well, because of course Jeremy, who did the questions for Kevin Howes this morning, the poor young man, he's a Derbyshire supporter. Maybe his day's getting a bit better.
That's brilliant that he loves his cricket at 10 years of age.
Absolutely. So it's going to be Dan Worrell back into the attack. Probably wasn't expecting to have to come back into the attack, but he is now, as he'll come over the wicket, and this is driven back at him by Stone. Worrell gets hands to it, and it rolls away down into the offside, and Dom Sibley comes up to do the retrieval. Also, the other thing I always think, and Burns and Sibley are so experienced at all this, but they've been thinking about batting probably for the last 45 minutes, and still they're out there in the field. And you know, Rory Burns has got a bit to think about even before he gets out there with the bat. But that's the art of being an opener, isn't it? As Worrell on this arcing run. Over the wicket he goes, slacked off the front foot, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There is Ollie Pope. He's been out there all morning, Ollie Pope. 1 more to the total. And Stone has moved on to 36.
They've added 85 this morning, believe it or not.
Yep, it's been interesting stuff again. This is the thing with these two sides. As I say, whenever it was the same with the game last year, whenever you thought somebody was on top, then the other side came back into it. Tongue waits with that bat raised as Worrell's into him, and he's driving, and it beats the edge, and it's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side.
A little waft of garlic coming. If you can, is that garlic? Testing the senses. There's a waft of something drifting by. This time tomorrow we might get 1 or 2 smells of food cooking. Mention after this ball.
There's Worrell. Over the wicket he comes. And shout for LBW. I think going down. Quick singles taken. Up comes Patel. And this will be a leg bye. To be signalled by umpire Blackwell, will it? Or was there a bit of bat on that? He hasn't signalled anything.
No.
So there was a bit of bat on that from Josh Tongue.
Nottingham Forest at home tomorrow afternoon. Mark, 2 o'clock kickoff, playing Newcastle United, and all behind the Bridgeford Road stand there. There'll be there's been a fan zone, a football fan zone. So Forest fans tomorrow on their way to the ground can come in here, and there's food and beer behind there.
Very good idea. In comes Worrell. Oh, he swung that one back. That's hit the pads, going down the leg side. And again, half a shout from behind the stumps. Nothing from Worrell. And Sibley does the fielding.
So with our windows open tomorrow, we'll hear the music, we'll hear the tannoy from the City Ground, we'll hear the cheers and the oohs and the ahs and whatever.
We had an amazing moment at Old Trafford a few years ago where Ben Folkes played an immaculate forward defensive just as Manchester United scored, and the roar for this forward defensive from Ben Folkes. which adds to the excitement. Now Nathan Barnwell, who's out there doing a bit of 12th manning, he's being deposited out to deep backward square. As Worrell is in, driving straight back up the pitch, and Worrell gets a hand to this, and it's the end of the over, and we're getting dangerously close to lunch being delayed here. 403 for 9.
But the flip of that is it could also be an early lunch if we don't get a wicket in the next 4 minutes, and we get into that little period between 10 to 1 and 1 o'clock. Yeah, so if you when you're wandering about in your Irish bars tonight, you come across a lot of Newcastle United fans. That's why they're in town.
Right, thank you.
Tonight.
Thank you for letting me know.
There'll be a lot of those in your hotel, I'm sure. Newcastle United fans up in the plush rooms where you are. Josh Tong to resume battle with Dan Lawrence. Tong has 28, pushes this back to the former Essex spinner, England player, Dan Lawrence. Got a second innings half century against Notts last September. It was a big moment, I think, when he was dismissed. We'll remember the Tom Laws dismissal, but and the Tom Curran one as well, I guess. But when Lawrence got out, he was going like a train, actually, on 50 odd. 403 for 9. This one's pushed into the offside, no run. I thought it was going to be him to guide his side to the finishing line. Comes in again and bowls, turned to leg, in fact past mid-wicket Thomas for another single. 404 for 9.
Yes, well, maybe we'll have the Newcastle team in there.
You may well do.
See Eddie Howe.
Stone has 36, partnership worth 63. As Lawrence bowls a ball of goodish length. There's not much turn off the straight, is there really, for him? But he's just trying to tempt them, just to come and try and play a big shot, maybe get stumped, maybe hole out. Stone crouches down, turns this to leg, and again get another single, just working it away. 405 for 9. Board showing 12:48. One ball left in this over. I think if we can get through this ball, by the time the next one is bowled, it will be 12:50, and in that little zone where lunch will be taken at the fall of a wicket. Comes down the track and hits a lovely shot from Josh Tong through the offside for 4. My word, he did skip down to the pitch of that one and played a really, really nice stroke. Away to the short side, admittedly, but that would have gone for 4 on most grounds. 409 for 9. Stone 37, Tong 33. And Dan Lawrence has now gone for 40 runs from his 9 overs. Dan Worrell and Rory Burns having an exchange of views here. Not a heated exchange of views, just having an exchange of views here on what they think is the best ploy for the next over.
Well, yes, and as I say, these two look very comfy at the moment. That was a lovely shot from Josh Tong, lovely use of the feet, and then just punched it beautifully through the covers for 4. So it's another Dan Worrell over. 409 for 9. Worrell coming in over the wicket to Ollie Stone. Stone dries. Barnwell dives to his left. Does well. Does Nathan Barnwell.
Don't know if the umpires are going by their own watches, which I suspect they probably are, or the digital board on or the digital clock on the Batman board, but that does now say 12:50.
We've been having to use that one back in South London because the clock on the pavilion's been stuck at 25 past 4 for the last couple back at the Kia Oval on the pavilion. As in over the wicket goes Worrell and looking to force off the back foot. Here is Stone. Doesn't time this at all. I asked the stupid question on the first morning. I wondered what time it stopped at. But it's been stuck on 25 past 4 for the first 2 home games of the season.
Have you got to get cranes and things in to get to it?
Well, yes, I think it needs some new parts.
Okay.
I was told.
But whatever happens here now, Surrey won't be batting before lunch, will they?
No, because if a wicket goes down, that's lunch. But we could be going past 1 o'clock here. As Worrell, over the wicket he comes again. And this is just pushed away off the front foot. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There is Ollie Pope to do the fielding. 1 more to the total.
Do we know if Mr. Howells has got a lunchtime guest today lined up? If he has, 5 Sports Extra will be the place to listen to him. Of course, he was on the national airwaves this morning.
Yeah. It's well worth a listen to again if you can find it.
Yes, I've got to try and find
Beat
that.
the commentator.
It's nice that he's spreading the message of
Very
the county
much
championship
so. Very
far
much
and
so.
wide, and
Very
doing
much
his bit for the reputation of the commentators.
Yes. Over the wicket comes Worrell. And outside edge. Oh, it's bounced just in front of Thomas. This is what happens in these situations. Just bounces in front of Thomas. Flies down to the third man. Boundary rope for another valuable 4 runs. 414 for 9. Frustration builds for Surrey. He's found the edge, but it's just bounced in front of Adam Thomas at second slip. Oh, it's one of those horrible ones. And away for 4 it goes.
He was trying to do both there. He was trying to scoop it up on the half volley and close his legs together to try and trap the ball, stop it from going between, but it absolutely nutmegged him.
Certainly did. So now these two have put on 63?
73.
73. 73 for the final wicket. Worrell. Over the wicket he comes. Oh, and that's coming back, but just hits the thigh guard of Tom. And it will be leg by, signalled by Ian Blackwell. 1 more to the total. 415 for 9. Sibley and Burns still thinking about batting, no doubt. Tom and Stone won't be thinking about bowling just yet.
No. 2 England players in a batting partnership here, and I'm sure after lunch, whenever it is, there'll be another 2 England players out there batting.
I expect Patel to be at 3 and Smith to drop down the order. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, outside edge, gone. So Worrell will finish with 6 for 73. Stone threw everything at that drive, but what a fine effort that was from Stone and Tongue. Super partnership for the last wicket. As I say, Dan Worrell will finish with 6 for 73. Nottinghamshire all out for 415. And it's all quite neat and tidy now because that will be lunch. And when we get back out there, Surrey will start their response daybreak schedule.
Yeah, well indeed, we're through 4 sessions. In many ways, one of the most extraordinary of the 4 that we've had. Ollie Stone getting cheered from the rafters. 73 balls faced. He was out there for almost an hour and 50 minutes. Hit 5 fours and was eventually caught by Jamie Smith from the bowling of Dan Worrell, who finishes for an excellent 6 for 73. Smith taking his 2nd catch of the morning and his 4th in all. Josh Tong remained 37 not out this morning. Joe Clark dismissed first, caught Smith, bowled Abbott for 129. That was 317 for 8 without any addition to the overnight score. Should just pause for Dan Worrell leading Surrey off the field. I think he's just been handed the match ball. And I guess a nice thing for him as well, and for the photographers down there, is as he leads them off holding the ball, is that there was no need for Messrs Burns and Sibley to dash off to pad up. So they are there in the group applauding him off. So top stuff from Dan Worrell. Hopefully.
I'll let you into a little secret. When he led Surrey off last night, I think he was so tired that he just nicked Ollie Pope's cap, kept his on his head and put Ollie Pope's cap up. Because I think he was so tired he didn't have the energy to take his own cap off.
Great stuff. Fergus O'Neill out for 41 this morning, caught by Rory Burns at slip-off. Gus Atkinson, deserved wicket for Atkinson. That was 341 for 9. And then you've just heard that last wicket going down after a partnership eventually of 74. Stone caught Smith, bowled Worrell for 38. Tong not out for 37. Play I just see is scheduled to resume at 1:33 rather than 1:40. So if you're planning on nipping away for a sandwich or something and coming back, don't let that catch you out. 1:33 resumption here at Trent Bridge, when we'll bring you the commentary with Nikesh Ragani, Mark Church, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. If you've been with us for a wee while this morning, huge thanks. If you can come back, we'll be back on air at 1:33 to see how Surrey get on in reply to Nottinghamshire's 415. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in good time for the resumption of this match. The afternoon session is upon us, and also the Surrey first innings replying to Nottinghamshire's all-out score of 415 this morning. Joe Clarke went just the second ball he faced of the morning to Sean Abbott, his third wicket of the innings. Clarke out for his overnight 129. Fergus O'Neill added 10 to his overnight 31, out for 41, and at that stage 341 for 9. Nottinghamshire supporters wondering if they'd be able to get that third batting bonus point for another 9 runs to get up to 350. Well, they not only got there, but they went on and on and on. Eventually 74 added for the final wicket. Notts all out for 415. Dan Worrell finishing with 6 for 73, and that means Surrey have really got to reply in kind on what's a glorious afternoon, and certainly on a pitch which offers no real devilment. Kevin Howells is in the building. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Mark Church, the voice of Surrey cricket, not too far away, and also with us from BBC Sport. And to kick off things here with it's like Fergus O'Neill, Nikesh Regani. Afternoon, mate.
Afternoon, Dave. Yeah, all set up for an intriguing afternoon of cricket. Not doing very well, as you say, to put on that 415. Here is Fergus O'Neill into Rory Burns, who's immediately off the mark with a flick off his pads down to fine leg. His opening partner Dom Sibley at the other end. Notts, of course, playing both Josh Tongue and Ollie Stone in this match. And if either of them, or indeed both of them, well, like they have been doing in their previous outings in Notts colours, then we could be set for some fireworks. We know how important this new ball is, as we saw throughout the course of the Notts innings too. If they can see it off Surrey, and things should get a little bit easier. Still a very nice warm day. A little bit of cloud cover, but plenty of sunshine as well, as O'Neill makes his way into Sibley, who's wrapped on the pads. I think there might have been a bit of inside edge. It was very leg side-ish as well. A half appeal from behind the stumps. Not much interest from the bowler.
Yeah, 3 slips to begin with. Liam Patterson-White at first. Ben Duckett just telling Jack Haynes where to stand. Haynes is at the third slip. If they need a fourth for any of the quicks, Lyndon James, I'm sure, will be the one to slot in there.
O'Neill running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowl's just outside off. It's left alone by Sibley. You can hear from the oohs and the ahs that there's a bit of movement out there early on with this new ball.
Sibley has had success on this ground over the years, of course. Played here many times for England and also for Surrey, but I guess his crowning moment was for Warwickshire in 2019 when he scored a double 100 and 100 in the same game.
O'Neill into Sibley, who leaves another ball slightly wider of the off stump this time. Lots of international pedigree out there at the moment. Sibley and Burns, of course, Test cricketers for England.
Nice to see Asiba Mead. Not seen him for over 24 hours. The Notts skipper dismissed very early on yesterday morning, same as Ben Slater.
Standing in a sort of wide mid-off position as O'Neill makes his way, and that's a better delivery. Still left alone by Sibley, but it's more where he wants to be, in and around that off stump and just moving away.
So Notts have got Lyndon James at deep backward square on the leg side. Joe Clarke at mid-wicket, Josh Tongue at mid-on, and apart from the 3 slips on the offside, Ollie Stone at backward point, Ben Slater in the covers, and Hamid at wideish mid-off.
O'Neill back in, and Sibley does manage to get bat on ball this time with a solid defensive shot. And it's a pretty tidy first over from Fergus O'Neill, just the 1 from it. Surrey in reply, remember, to Notts' first innings total of 415.
Looks like it's going to be Tongue. I just wonder how they'd come to that decision, because I'm sure if either Brett Hutton or Dylan Pennington were playing, I think Tong and Stone actually both prefer being first change, but it's going to be Tong from the far end, straight into the thick of things. This promises to be the first of many really intriguing little battles here that could go a long way towards deciding how this one will turn out. Tong generally gets wickets in clusters, particularly towards the lower order, who just can't deal with his pace. Top order players sort of more used to the express quicks. First ball on the pads, asking, but Nigel Long, the umpire, is just wandering away to get into a position, I think, to signal a leg bye. There's two somethings, yeah, two leg byes. Might have been a little leggy. It sped quickly down the leg side, didn't it? But it was a prolonged bellow from Josh Tong, almost to nobody, because Nigel Long was already walking away to get into a position to signal. He was nowhere near the stumps by the time he did.
Certainly liked it, did Tong. Doing the celebra peel.
Toe crusher, wasn't it? Or a heel crusher, really. It was more angling in at the heel. This one's outside the off stump, and Rory Burns lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. Notts 415, century from Joe Clarke, 82 from Jack Haynes yesterday. And today, Fergus O'Neill 41, 38 from Ollie Stone, who was last out, and Josh Tong 37, not out. Lower order. I think it was last week at Leicester, wasn't it? The lower order, the last 5 wickets were blown away for 22. And save the big moments for the big games, I guess. Tong in again, and Rory Burns was squared up there. He was trying to initially, I'm sure, work that to mid-wicket, and ends up getting a run past Hamid at mid-off. Very inelegant looking stroke, but gets him a run.
Yeah, leading edge, didn't know too much about that. Just with the angle of Tongue as well across the left-hander. Playing down the wrong line, maybe playing the wrong shot to that ball. It's going to be Sibley back on strike. This will be a good battle.
Right-hander, Dom Sibley. Bat actually looks like a toothpick in his hands, doesn't he? He's a big, tall man. Balls now, and Sibley, renowned for his stickability, durability, blockability. Call it what you want, but he's a very, very good player. Pushes this back towards Ollie Stone, and there's no run. Stone's at mid-off for the bowling of Tong.
Sibley recently bringing up 10,000 career runs in first-class cricket. Currently sits on 10,066. Rory Burns at the other end, 14,000 plus.
In again comes the former Worcestershire quick. This one's wide enough to be left alone. Yeah, Sibley, 30 years of age now, 28 first class hundreds. Just looking here, he averages 73 against Notts. The 200s that I've already mentioned coming in the same game. Back in 2019 for Warwickshire. Sorry, 4 without loss. Tong in again. Sibley a little drop and run into the offside, and he'll scamper through for a single as Lyndon James fields. So Sibley will keep strike. He moves to well, that's his first run. Board just flicked onto Rory Burns, but it is Sibley at the end of the over. Of course, he began his career with Surrey, then he went to Warwickshire, didn't he? Then back to Surrey. Dom Sibley. Rory Burns, 35. It's interesting, just looking there, Mark's back in the room, ask him if he knows. They were both born in Epsom in Surrey, of course. Just wonder if they were born in the same hospital or
may well have
whatever.
Here is Fergus O'Neill once again from the Ratcliffe Road end into Sibley, who pushes the ball firmly to mid-off. Hamid does the fielding. maybe not what you'd describe as a live wire in the field. He's very energetic, is Hamid, a very good fielder. Likes to have a throw at the stumps, and as we've seen over the course of the past couple of weeks, he's pretty accurate when doing so.
Enjoys his fielding.
Yeah. O'Neill back in, and Sibley leaves this one outside off a comfortable leave. Wished it a bit wider on that occasion.
They have opened with different opening partners, of course, but they also opened together here in a test match against India in 2021, Burns and Sibley.
It was the first test of that series, which it was rain on the final day and it was a draw. It was a good series. O'Neill in, and it's defended back down the track, and there's no run. It was kind of just before this whole Bazball era started, wasn't it? And then, of course, that series ended prematurely, and they had to finish it off the following year. And by that time, Bazball had come in, and both teams had different captains and coaches and players.
Yes, they sort of cynically felt that the Indian team wanted to get back home for the start of the IPL, didn't they?
O'Neill in, and it's again left outside off stump. Surrey 5 without loss then. Trailing here by 410 runs. If you are just joining us. Fabulous century from Joe Clark, but out early this morning for 129, but it was really the Notts lower order that managed to get them up to that total this morning. Haynes making 82, and then Fergus O'Neill 41 this morning as there's another leave from Sibley, and then that last wicket partnership, amazing stuff really, from 341 for 9. Ollie Stone and Josh Tongue managed to get stuck in, Stone making 38 and Josh Tongue unbeaten on 37. 28 extras in the innings as well, including 12 no balls.
Yeah, just looking, Seba Mead wasn't involved in that test just referred to that you said was the first of the series.
In comes O'Neill, and well, that's a good leave. More on height than line. End of the over. Not Surrey rather. Still 5 without loss.
But then he was brought into the side for the second test at Lords. Got a first baller, but he batted at 3 behind Burns and Sibley. Played in the rest of that series, then had the 4 Ashes, or played in 4 of the Ashes tests away in 21-22. He opened twice with Rory Burns, twice with Zach Crawley there, but Hamid hasn't played for England since January 2022. He's played 10 test matches, opened in 9 of them, 4 times with Burns, 3 with Alistair Cook and twice with Zach Crawley. Here's Tong. Start the 4th over. This is left on length by the left-handed Burns. The ball goes through to Kyle Verreynne, South African wicketkeeper. Got a duck yesterday. Typically, just as I was singing his praises for, well, he's adapted to life with Nottinghamshire and in the county championship, been full of runs in basically all cricket over the last 3 or 4 years. Scores heavily for Western Province in the English winter, the South African domestic season when he's not playing for his country, as Burns defends the next one from Tong. Liam Patterson-White at first slip. He missed out yesterday, a duck. He's due some runs. His last 4 innings have been 5, 5, 5 and now 0. Interesting to see if Ben Duckett at second slip goes to Southampton next week. And if this is his 4th match on the spin. Of course, there's just 1 more match in this little batch of county championship games. There's Tong. Bowls and driven crisply, and it will be stopped. Good work by Ollie Stone, who is another big fast bowler who's not shy in coming forward when it's his turn to do a bit of fielding. He'll throw himself full length as he did there, and that's saved 4 runs, which keeps Rory Burns on 2. Sort of helps Josh Tong out a little bit as well, doesn't it? Keeps Tong's figures far more respectable. 0 for 2, better than 0 for 6. Comes in again, bowls, and this time Burns will get it away through the offside, and he will get his boundary. Just used the pace on the ball, opened himself up to guide it away through the offside for a boundary. 9 without loss.
Yeah, didn't time it perfectly well, but races across the rather large square here at Trent Bridge. First bit of width really offered by Josh Tongue outside that off stump to Burns.
Yes, I would imagine there'll be a handful of changes for Nottinghamshire next week, or certainly there'll be more options. Brett Hutton will be very much back in contention. This one keeps low, scuttles along the ground in fact, and stopped by the pads of Verena. Dylan Pennington, another one. He's been rested and rotated for this match. So there's 2 options. Freddie McCann hasn't played since Taunton, the first game of the season, with Ben Duckett slotting in at 3 ahead of him. I haven't seen anything of Farhan Ahmed in the first team so far this season. Burns has 6. Now we'll turn this to mid-wicket for a single. And that'll be 10 without loss. And then after next week's games, of course, then we're into the blast. And again, Nottinghamshire had all their ducks lined up in a row very nicely. Peter Siddle coming for that one. George Lind, did you say Lind or Linda? The South African. But then things happen. Peter Siddle unavailable due to personal reasons, and Linda called up for South Africa. He's certainly not going to be available for the first few matches. So whether Verena and O'Neill have been enticed to play a few games remains to be seen.
Here is O'Neill into Burns, who dabs the ball to square leg and sneaks through for a quick single. Good running.
I think they missed a single off actually on the scoreboard. I think that's now 11. The live stream has 11. I think the run from the last ball of the last over didn't go up. In fact, it's showing us Burns being on strike when it is Sibley. I think it's 11 without loss rather than 10.
I think you're right. Here is O'Neill to Sibley, who's flicking the ball, but only as far as mid-on, and there is no run. Last week we had a few issues with the electronic scoreboard at Grace Road, didn't we? But
yeah.
Thankfully the manual scoreboard, those operators in there are always on the ball, so you can just glance across to your left and have a little look. Here comes O'Neill, bowls, and it's a comfortable leave outside off from Dom Sibley. A few more in after lunch, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Scattered around the ground.
Yeah.
And why not? Where would you rather be if you're in the Nottingham area on a Saturday afternoon? You've got some time on your hands. O'Neill, number 11 on his back, running away from us. Oh, that's tempted Sibley into having a poke at it. Outside off, swinging away past the outside edge.
Yes, that's the length, isn't it? Nice and full. Just getting it to move a little bit. Yes, tomorrow there'll be, I would imagine, quite a number of Nottingham Forest supporters in the ground for the first session in the red shirts before heading over the road behind us.
O'Neill bowls, and it's defended away by Sibley for no run.
Which I know you'll enjoy.
I'll tell you what, it gets pretty busy round here when when you've got Forest and Notts playing at the same time. Particularly, I think I've been once when there's been a white ball game, a blast game, and obviously more of a crowd in here at Trent Bridge, and usually a sellout at the City Ground. So O'Neill runs in, bowls, and that's another one past the outside edge. So 2 lovely deliveries in this over. Beating Sibley all ends up, but he's still there. And Surrey 11 without loss.
Yes, lovely stuff from O'Neill so far. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. Just a couple of singles off his bowling. It'll be Tong to continue. So the backups, who probably won't be needed for 20 minutes or so. Ollie Stone, who comes into this game off after getting his first Nottinghamshire 5 for last week in the win over Leicestershire, got 8 wickets in the match. And Lyndon James, whose career best figures came against Surrey, a 6 for down at the Oval a few years ago. Tong in to bowl, 4 runs, nicely clipped off his legs by Rory Burns through mid-wicket. It's pitched up by Tong, bowling quickly, but it does mean also that they'll go quickly off the bat when it's timed as sweetly as that by Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. So Surrey trail by 400 runs is the strap line on the bottom of the scoreboard opposite us, known as the Batman board for the sticky up ears on top. It's Tong in again to Rory Burns, a bouncer. Burns just bobbed underneath it.
You'll be able to tell us what else goes on in that building. The scorers will be there, will they?
Yeah, the scorers are in there. I think the match day operations room they call it. That's just sort of underneath the scoreboard. Down at the bottom there's the chief exec and the director of cricket's officers down on the ground floor. Match day operations all from there. This is turn to leg, and there's no run. 15 without loss. All changed quite dramatically since I first came here. Pavilion, yes, that was established and had been established for well over 100 years then. Obviously the redevelopments over the last 18 months. Tong's going to go round the wicket, but along that side of the ground was a double-decker par stand. With the Radcliffe Road stand the same at this end. Used to be way to our left on the Fox Road side, and just grass, and cars used to be parked there as Tong's delivery round the wicket on the angle. Just defended by Burns out to Hamid. Where the Hound Road stand is now used to be old ladies' pavilion. Very much a thing and a concept of the past. Used to be the tree in the far corner, the par tree. There comes Tong again. Full of aggression, turned onto the leg side. Tumbling stop from Lyndon James, who did 2 complete pirouettes there before he managed to locate the ball. He knew he'd stopped it, but didn't know where it was. 15 without loss. Ryan Patel listed to come in at 3, then Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith. Keep on coming, don't they, in that middle order. The youngster, the young talent Adam Thomas at 7 after Dan Lawrence. Next delivery is again turned away through the leg side and well out of the reach of Lyndon James and Ollie Stone, who chases after it, and there's 4 more. So the pace of Tong just been put to nice effective use here by Rory Burns, clipping a couple of boundaries away. He's on 16, he's got quickly out of the blocks. Sibley going along with a more sedate 1 from 19 balls, 19 for none.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to Rory Burns. No. There's been a few drifting onto his pads. Can't also drift too far outside the off stump. We've seen him play a nice cut shot through the covers as well. I guess that's true of most batters, isn't it? Don't drift onto the legs, don't bowl too wide of the off stump. So Burns has been gifted a few, but you've still got to put them away, and he has done well. Fergus O'Neill then once again into Sibley. Oh, that's way down the leg side, and Verena does well to get some glove on it to prevent the boundary. And it will just be signalled as one bye.
Yeah. That's cruel
So
on
harsh,
Verena.
So
Yep.
harsh.
Mandy's been in touch. Hey Dave, got the pleasure of being 2 floors below you today. I'm in the Radcliffe Road Hospitality. Nice to see some live cricket. Oh, that's a nice way to spend your Saturday, Mandy. Hope you very much enjoy the day downstairs in the Hospitality.
Fridge full of
yes,
something to drink.
something cool and refreshing.
Coming round the wicket now is Fergus O'Neill. Into Burns, who defends with a solid full face into the offside.
The other matches underway again after lunch, apart from Old Trafford, raining at Old Trafford. Lancashire made 201 yesterday, Middlesex 116 for 5. Playing everywhere else except for New Road, Worcester, but that's not rain that's holding them up. Worcester were 9 down.
As O'Neill is into Burns, the ball's tucked away into the gap there between mid-wicket and mid-on for a single.
They were 9 down, played the extra half an hour to get the last wicket taken, but Durham didn't, so Worcestershire 303 for 9, so they only went for lunch at 1:30 in that one.
Kevin Howes tells me that our colleagues there were getting quite hungry by the end of that. O'Neill then back over the wicket into Sibley, who is forward defending.
A couple of other Division 2 games. Derbyshire 482 for 5 against Northants, building a big score. Well, they've got a big score there. And at Bristol, Gloucestershire made 325, Kent 104 for 3 in reply. I'll give you Division 1 in a moment.
O'Neill back in, and Sibley looks to guide the ball with an open face and manages not to get the best of contact. The ball trickles away to backward point, no run.
It's a full programme of 5 Division 1 games. The other 4 are at Edgbaston. Warwickshire's second innings, 27 without loss, leading Yorkshire by 22. At Hove, Sussex 148 for 2. They trail Leicestershire by 180. Cardiff, Glamorgan 87 for 4, trailing Somerset by 267.
O'Neill in, and a leave by Sibley outside off.
And at Chelmsford, Hampshire yesterday 235 all out. Essex in reply 150 for 6. So steady progress being made up and down the country.
Sussex have done well to recover from 18 for 2 they were when Tom Helm, making his debut for Leicestershire on loan from Middlesex, 2-week loan, took 2 wickets in 3 balls, and well, since then they've not had a look in Leicestershire.
Yes, I thought you were going to say recovered well from their -12 at the start of the season. Sussex. Now that that almost was very quickly sorted out winning their first 2, wasn't it?
Yep.
That could have been a real millstone round their neck had they gone 3 or 4 matches without a win. Could have been cut adrift. It's going to be Ollie Stone. We've only had 3 overs from Josh Tong. It is going to be Stone coming on, the first change from the far end. Ball's now to Burns, and the first ball has gone past the bat. Burns might have just played over the top of it, kept low, and again it's clattered into Verena. Second bounce and run away for another bye. Again, tough on the keeper. Tough for Jamie Smith, tough for Kyle Verena. You get a little closer to try and stop it dying on you and bouncing again, and the next one will take off and go over your head. It's a challenging track to bounce on. It's certainly a challenging bit of ground, I think, between the stumps and the keeper when you stood back. There's Stone now to Sibley. It's 1 not out. Dom Sibley. Stone bowls a pacey delivery past the outside edge. This pair will have been Warwickshire teammates, won't they? Definitely. 22 without loss. So they'll know each other's game, yep. This is Stone's 4th season here, and I'd say Sibley's probably been back with Surrey 4 or 5. He's on 1. Faced 24 deliveries now. And Stone bowls to him, and Sibley tried to force it away for runs, and it's come to rest almost by his boot. Haven't gone anywhere.
He's back from Warwickshire in 2023. Dom Sibley.
23, 24, 25. Yes, Stone will probably have left Edgbaston in the same winter then, if this is his 4th year. 23, 24, 25, 26. Yep. Here comes Ollie Stone once more to former teammate. This is pushed into, or pushed back to the bowler. Mark Church at the back of the box. So the question we're dying to know, Mr. Church, both these gentlemen we've looked up, born in Epsom in Surrey. Have you researched into whether they were born in the same hospital? No. There we go. That's
He's not been and checked the records then.
No. 22 without loss. 2 balls left in this over. Balls now, and Sibley shoulders arms, and it goes through to Verena.
Yeah, sorry, that's not something I've dipped into. I haven't sort of, on an afternoon off, gone to Epsom Hospital to look at birth records. See,
well, it's on your list now, isn't it?
It is.
But it's just the fact they've both opened for England together. I wonder if people who've got lots and lots and lots of column inches to fill, somebody might have done it.
May have. They were born in the same hospital as well. Yeah. Imagine that. What are the chances?
Well, exactly. Exactly. I thought if they had have done, you'd have known. Stone bowls whipped away wristily by Sibley. Ben Slater's out there, gets the dive in, can't come up with the ball. It was just out of reach. He's gone for 4. Sibley gets his first boundary. Ollie Stone's first over comes to an end. 1 over, none for 4. You've taken in the afternoon air. Is it still a nice temperate climate?
Yeah, it's actually quite nice at times to just sit and watch from a different angle. And Burns has started nicely here. Sibley's just sort of going along as Sibley does. I did have to laugh when he got hit very close to the unmentionable's first ball, Sibley, because last week in his monumental effort, the number of times he got hit there, but he sort of just seems to shake it off.
Here is O'Neill then into Burns. He leaves the ball outside off.
Because it's been solid start really, this from Surrey.
Got an email here. I don't know if it's for reading an air or if it's for you privately. I don't know if it's somebody you know. Just you tell me if it's just a personal message to pass on. bracecricket@icloud.com on the email.
O'Neill back in. Burns defends to mid-on. Back foot.
Oh, no, very nice of Mark there. I'm slightly concerned that poor Mark's been on my LinkedIn profile and the fact that I'm not taking it terribly seriously on LinkedIn, I have to say. There's all sorts of bits and pieces on there. But
different profile picture on LinkedIn, like suit and tie and all that.
Oh, absolutely. No.
O'Neill in and Burns defends away into the covers. No, right.
So we've got a nice email from Mark, just essentially
Mark.
passing on.
Well,
passing on his
LinkedIn is
request.
all about being open to work, isn't it?
Of course.
And other offers. Not that I've had any. But nice to hear from you, Mark. Thank you.
Busiest man on the circuit.
Well, only because I'm filming myself hitting a golf ball with a cricket bat. Yeah, really and truly, it's a bit of a worry for a 52-year-old, isn't it?
O'Neill in and Burns works the ball out towards deep square leg. A bit of work to do from fine leg.
Now, where is this? indoor cricket school that you do your
Mum's
you have your
garage.
Right.
Yes, it's in
Right.
Mum's garage, and
Are these your boxes of artefacts that?
no, they're Mum's.
Okay.
So basically, there's been about 6 China plates that have already seen the end of the 6. Yeah. So quite a bit of Women's Institute cups and plates. Those, a few of them have disappeared as well. Yeah. So there we are.
Does Mum know about this?
Yeah, she does. I don't think she minds too much, really.
It's like Jam in Jerusalem, the Women's Institute.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting.
O'Neill bowls and Burns flicks the ball down towards fine leg. He's going to get 4 runs, and it is signalled as runs, so maybe just a bit of inside edge onto pad. There was a bit of an ooh and an ah from Fergus O'Neill.
I was watching with O'Neill. How has he bowled at Burns before? I'm not sure.
He's not played against Surrey before.
No. So what he'll work out is lots of oohs and ahs there, but Burns, he'll take balls from where you think he's sort of going to hit middle stump, and he'll just work that. It can get him into trouble at times.
O'Neill to complete the over goes outside off, and Burns leaves alone. Surrey 32 without loss.
I think with Burns, he's looked in great nick all season. Hasn't made a big score yet. Got 70 odd last week against Sussex, but he looked in good form. He's just found strange ways of getting himself out. Of course, he was run out in the 3rd over of the season, which is never ideal. One of the worst bits of cricket I've seen in a very long time, but we got it out the way early. That was the good thing. But
A miscommunication.
Dominic Sibley wasn't going anywhere.
Right.
Rory Burns basically ran 2 and still got a run out. Here's Ollie Stone then, coming in from the Stuart Broad end to Sibley. Sibley solidly forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Stone does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. I've had a message for you from the great Andrew Sampson. He's not been well recently. So the great news is that Mr. Sampson is making a good recovery, which is excellent. He's listening in to us, and
Hello,
it's
Andrew.
George Linda, as in Linda, as in the name Linda.
Okay.
He wanted you to know, one point.
you.
So there you are. But lovely to have Mr. Sampson listening in. As Stone is in, over the wicket to Sibley on drives, nicely up the ground. Hasib Hamid does the fielding, and there is no run. That man and his stats, goodness gracious.
Yes, a player I was looking forward to seeing, however we pronounced his name, but doesn't seem as if he will, certainly for a while. He was signed for Notts to play in the Blast, but now he's been called up for South Africa for some limited
He's been
over
around
series.
a while now, George Linda. He played for Kent for a while, didn't he? Yeah. As Sibley waits once again. Stone is into him. Quick. But it's too wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Sibley. Yeah, these two know each other very well. We're at Warwickshire together, good mates, these two. It's good to see Ollie Stone piling in. Josh Tongue, well, for me, Josh Tongue should be leading the England attack. For me. Although, having seen that everywhere I looked yesterday, because Ben Stokes opened the bowling for Durham, apparently he's now going to be opening the bowling for England.
Oh, that's been decided, has it?
Well, although he is probably England's best bowler, as in over the wicket once again comes Stone, and Sibley just turns this into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. One more to Sibley. He moves on to 6. Surrey 33 without loss, all in reply to Nottinghamshire's 415 in the first innings.
I mean, there's a bring back Ollie Robinson campaign, isn't there? There's let's get Mark Wood fit and back in campaign.
Yeah.
There's we need to get Jofra back on a plane the day after he's finished in the IPL to play the next day in the Test match campaign. There's all sorts of things.
All will be revealed, will it not? That's Rory Burns. Settles himself down. Left-handed, of course, Rory Burns. 3 slips in there. Stone is into him. Burns is in behind this. Just pushes it into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I mean, it is a discussion that I'm sure will have been done in the stands of all 18 first-class counties. People sat there all day talking about the game. There will be those that think that the England side should be selected by those who've played in the county championship and are there on merit. They're currently performing well, and there will be those that think, well, there's other players who have proven themselves over the years and got a central contract. They should be the ones playing.
Stones in, that's down the leg side. Burns gets inside this, taken by Verena, moving away to his right, end of the over. So solid start from Surrey, 33 without loss after 10 overs. Burns is on 23, Sibley is on 6.
You know, the genie's out the bottle, isn't it? It's, you know, you're not going to say to Jacob Bethel, Will Jacks, one or two others, if you go and play here, there or whatever, it's going to eliminate you from our thoughts with regards to selection for the first test match. There's Fergus O'Neill to bowl to Sibley, who's on 6, pushes this up to mid-off. But there are others that do feel it should be, current performance. But cricket, and in particular form in cricket, it's such a fickle thing. Joe Clarke has been on such a great run, but it can go the other way. And there's players, for example, who haven't really made an eye-catching score yet this season that come the beginning of June might be in prime form. Oh, no ball bowled here by Fergus O'Neill to Dominic Sibley. 2 more to the total. It's pushed into the offside. No runs anyway, but 2 more. Takes extras up to 6. So 35 without loss. Replying to Nottinghamshire's 4-1-5.
There's a bit more cloud now, isn't there, this afternoon? But it's very warm out there. Very, very warm.
Nice afternoon for the club cricketers. O'Neill. This one started wide and swings wider still. So it goes through to Verena. The umpire Ian Blackwell's just getting a little bit perturbed about where O'Neill's feet are landing.
There was that young man a couple of weeks ago. He took a double hat-trick, didn't he? 6 in 6 balls.
Yes. It's a great effort, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. You don't often see that, do you?
Who was it who got 5 last year? Curtis Camphor, was it? An Irish player. This is O'Neill wide of the off stump. Goes a long way down in his follow-through, Fergus O'Neill. I don't know if you've noticed.
He does.
Turns and marches briskly back.
It's a pretty simple system, isn't it, from Fergus O'Neill?
Many in his homeland feel he just lacks a yard or two of pace to become an effective Australian test bowler, and then they look at the pace of the likes of Scott Boland and so, who've done pretty well. That's wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and so there's very little difference.
Never did Jimmy any harm, did
No,
it?
certainly his career's still on an upward path, and
How old is he?
He's 25.
Is he? Still young.
Yeah. He's played 4 matches for Notts last year. He'd played so little cricket full stop in his career that they could only get sort of a 1-month visa. So played the first 4 matches for Nottinghamshire last year, but eager to sign him up for this year. This wide of the pegs and goes through to the keeper, and then wouldn't you just know it, Victoria qualified for the Sheffield Shield final, so he missed the first round of matches, and then played against Glamorgan, his first game having flown here, and had to come out of the game with a side issue, sore ribs. So I had to miss last week. Well, no, then it was the bye week. They took him to Leicester, but decided not to include him, then wanted to include him when Brett Hutton dropped out midway through the game. Next delivery, past the shoulder of the bat. I thought he'd nick that one, to be fair, but he hadn't. Well negotiated in the end. Dominic Sibley did really well not to nick that. Good over from O'Neill. 6 overs, none for 11.
Yeah, the other thing is that Sibley and Burns will be loving this, because you've got high quality bowlers going at them, and high quality players like playing high quality opposition.
Mark says, apologies to Mr. B. No need to apologise. I'm a Notts member. I was just wishing Mr. Church a warm welcome.
That's very kind.
As a visitor to Trent Bridge. Thank you, Mark. That's very
Lovely,
kind
Mark.
indeed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Here's Ollie Stone then. Coming in from the Stuart Broad end to Burns. It's hit the thigh guard, I think. Verena put the dive in. They should get a couple here. They will get a couple. So leg buys will be the signal from Nigel Long.
Thought we'd taken on new staff when I arrived yesterday morning, ahead of the first day, and they're on the gate. As I arrived, were Mr. Church and Mr. Newell deep in conversation, letting people in and out. New job as a gatekeeper.
It was lovely to see him. It really was. 3 slips in there. Burns settles himself down over his back. They've got a short mid-wicket in catching now for Burns. Stone is into him. It's a good line. It's a good lead from Burns. Good line from Stone. Burns lets it go outside his off stump.
Kate sent me something that I can't open, Kate.
Oh dear.
Can you spot the error in this, Dave? I can't, because I can't get into it. There's nothing there to get into, Kate.
That might be the error.
Well, it might be. It might be, or it might be one of those that I do get into it, and that's it. My machine doesn't work
ever again.
Yeah. There's a lot of that about, isn't there?
There is. As in over the wicket once again is Stone. That's what I'm talking about. Burns, pretty straight delivery.
Oh, that's a brilliant bit of fielding.
It really is. Sprinting round, diving just inside the rope, flicking it back for Joe Clark.
That's O'Neill down there on the boundary edge, and he was nearly in the second row of the William Clark stand, scooping that back. It's a tremendous effort, really was. I don't know if we've got a shot of that to show you a better replay. What a brilliant bit of work that was.
Yeah,
2 runs instead of 4.
Very, very good from O'Neill, that, as Stone is in again. Oh, Burns will go. He's looked to pull one. He's got a top edge, and Stone will take the catch off his own bowling. Oh, and Rory Burns will be livid with that. Worked so hard. He's looked in good nick again. But on 25, he's tried to pull a ball from outside his off stump, and it's gone straight up in the air. Ollie Stone put his name on it and takes a pretty straightforward catch. So Burns goes for 25 and Surrey a 39 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think that the fielding the ball before had anything to do with it, because if it hadn't been 2 it would have been 4, so he'd have been back on strike one way or another. But here's a replay of it, Mark. We're just seeing banged in short just outside the off stump by Stone, and emphasise outside the off stump because he was trying to pull it, wasn't he, away to leg, and it's gone straight up in the air. And even from here we heard the bellow from Ollie Stone, because a couple of other fielders were just starting to converge on it, but he made it his. And there are some fielders that you see circling under high catchers and you think, this one's going to be iffy. Never thought that for 1 second then. Burns out for 25 at the crease for 3/4 of an hour, 32 balls, 4 fours. Surrey a 39 for 1.
This is interesting. Jamie Smith coming out at 3. Now, he's been batting 3 for Surrey, but when he took the gloves last week, it was Ryan Patel. He's walking out at 3 today. Jamie Smith. Yeah, I think the other thing there is it's a pretty short leg side boundary for the left-hander with the bowler coming in from that Stuart Broad end. So that probably just tempted Burns into that, but it wasn't actually that short when you see it again.
No.
And it just went straight off the top edge, and a good safe catch from Ollie Stone. So Jamie Smith out there at number 3. He's looked in lovely touch all summer, of course, batting at 3. But as I say, in the last game when he kept wicket, he dropped down the order, but he's marching out there at number 3 today. 39 for 1 then, Surrey. First wicket for Nottinghamshire. And Jamie Smith, there'll be 4 slips in there to start with Jamie Smith. Right-handed, of course, Jamie Smith. You see the heat haze going across the ground.
Yeah.
So Stone, first ball for the right-handed Smith.
And Smith's in behind it, pushes it into the offside. Hamid comes up to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Do you get the impression this is England related?
Surrey related. So Gareth Batty explained it to us. So Ollie Pope said, if I'm honest now, I'd rather be batting at 4. So Gareth Batty went to Jamie Smith and said, do you fancy 3? And he said, absolutely.
Right.
Quite like the responsibility. So that's where that came from.
His own career development.
Absolutely. As he waits with that bat raised, the stone is in, and he's up on his toes. Short ball, just going to force it through the offside. So, end of the over, Ollie Stone with the wicket of Rory Burns for 25, and Surrey 39 for 1. And that's all in reply to the Nottinghamshire 415. I think again, with Rory Burns, he looked in lovely touch today.
Yes, yeah, he did.
He really did. And then he's just gone on the pull shot there, top edge, and you could see as it was. It's a horrible moment that when you know you're going to get caught, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you just turn around and have to walk off. But he's gone for 25, and now Josh Tong's coming into the attack. Down below us, switches ends, and he's coming into the attack from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, Tong started with 3 overs none for 15, placing Fergus O'Neill. That's why he's setting the field. Simon Gledden's been in touch. Dave, I'm sitting in the Bridgeford Road fridge today. Really enjoyed the last wicket partnership for Notts. Doesn't look easy to take wickets. I think Surrey will be only 3 or 4 down by the close. Looking forward to some attacking stroke play now, though, by Jamie Smith. Thank you, Simon. Here's Tong. First ball is turned away towards the fridge by Sibley. Up to Joe Clark for a single. 40 for 1. If you've been up to other stuff this morning, maybe people working, coming in, put a shift in, you've been down the allotment, didn't necessarily follow what happened this morning. Joe Clark, 129 not out overnight, hardly a false shot yesterday. Second ball of the morning, second ball that he faced this morning, he nicked it behind without addition. O'Neill then went, and it took a last wicket partnership of 74 to get Notts up to 415, and that was just before lunch. We had a slightly early lunch. So Smith to face Tong for the first time, and that's a full wide delivery that Jamie Smith thought about chasing after but didn't. Now he's looking at the umpire quizzically as if to suggest some arms might have been outstretched there, and they might have been actually. It was very wide, wasn't it?
It was. I'm just looking at the Smith scores. 9 and 132 against Warwickshire, 166 and 89 against Leicestershire, 5 against Essex, and then he was trying to get on with it against Sussex down the order and was out for 8.
Hugely talented player. Tong bowls. Oh, that's a beauty though. That's a nice bit of bowling from Josh Tong. Jamie Smith will go down and do some gardening here. That's just early innings nerves, but he pitched it nice and full. Was initially on the stumps, I think, and then just deviated away from the slight prod. Can have another little look at that to just reappraise.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
If you're nicking that, you're in world-class form.
Bowling quickly. As we know with Tong, it's not necessarily the longest run-up in the world. Nice economical approach, all in the shoulder, bowls a fullish delivery which Smith defends, and Tong fields on the bounce.
I think the world of this fella. I really do. He should be leading England's attack. There's no doubt about it. You know, it was frankly ridiculous he didn't play in the first couple of Ashes Test matches.
It's one of these, Mark, that when they signed him, Josh Tong, well, I know the name, obviously played twice for England, I think, by then, but I've not seen anything of him against Notts. You speak to people at Worcestershire, and Josh Tong playing for England, well, didn't really see that coming, but crikey. This one is pushed into the offside, because Notts had a little bit with, they signed Zach Chappell, and then he was out injured for a long time. They've had Ollie Stone, he was out injured for a long time, and then Tong didn't play at all in his first season, 2024. He was You know, he was out of commission the entire season, so they signed him the summer 2023, and we didn't see him bowl a ball for Notts until April 25 when he tore through Durham to win a game. And away you go. Oh, I like this fella. That's how he began the season, and of course we know how he ended it, down at the Oval. Then again, bowls wide of the off stump through to Carl Verena. Top stuff from Tong. He's come back over. Goes for a single, 4 overs, none for 16 Surrey. Over 40 for 1, replying to Nottinghamshire's 415.
It's just my opinion, but I think he should be leading England's attack, because he might not always get it right, but when he does, he can just bowl. Well, he just bowls unbelievable deliveries, and he gets good players out. So I really like him. And it's all, again, it's not a huge run up, but he just generates pace and bounce. Ollie Stone it will be to continue from the Stuart Broad end. As in over the wicket he goes to Sibley. Sibley's up on his toes, just pushes this one away into the offside. Oh, you know, Ollie Stone just following all the way down to Sibley to have a little look.
Yeah, just thinking about this, they signed Stone end of 2023. They signed Tong end of 2024, and this is the first time they've bowled in tandem together.
Is it?
It's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be.
Interesting. Turns again. Does Ollie Stone? He's got 3 slips in there again for Sibley, who's on 7. Stone is in, and Sibley's solidly forward, just playing this one back up the ground. That botter's up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
There are things I, like everybody, sort of mulls over, and it's something sort of comes into your mind, a thought, and then it just drifts away because there's no way of knowing. And Richard, I think, has had similar thoughts. Any idea what the record number of caught and bowls is in a match, says Richard? That's the 3rd now. No, and that thought crossed my mind, 2 from Worrell, 1 from Stone, all very different, but I've no idea.
No man who might.
Okay, Andrew?
Yes. Sibley gets himself across his stumps there, just to get himself into line.
Yes, if your good friend Andrew has got anything we can sort of offer to that. We've had 3 caught and bowls out of the first, 11 wickets to go down in this match. 2 by Worrell, 1 now from Stone. We love a stat.
Ooh, we do. Well, we do love a stat, but we like an obscure stat as well. We do like another, sort of utterly left field statistic. Stone is in over the wicket. Oh, Sibley's had a fiddle. Outside his off stump. That doesn't happen very often. It's good bowling. It's as much the pace as anything there from Stone. Just got him to just push those hands at it outside his off stump. Good bowling from Stone. Really good bowling.
Kate's come back to me, the one that wouldn't load. Apparently one of the graphics that was put up was Joe Clark, no 4s, 13 6s, rather than the other way around.
Wow.
That would have been a great effort.
Did play well.
Well spotted, Kate.
Stone is in to Sibley, beats him on the outside. Good bowling again. Sibley will just put it to the back of his mind and wander off towards square leg.
Might have to bring that up in the production meeting later on.
Ooh, are you part of the production meeting?
We've got a production meeting.
What are you doing?
End of the second day of the production meeting.
Very good.
I think you've been.
Well, yes.
You've been co-listed to help take Wilson down at the far end. You need a hard hat for that, though.
Not happening.
Wilson, the static camera, the ground here.
Thinking of that film Castaway.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket goes Stone, and this is turned by Sibley. Quick single. Jamie Smith was daydreaming for a second there. And Hassie Pamee came round, and then Smith put the afterburners on. He's hit the stumps, but Smith was safely home. And they get the single, and Sibley will keep the strike. I watched Notts this morning with Paul Franks going through their fielding drills. Yeah, very impressive actually. 41 for 1. Smith yet to get off the mark, and Sibley is on 8.
Well, I think Nikesh has done the last 3 Notts games in a row, and he will confirm to you, I'm sure, that in that time, I mean, he must have hit the stumps 6 times. He's not run anybody out yet, but he hits the stumps with great regularity. It's a lovely pick-up and shy, 41 for 1. Dominic Sibley has 8. Is that 8 from 46? It is. Stickability. It's down the leg side, and Verena again has to take one low down, sprawling down the leg side.
Yes, he's faced a lot of balls already this season as the Sibley. I can't remember what the number was, but I did actually, because I have, I'm you know me, all rock and roll. I did sit down and at the end of last season added up the number of balls he'd faced in the Championship. It's quite a lot.
There's always somebody who knows. This is driven up to mid-on, and the person who knows is Nigel King, and said, Dave, you'll find that Mr. Sampson has already written a blog post about this.
Oh, of course he has. He's well ahead of the game as always.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody can, either you, Nigel, or Andrew yourself, can abbreviate hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, if not, I'll read at the tea interval all about court and bowls. There's Tong. Deliver it. Look how quickly that just thuds into the gloves of Verena. That's a pacey ball from Josh Tong. He'll be enjoying this. Sibley, in a way, will be enjoying this as well. It's good stuff from the two of them.
Yes, well, you never know. We could be on for a record, couldn't we?
Well, we could. We'll have a little look at that. 41 for 1. Halfway through the 15th over. I was going to say deflected down the leg side. That was misleading from my angle. It thudded into the thigh pad. Nikesh is back in the room. I was just commenting, you've done the last 3 games, and you must have seen Hamid now throw the stumps down 6 times.
Yeah.
He doesn't miss often, but he hasn't run anybody out yet.
That's true, yeah.
Good man.
Just a few warnings, I guess,
Good man at
for the batters.
Good man to go to the fun fair with.
Yeah.
When it's the old coconut try and then knock the tin cans off.
Yeah, but you've got to knock them off the platform as well, haven't you? Which is annoying, because you can knock them down, but it's getting them off that platform.
I was saying, I don't know why this came up, but I won a goldfish once when I was at university at the fun fair. And we had
They don't do that anymore, do they?
No, but we had Brian for 2 years.
Here's Josh Tong. Bowls and steered to backward point. Did you keep it in a bowl or a tank?
He was in a bowl.
No, you shouldn't have him in a bowl, you see. That curvature of the spine and all that.
Well, he seemed very happy. Brian was very happy.
Brian.
Went round and round in circles.
And how did you win that? Was that?
That was on the tin cans.
Okay. Okay, because they generally have the goldfish one where you have to throw a table tennis ball into a goldfish bowl there. That's nigh on impossible,
this was
isn't it?
tin cans, yeah, but they don't do it anymore, do they?
Don't know. I haven't been to the...
No goldfish at fun fairs that I've been to.
I haven't been to a fun fair this century. Tong bowls pitched up, driven nicely by Smith through the offside, and that'll go, well, it's gone for 4. It wasn't a case of that'll go for 4, he hit it that hard. Away for a boundary. Lovely shot. What have we got here? Caught and bowled is the latest missive from John Starbuck. All my wickets in an extremely modest career were caught and bowled, Dave. This was mainly because I used a very slow right arm leg break which fooled batsmen into prodding forward. You don't see much of that in the county game, he adds.
No, you don't. I wonder how many wickets he got through his career.
Good effort. Well, he said all my wickets were caught and bowled, so it doesn't suggest he got too many. Good effort, John. Thank you very much. Nikesh back with us for the start of Ollie Stone's over.
Stone into his 5th over, rather. 1 for 8, his figures. Continue with that rhythm, really, from last week at Grace Road. He comes from the broad end bowls, and Sibley is back punching this into the covers for no run. Very tall man, Dom Sibley was a sort of short of a length delivery which rose fairly sharply, but he played it comfortably enough.
Worked hard on his fitness, didn't he, in his England days. He got into the side and then realised that maybe the fitness of a county cricketer wasn't necessarily the same fitness as an international cricketer, and when he saw the likes of Stokes and co working hard, he decided to knuckle down. Or
Stone bowls leg side-ish, and that's been flicked away across the square. It skips away to the boundary. Thuds into the hover cover over to our left. Stray in line to this man. He will put you away all day long.
yeah, he didn't decide to knuckle down. He did knuckle down and worked on his fitness. And of course, if you're planning on batting for hours upon end, that extra bit of fitness and stamina can only come in handy. Half century up for Surrey, 50 for 1. Notts made 4-1-5 eventually.
Stone back in to Sibley. It's better. That's been punched away past the fielder there at cover. It's racing away towards that short boundary. Won't quite make. Oh, it does. It does. It's a difficult one when you're running over towards that boundary. It was Josh Tongue in pursuit, and it's whether or not to go in for the full slide because the advertising hoardings are quite close to where the boundary rope is. You don't want to do yourself a nasty injury.
He clattered into that advertising hoarding for the cruise ship company. I don't know if they've collared you downstairs outside with all the brochures for the new.
I've seen they've got some nice hats, haven't they?
Yes, I like the deck chairs. I'm just wondering if I can snaffle a deck chair away.
Probably have to sign your life away first. Right, Stone then going for a couple of boundaries consecutively here to Sibley. Tries once more, and Sibley's wrapped on the pads. Looks a good shout. Massive appeal from the Notts players. Umpire says no.
Umpire says no, and he has the word. I wouldn't have been surprised had the finger gone up, though. I've not seen the replay of it, but looking out the window, crikey, it looked to be full and clattering into the stumps. Crikey me.
Good shout. Good shout.
Wow.
It kind of hit him, I think, in line just with the off stump, but his movement took him outside the line. I don't know whether that played its part in making the umpire think that it was outside the line of off stump. Very good shout. Ollie Stone back in, and forward in defence is Sibley.
It's gone now. Can't be altered, but gosh, it did look close. Sibley's 150 not out in this innings later on, much later on probably. Might reflect back on that even more.
It's one of those where if you're in a test match, you've got the technology that you can use, you would be going upstairs for a DRS review. But not to be, so Surrey still 54 for 1. Stone bowls, and Sibley pushes at this one, but he looks a little bit uncertain in this over. Just done by a bit of extra pace there on a couple of occasions by Ollie Stone. Manages to survive. Unbeaten on 16 now, and Surrey 54 for 1.
Interesting that as soon as over was called, look, Ben Duckett has run to chat to Ollie Stone. It's not been a single LBW decision given in this game so far. That doesn't necessarily mean a thing, does it? There might not, there hasn't been any that the umpires think we're out. That's first and foremost. It always gets me when football commentators say, "Oh, this referee has given 9 red cards this season." Well, they might all have been for handball
challenges.
Handball on the line, stopping a certain goal or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean they're stricter than others. This one is bowled by Tong to Smith, shapes away from the England wicketkeeper, taken by the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper. Yes, there's no context, is there, over just pure stats with something like that. Same with LBW. So-and-so hasn't given an LBW all season. Well, that's because X, Y and Z. 54 for 1.
The legend that is Dickie Bird was always said to be a little bit stingy when giving LBWs, I remember.
Jamie Smith has 4, and I think he actually played that with both feet off the ground. He sort of jumped, didn't he, as he played it into the offside. And there's no run. But again, you know, you want to get it right, don't you? And of course, in this day and age, umpires at the top level are helped by the decision review system.
It frees you up, doesn't it, as an umpire, I think.
Yeah.
That you've got that cushion that even if you do get one wrong, the technology is there should the team still have reviews in place and decide to go for one.
The onus goes back on the captain then, doesn't it? Tong bowls, Smith leaves it alone, and in turn then the captain is often looking towards the wicket keeper for a little bit of guidance and advice.
Kind of depends who your wicket keeper is. There are plenty that are not very good going upstairs for the reviews and just want to go up for everything.
I remember speaking to Jake Ball when he made his Test debut. His very first Test wicket was Azhar Ali LBW at Lord's. Up went the finger and up went the celebrations. Great moment for Jake Ball as Tong bowls now. It back, just brushed the fingers, clatters into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Sibley hadn't gone anywhere, and then Azhar Ali decided to review, and they had a couple of minutes going through all the bits and pieces, and then he was given out again. And when Jake came back to Notts, I sort of asked him about it, and that must have been a real roller coaster of emotions and must have been horrible to experience. He said, no, Dave, no, because he'd never played with the DRS before. I was able to celebrate my first Test wicket twice, once when it was given and once when it was given again. Great moment. So different courses for different horses. 3 slips, Patterson White, Duckett and Jack Haynes, waiting for the first nick to come their way. Not from this ball, because Smith tucks in behind it, runs it to backward point, and there's no run. Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, Ryan Patel, the youngster who got a century last week, Adam Thomas, all to come in the Surrey top 7. And then a man who's got a Test century in Gus Atkinson after Jordan Clark, Sean Abbott, Dan Worrell. Going to be just as tough for Notts, if not more tough than it was for Surrey to carve a way through and into that middle order and through it. This one wide of the off stump, and Smith, I think, had a little fiddle at that one, didn't get anything on that one. Through to the keeper, and there's good applause for Josh Tong. 6 overs, none for 20. 54 for 1. Bracecricket at iCloud.com if you have an email you want to get across. And here comes Richard Marshall with the Tamperer, a trusted member of the ground staff. He's gone out there. I think they call it a Tamperer or something. They
looked like a Viking hammer, didn't it, when he was
bashing it
over
down
his shoulder.
So Josh Tong just created somebody's created a bit of rough there, probably Worrell initially, and it's now just come a little uneven. But good work by Richard Marshall and his trusty implement. You can perhaps hear him. Those of you that can't see him on the pictures can perhaps hear him. And here he comes. Generally gets a good round of applause.
I love it when ground staff make their way out there with the old school kit.
There you go.
Old wooden hammer, there you go. Standing ovation.
It's nearly as big as Richard.
Atkinson then to begin a new over into Sibley. It's full, it's straight, driven straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
There is a bit of Atkinson in him, I'll give you that, but it's Stone. But there is a bit of Atkinson in the...
Apologies. You were talking about Atkinson
I know
and
I
his Test century, and I was kind of reminiscing in my mind about that innings. So Stone, of course.
But he holds it a bit like Gus, didn't he? He bowled most of his overs from the far end.
Atkinson did bowl well this morning.
Yeah, got a wicket.
Stone back in. And Sibley leaves alone outside off stump. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion, but comfortably played by Sibley.
Looks as if Lyndon James has got the call to begin his loosening up procedures. That's the fourth seamer. Coming on after O'Neill and Tong and Stone. Carries a fair amount of responsibility, doesn't it? You don't want to be letting them off the leash with one or two looseners.
Stone bowls and Sibley works a full delivery out towards backward point. There is no run. He's been very watchful in this innings so far, Dom Sibley. It's Rory Burns doing most of the attacking in that opening partnership. Burns gone for 25 from 32 balls. Sibley currently 16 from 59. Stone then at the top of his mark once more. Over towards that Stuart Broad end. Runs in towards us. Bowls and Sibley off the back foot, just punches the ball to Hamid there at mid-on. No run.
Making good progress here, Surrey, despite the loss of Rory Burns. 54 for 1 already. We've still got more than an hour to go before tea. 19 overs after this one.
I see a bit of Liam Patterson-White before that tea interval, just to see if there's anything in this pitch. And it's such a good job last week at just holding up an end. So accurate he was. Got his rewards in the second innings, of course. Stone bowls, quite short delivery, but has been worked off the back foot down towards fine leg. Single taken.
All sorts of things happening up and down the country in the county championship. The headlines on the BBC Sport website cricket page. Crawley out for 1. Crawley out for 1.
Yep.
Division 2, of course, for Kent. They won 45 for 4 at Bristol, replying to Gloucestershire's 3-2-5.
Pitch looks to have got a bit more batter friendly, as that's another full delivery just driven into the covers at Edgbaston for Warwickshire's second innings. Two very low first innings totals there. Warwickshire out for 147, Yorkshire 152, but Warwickshire 73 for none in their second.
The East Midlands is the place for runs, not necessarily Trent Bridge. Martin Anderson 97 not out, Brooke Guest 129 not out, Derbyshire 575 for 5 in their first innings against Northants, and I make it they've put 223 on together for the 6th wicket. Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson 575 for 5. Derbyshire. Just down the road, just down the A52. All the scores, as always, on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website and app. Here's Josh Tong, still bowling to 3 slips with Sibley at the far end. This was on his pads and it's just tucked into the leg side for a single. Wonder if Ollie Stone has come to the end of his spell. 6 overs, 1 for 17. Lyndon James continues to warm up, so it's going to be an action before too long, I would imagine. They won't want to bowl anybody into the ground today. It may be that they've got to bowl for the rest of today and maybe a good chunk of tomorrow as well, before it would be Nott's turn to bat again, assuming that's the way it goes. Sorry, still substantial amount behind, of course. That's a good delivery, really good delivery. That took off from a length, taken by Varane. You can see how Varane has stood, that he can't quite believe how that one deviated so sharply, and Smith went down and was pointing at a spot. That's remarkable. It really is. You want to get Richard Marshall out there with his tamperer banging down halfway down the track. Terrific delivery that did pitch just over halfway down the track, short of a length. Smith having nothing to do with it, but it was arrowing towards his body and then nipped away sharply. Varane had to leap to take it. Next delivery's turned to leg for a single.
angled in, so he had to play at it. Just held its line beautifully and took off from a length. There's not many batters that could have got an edge on that. It was that good.
57 for 1.
Sibley taking most of the strike in these last few overs. Smith down at the non-strikers end on 5 from 18.
It's Tong again, passed on by a Blackwell. Pitches it up, driven to Hamid. Sort of more extra cover than mid-off at the moment, but comfortable stop nonetheless.
Hamid with the trademark, I guess, white floppy hat on. Number 99 on his back. Very lucky number in India, apparently.
Is it?
99. That's where his family hails from, of course, in Gujarat.
Sibley has 18. Right-hander forces this behind square on the offside. Do we know why? Why 99's luckier than other numbers?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but there's an interesting story of talking about numbers on the back of shirts. And before, I think it was before the 2011 World Cup, Virender Sehwag went to a numerologist in India, and they basically told him that no number is good for you. So he just went numberless for the whole tournament.
Okay,
Just had his name on the
yeah.
back, and they won the World Cup.
Tong balls to Sibley. It's just crisply up to mid-on, fielded by O'Neill. There's no run. End of the over, 57 for 1 after 19. So even I can just about work that out. Surrey going along at 3 and over at the moment. They've lost Rory Burns, caught and bowled by Ollie Stone for 25, trying to take on a short ball to pull away, and was outside off stump, so mistimed it, went straight up the chimney, straight up in the air, and Stone made sure that everybody knew it was his. Got underneath it and took it comfortably. Lyndon James into the attack. Didn't make an impact with the bat, only made 2 yesterday, so chance to get involved in this game with the ball.
He's got Stuart Broad's old number on his back, number 8. If you were out there playing modern day cricket, Dave, is there any particular number you'd go for any particular reason? Some
There
people
isn't
choose,
really,
like,
no.
a number of their favourite footballer, or somebody from a different sport,
No, not
or a cricketer from the past, perhaps. James in, and well, that's a thickish outside edge with soft hands from Jamie Smith, and it's going to head away to the deep third boundary for 4. He was in control of it, but didn't want it to go necessarily in that direction, but the soft hands meant no chance was offered. So Smith with a boundary to his name. Surrey 61 for 1.
there honestly isn't, which is sort of
No Miami Dolphins players.
Well, I mean, the most famous
you're
Miami
thinking.
Dolphins player is Dan Marino's number 13.
Unlucky for some.
Yeah.
James back in, and that's another thickish outside edge. And that's racing away for more runs. Just a couple this time for Smith down to deep third.
But it is funny how some numbers become in vogue. I don't know if it was I can't even think of his name now. The Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan.
23.
He was 23 before Beckham, wasn't he? Or was it the other way round?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Michael Jordan 23, and then obviously Beckham,
Good
and then
decade
suddenly,
or so before
and
Beckham,
suddenly
yeah.
23 was the number to have, wasn't it?
James in, and Smith off the back foot, punching out towards the short boundary at deep cover, but there is protection there, so it will just be the single. He actually wanted the number 45 because that was his older brother's number, and it wasn't available when he became a pro for the Chicago Bulls, so he went for sort of as close to half of 45 as he could, 23, and kind of stuck with that. It served him well, but when he initially came back after taking a break from basketball, he came back for a short period with the number 45, which is the shirt number of Dom Sibley.
Yep.
Who's now on strike.
Michael Lum's old number as well, 45.
Comes James, and Sibley looks to tap and run into the offside there towards point, but it's sent back. Rohit Sharma's number as well. It's a very popular number in India, that, 45.
I was just actually wondering, just wonder if it might have been Lyndon James when he made his Notts debut, 45. Might have got that wrong. Let's see if we can have one stab at guessing where I might have kept numbers.
James in. That's a lovely drive there from Sibley, but well fielded at extra cover. There is no run. Quite like the idea behind Joe Root and Route 66. It's quite a clever one. I once asked Sachin Tendulkar in an interview, the number 10. Why did you go for the number 10? Was it, you know, maybe after one of your favourite footballers, big Maradona fan, as James is in, and that's been left alone outside the off stump, end of the over. Surrey 64 for 1, and he said, no, it's just because my name's got 10 in it, 10 Dulkar. So I just went with number 10. Well, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah, 10's very popular in football. Maradona, Messi, and
Pele,
and so on.
if you're
Pele.
going back.
Yeah. Number 15 on the field, is that Matt Fisher? Certainly a sub-fielder on for Surrey. Just far enough, I guess, into the afternoon, and still a long way to go until tea. 17 overs for one or two players just to take comfort break. Won't be Matt Fisher, will it? Of course, Notts are in the field, you idiot. I think it's Joe Pocklington then. Out there as a sub-fielder for Notts. Here's Tong in now, bowling to Smith, who defends. Yes, not only get the wrong player, but get the wrong county. Yeah, it's Joe
It's
Pocklington.
only day 2, Dave.
Yeah, slow left arm. Slow left arm spinner they got from Lincolnshire last year, played in the Metro Bank, had a terrific campaign in that competition. I'll be very much looking forward to that competition, end of July and through August again. There's Josh Tong, 64 for 1 bowls, and Smith defends thanks to Nigel King again, who's our go-to this afternoon for all the important issues. He sent me a photograph of Lyndon James wearing the number 45 shirt. I was there or thereabouts. A number of the Surrey squad, including Jordan Clark there, just having a little wander round the boundary edge, taking in the afternoon air.
It's the final here again, the Metro Bank One Day Cup
I
final.
believe it is, yeah. Yeah. 64 for 1. Tom bowls, played down into the ground by Smith.
I was here for it last year. Worcestershire, Hampshire.
Yeah, since it moved here, I've only been to the first one, I think, was Durham Glamorgan.
Weren't here for the mighty Foxes.
Who? No. 64 for 1. Much as I will praise Trent Bridge from the rooftops and always advocate for this ground to have its rightful standing, this is a push to Hamid. Again, he shies at the stumps. This time he narrowly misses. It was side on and only had one stump to aim at. I think Jamie Smith would have been home in any case. It was probably a well-taken single, but again, Hamid just showing that he can quickly get to the ball and release it. I do think the traditional Lord's One Day Cup final and the big day around it all, going down to London, you know, obviously depending on which county it is, but you know, the Lord's One Day Cup final at the self-titled home of cricket should still be on the calendar somewhere. That's Tong bowls to Sibley. This is dropped down behind square. much the same as Edgbaston has become the home of finals day. I mean, the one or two other grounds that have had it since, Edgbaston was in there. We had a really poor one at Cardiff one year where there were really low scores, weren't there? Notts got there in 2010 at the Rose Bowl, as it was then, down at Southampton. Just a long way for everybody to go, and wasn't a great day for Notts. Went out on Duckworth Lewis, 65 for 1. Tong bowls. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 runs for Dominic Sibley. That's the shot of the innings for me. Elegant straight drive. And Mead was just too far round towards extra cover to cut off anything straight. And a lovely punch down the ground. 69 for 1. Smith has 13. Sibley 22. They've added 30 since Burns fell for 25.
Beautiful shot there, just slightly over pitched. It's been a tidy little partnership this since the loss of that wicket of Rory Burns. It's going to be Lyndon James to continue then from the broad end. Not got many workers there today.
No.
Not seen any.
No. Saw one chap this morning in the high-vis orange vest.
James in, and forward in defence is Smith.
If you're listening in the ground, just a reminder that the library is open and is behind the pavilion in the ticket office. If you're, as I say, if you're listening and don't come to Trent Bridge that often, and certainly if you haven't been in the library for a while, lots of things there. There's some exhibitions on this week. There's a new stained glass window in there. Everybody that's seen that is telling me how good it is, and I must get around there to see it. Lots of things. The library open through the rest of the afternoon, all through the tea interval.
James bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Smith, but he can't beat mid-off. There's no run.
Had an answer.
Back, Churchy.
Yes, I am. Hello. I've had an answer from Mr. Andrew Sampson about Corton bowls, and it's a very concise one. So I will go through this during this over with you.
James turns, runs back in towards us. Bowls, and Smith is once more forward in defence.
So, the most Corton bowls in a first-class match is 9. Cambridge University versus the MCC at Cambridge in 1891, and Goa versus Kerala at Vasco da Gama in 1985. In the Championship it is 8. Gloucestershire versus Sussex at Cheltenham in 1878.
As James makes his way in once more, and Smith gets a bit of room, chops this away to the fielder at deep point for a single.
And Sussex versus Gloucestershire at Worthing in 1956.
So none for a long time.
Yes, so it's 8,
Well, as in not these
8 in the
record-breaking
Championship and 9 in first-class cricket. So thank you to Mr. Andrew Sampson.
James runs in, bowls to Sibley, and
What a ball.
that was very, very close to the outside of the batch. That's a lovely delivery. Good take by Verena, diving in front of Patterson White there at first slip. Bit of extra swing, I think, as it passed the bat too. Never easy, those ones, for keepers. The ball sort of dying towards the ground as well as moving prodigiously through the air.
I've got an answer for you as well about Epsom Hospital from one of the greatest men of Surrey County Cricket Club.
James to complete the over into Sibley, who just drops the ball into the covers and runs through for a quick single. It's good running. Surrey on to 71 for 1.
Mr. Alex Tyso, who was the physiotherapist at Surrey for many years and has now moved to Australia, but he's listening in. He says that there's only one hospital at Epsom, so Burns and Sibley must have been born there.
Okay, so not definitive.
So no, but I think that sort of makes sense, doesn't it? And Alex Tyso's first ever job was at Epsom.
Hospital as well. So there's so many connections there. So I think we can say that Burns and Sibley opened the batting together. They've opened for England together, and they were born in the same hospital.
I wonder where the nearest hospital to Epsom is, and if it's not too far away. You never know. One of them might have been born somewhere else, but it's a good story, isn't it?
It's a great story. McNeil's back into the attack, and he's greeted with a lovely drive for Sibley, and they were thinking about the single, but it's brilliant fielding from Hasib Hamid, diving away to his left. There was almost a bit of a mix-up there. O'Neill's first ball driven away, and Hamid diving to his left. Great bit of work, and Sibley and Smith were just looking at each other for a second. There's been some moments with the running between the wickets this season. 3 Surrey players going for a walk around the boundary, and they've got their backs to the cricketers. They're looking at the new pavilion. As in over the wicket goes O'Neill, solidly forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. It looks like there's a deep discussion about the architecture going on.
Yeah,
down there now.
The brickwork.
Yeah. Scaffolding. One of those may be the captain. I think it's Worrell, Clark, and Burns. They like their buildings. Those 3.
They've got one of them's got a phone out.
Yeah. They're just comparing to sort of some of the great wonders of the world, as this one's left alone outside the off stump there.
Taj Mahal.
Yeah, absolutely. By
Pyramids.
The pyramids and the new pavilion frontage at Trent Bridge. O'Neill comes marching back towards us. 3 slips. There is a cover point. There's the cover, mid off, mid on. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Sibley lets this one go outside his off stump. I don't know if you're
trying to find a way to the library.
They could
must
be.
Have heard Dave.
Yes, absolutely. They are mesmerised by that at the moment, though. Those 3, aren't they? They are mesmerised by the scaffolding. I like the fact they're keeping the traditional frontage.
Yeah, I think that's something that they have to keep because of the listed building status.
O'Neill's in, and Sibley's he's looking to go through backward point with that. Just got a bit too close to him. Plays it away into the offside. Smith's very solid so far. If you notice after every ball, there he's going at it again now. Just making sure that bat and pad are right next to each other. Does it after every delivery. O'Neill. Right arm over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley lets this one go. Looked like a slower one, that from O'Neill. Sibley let it go, and it bounced once before getting to Verena. End of the over, 71 for 1 then. Surrey, Smith 14, Sibley's 23 off 78 deliveries, and this all in response to Nottinghamshire's 415 all out.
Good game set up. With Notts managing to get up to that 415 thanks to some late order runs this morning. Now Hasib Hamid scratching his head just a little bit, wondering how Notts are going to get this next breakthrough. So much batting, as we discussed, to come for Surrey as well. Probably Ollie Pope due in next as Lyndon James continues. Inside edge from Smith, looking to drive through the offside. Manages to get the ball somewhere around mid-wicket and helps himself to a single.
Yep, he's just rehearsing that again at the non-striker's end. Elsewhere, Essex are 203 for 9 in reply to Hampshire's 235 all out. That's a low scorer. Glamorgan 175 for 7 in reply to Somerset's 354.
James runs in again to Sibley this time, and he beats his outside edge. Sibley just going for a little walk as well.
Great
completely with his balance intact, but lovely delivery from James.
Yeah, this is perfect length, isn't it? And Sibley sort of ended up walking Back towards the bowler there. Nice bit of bowling from Lyndon James. Well, actually, it's all calmed down a bit, the Warwickshire-Yorkshire game now. It's flattened out.
James in, and Sibley works the ball out towards deep mid-wicket, jogs through for a gentle single.
It's Warwickshire now 96 for 1. Their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 91.
It's gone flat.
It's
probably going to
flat.
be a draw now, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be 700 play 600. Sussex and Leicestershire. Leicestershire were all out for 328. Sussex are 228 for 4.
James pass to Smith, who guides the ball only as far as backward point. There's no run.
In Division 2, Kent 158 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 325. It's still raining at Old Trafford. Middlesex 116 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 201.
Are we surprised?
No,
Sorry,
not really, no. And Worcestershire 308, Durham 26 for 1. So those are all the other scores from around the country.
Comes James again, and Smith leaves alone outside off. You mentioned Derbyshire.
Yes, Derbyshire.
604 for 7. They've just declared.
Excellent.
Against Northants.
I'm very pleased for young Jeremy, who was setting the questions for Kevin Howes this morning. He beat the commentator because he's a big Derbyshire fan, so he'll be very happy about that.
Sure. Got to chat to the great Kevin Howes as well, didn't he? So what a day he's having. James in again, and Smith drives firmly enough, but only as far as the fielder there at cover. And there's no run, so Surrey at the end of the over 73 for 1.
Not sure you get better days than that, really.
No.
Kevin Howes at 10:25 in the morning, and Derbyshire piling on runs. It's going to be O'Neill to continue. Welcome back, Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, I've come back to sit next to you because the seat at the back, the chair at the back,
is broken.
I mean, there are 3 controls on it, aren't there, which presumably lift it up and down, I don't know, backwards and forwards, and it just...
Oh dear.
I don't know.
It's not working.
It's slumped down to the floor so that I can't get it to come back up again. The back is swaying to and fro.
Dear.
It's almost unsittable, and I think I've broken it.
Sounds like it. O'Neill is in to Sibley, who's forward, pushing this one away into the offside. And there is no run. So Sibley just going along at his normal tempo here. 24 off 81. Jamie Smith, a couple of boundaries already. In this 15 off 33. That 1 wicket to go, Rory Burns. Caught and bowled off Ollie Stone for 25. O'Neill right arm over the wicket, and Sibley drives. Good looking shot, but won't get a run. In there to short extra cover.
Before he went to Warwickshire in his younger days with Surrey, did you not start with a 300 or something remarkable?
Double hundred in his second game when he was still at school, yes. Against Yorkshire, that was. But then, of course, Adam Thomas last week, everyone was diving headfirst into the record books. That was Sibley's second game, though.
Yeah.
As O'Neill is in. Oops, Sibley's out of flash. It's very un-Sibley like that.
Did you see his LBW shout?
I didn't. I was sat outside. Tight, was it? Tight?
Very, very close.
Very tight, very close.
Ollie Stone, the bowler. Looked, yes, very close.
Umpire Long's End or
Yes,
Umpire Blackwell's?
Umpire Long's End.
He doesn't tend to give them unless he's
No,
absolutely convinced
no.
it's stone dead. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. A bit too wide that from O'Neill. Because of course then Adam Thomas was the youngest ever Surrey debutant to make 100 last week. Last one to do it in first class cricket for Surrey was the man at the non-strikers end, Jamie Smith.
Vice producer Aaron says he'll run that LBW replay at the end of the over. Just for Mr. Church.
Very good. As O'Neill is in. Oh, shot. Well, Sibley stepped outside his off stump and then thrown the bottom hand into this and whipped it through the leg side for 4. So Sibley moves on to 28.77 for 1.
Bit of Mohammed Azharuddin, VVS Lakshman about that. The elastic wrists.
He'll take that. Bit of the Mohammed Azharuddin. But yeah, he's taken that from outside the off stump and then just whipped it through the leg side for 4. Sibley.
Who did Azza play for in
Derbyshire.
Of course it was.
Derbyshire, wasn't it? As in over the wicket once again goes O'Neill. Oh, and Sibley, well, it was short. He's punched at it, thick edge, just the 2 slips. That's flown down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So, yeah, back-to-back boundaries for Dominic Sibley. He's on to 32. Smith has 50. Those two having a bit of a natter about everything out there. And here we go. So this is the LBW shout from Ollie Stone. Oh, it's tight. From the reaction to Sibley, it's hitting pretty high up. But that can be the only thing, I think. Don't think he hit it, did he? There was no bat in there.
No, he'd walked across his stumps and.
Right, Lyndon James then to begin a new over. In, and Smith finds the gap there, just wide of mid-on. Helps himself to a single. Seems to have got himself set now. Jamie Smith has got his eye in. He's been out there 34 balls. Moved on to 16, and just in these last couple of overs looks to be moving a little bit more freely and batting with a bit more freedom. So the 3 Surrey players who are sat there admiring the pavilion for a moment make their way over towards the hover cover to the left of the
Discuss
ground.
the architecture of that in a minute, won't they?
James in, and is left alone outside the off stump. Even when you're playing club cricket, though, you have some of the best conversations, don't you? When you're just going with a couple of your teammates on a leisurely lap or 2 of the outer boundary.
Very nice.
Well, they're having a seat now. They're using it
Using the
as a
hover cover,
cushion, aren't
yeah,
they?
Very nice.
The hover cover.
Very nice.
Used to take a ball out each,
Yes.
bowl it towards the boundary pegs,
Yep.
Yes.
boundary markers.
Yeah, there were 3 of them sat there, leant up
Burns,
against the
Worrell and
covers.
Clark, is it?
It is indeed, yeah, the Brains Trust.
Is the ball being checked here?
There's a track going on. Yeah, Hamid's just wandered over with it. Ooh, he might get his way here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, umpire Blackwell's
Batters
had
want to
look
drink.
at it. Yeah, the game will now grind to a halt while the ball gets changed and the batters have a drink and gloves, and umpire Blackwell's looking at that ball.
They seem to think a lot happened yesterday after that ball changed, didn't they?
Oh, magnificent. It's the old James Bond briefcase for here at Trent Bridge. It's even embossed with Trent Bridge on it for the balls.
Is that an attaché case?
An attaché case. Because sometimes it just comes out in a, well, what the balls come in a box.
Yeah.
But this, look at this. It's almost like this sort of, I don't know, as I say, Bond.
Yeah, it's the cash. It's the cash prize on a TV game show, isn't it? Sort of attaché case.
Lovely Brenda's still bringing the balls out at Hove.
Yeah.
Brenda's been there for years and years and years and years. Always the first in the queue.
That's too far south for Nikesh.
Right, yes, and then she's always got the role of getting the box of balls when the ball needs to be changed. Is Brenda. But that's just a box, not an attaché case.
Izzy Duncan did it once at Horsham when I commentated with her down there.
Doesn't surprise me.
She was given the
task.
Replacement balls by the umpires, and if we need a spare ball, could you back in a minute? Off she went out with her.
Very nice. Well, it
Case
takes
of
a
balls.
very long time, this, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does take an awfully long time, this.
In this case, I wonder if there's any sort of anything scientific about it. The balls sort of remain in a better, sort of more newer condition in that kind of case, as opposed to the cardboard box that they come in. I guess like got things like Cuban cigars, you keep them in the humidor, don't you?
Very
rather
right.
than just
Very
in a
true.
cardboard box for, you know, just preserving their life.
I think I'm right in saying a bit like an egg carton. In there is a spongy type thing which all the balls fit into. Very nice, isn't it?
Do you think it's written on the ball how old they are?
They are now.
Okay.
Yeah. In sort of just a little bit of marker
So
pen.
we're looking for one 25.2 overs old or thereabouts, which of course there won't be. So this one might be 17 or 18 overs old, or 35 or 36 overs old, somewhere in between.
Well, Notts will hope it does the trick.
Of course, in the Warwickshire match, Chris Wokes took a new ball, a brand new ball, first ball of the 81st over, and got the 10th wicket. So that ball was one ball old.
Wow.
Next ball from James is worked towards fine leg, and they're going to get back through for a couple. Sibley playing that shot down there.
You'd put it back in the Potter thing, wouldn't you? Not tell anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless it, bowled, was it? Edged? LBW?
If it was LBW, it'd be fine, wouldn't it?
It's not going to make it.
I think it was caught behind.
Any damage there, really? They're expensive, the old balls, aren't they?
They are expensive, and then the fella down at the old Duke's factory, I'll tell you about him in just a moment, as James is in. And that's been worked away by Sibley, backward of square into a gap and through for a couple more. Good running. Surrey on to 86 for one. Dillip at the Duke's factory, the owner of Duke's cricket balls. It's a little factory in Walthamstow. Don't know if you've ever had the pleasure of going down there. There's not much to look at.
Dog track.
Yeah, well, not quite. But you go in and, you know, they've got a couple of guys hand stitching and all that kind of stuff. You know, guys from South Asia are particularly skilled in that art. And I went there to do a story about pink cricket balls. As James runs in again, balls to Sibley, very full. It's well dug out for no run. And me and my colleague at the end of this interview, you know, he's a very nice man, very charming. You know, he's got hundreds of these old balls, and he said all these balls on the shelf, every one of them, there were pink ones, there were red ones, there were white ones. He said these will never see the light of day. They've, you know, got something slightly wrong with them. Didn't look wrong to me, but obviously they've got to go through the testing. So there's a massive selection of balls that are never going to be used in any form of cricket. As Sibley is forward and pushing into a gap on the offside for another single end of the over. Surrey on to 87 for one. So we said, do you mind if we just like get some pink balls or something? He was really, really reluctant to give us a pink ball. And in the end he said, all right, I'll give you one each. And he literally had boxes and shelves and full of these balls that are just going to be chucked away or whatever. And he was very, very reluctant to hand them over. But I've still got this pink Duke's ball as a little souvenir in my study. So
very nice.
Quite proud I managed to get that.
Yeah.
He was a very nice man that did it.
Yeah, well, hey, you've got to be protective of your product, haven't you? Oh, there's nothing like a new ball, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Tempted to give it a little whirl, but I don't think I will because it's pink and it's unique.
Absolutely. As here is O'Neill coming in over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's forward, punches into the offside, and there's no run. I used to get a new ball instead of an Easter egg from my dad. So instead of an egg, Dad always every Easter got me a new cricket ball. Yeah, I was very happy with that.
How long did it stay in you?
Oh, for a while. I just loved it when it was all brand new and
the gold embossed lettering,
and the new scene and all of that. Lovely. In comes O'Neill again to Sibley. Shout for LBW. It's not going to get that. Going down, I think, and signalled leg by umpire Ian Blackwell. One more to the total. 88 for one, Surrey. So solid reply this from Surrey at the moment. We're just going to see it again on the replay.
No, we didn't see it.
Yes.
Picture went on the blink or on the blank.
Well,
or both.
Well, it did look leg-sidey, didn't it? It did look like it was just going down. As here is O'Neill once more to Smith. Smith is forward, playing this one down into the offside, and there's no run. Again, Smith is just when he first started, Jamie Smith, he did now and again get bowled on the inside, so it looked perfect. But
we're seeing it again. Let's see if it holds this down.
Yeah, that's going down,
Yeah,
I think
so.
But it looked perfect. He just crept back into his game a bit. So he's worked on that. As O'Neill's in, and he's forward here, thick edge, very well fielded in the slip cordon. And there is no run. And again, you can see him there, he's just making sure, because it looked perfect at the start of his career. It was only now and again, but actually there was just that, the bat sort of went out and came back, and that little gap the ball would nip back and go through, and it just crept back in a bit, but he's making sure he's absolutely lock solid on that. Has been all season. Settles himself down over his bat once more. O'Neill, over the wicket he goes, and he's across his stumps, turns this one into the leg side, won't get a run.
The games, the matches you've had that Smith and Folkes played, who kept wicket?
Folkes always does. He's the better keeper.
But he was bowling at one stage, wasn't he? Was that?
Yeah, that was after the debacle of the end of the Essex game. But he'll always keep.
Okay.
He's the better keeper. Smith waits once more. In over the wicket goes O'Neill, and Smith is on the back foot, playing this one down into the gully region. And there is no run. End of the over, 88 for 1. Smith 16, Sibley 37. Don't get me wrong, Jamie Smith is a good keeper. But Folkes is the best keeper. So Folkes always keeps wicket. And Smith just plays as a batter. It makes sense, doesn't it?
10 overs to go until tea. It should be about 12 minutes from now, so that's going to be substantially delayed. But conditions set fair. We lost 5 overs last night. The umpires will have taken a reading, and I'll stick to that later on.
James bowls down the leg side. Had a little flirt with it. Did Sibley, didn't manage to get any bat on it. Good take by Verena to his left.
Do you think we'll get a bit of Patterson White before tea?
I would have thought so, yeah. As I was saying to Dave earlier, bowled so well against Leicestershire in the previous game. Lots of control and accuracy. Difficult to score off, and then had his reward with 5 wickets in the second innings. Here comes again James, very full delivery. He's dug out by Sibley off the toe end. He examines the toe end of his bat as well after that. I think all is okay.
Of course, he did some damage in his 1 over in the game last season.
Did.
So, well, he's a very good bowler. His name's come up in dispatches as well, England-wise.
Comes James again then, and that's worked away past mid-on. Chase on here for Hamid out towards the wide long-on boundary. He manages to haul it in. And Sibley is back through for 3 runs. Good commitment from the Notts captain there.
50 partnership between these two.
52 from 95 balls. Smith with 16 of them, Sibley 34.
That was a great chase from Hamid, wasn't it? Lost his sun hat in the process. Saved a run.
James pass to Smith, who works the ball off his hip out towards deep backward square leg, and they will settle for just the one. Slater very quick onto it from his position at fine leg.
Just wonder if we've got anybody from the club who's managed to get the attendance figures for today. That would be nice to know. I think it's a fairly healthy crowd, isn't it? We obviously from our commentary position can't see a a good chunk of them at this end of the Radcliffe Road stand, but a healthy attendance once again for County Championship cricket.
James bowls and Sibley
Shot.
works it out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll just be a single out to the sweeper though.
And let's face it, if they don't come along to watch the first and second place team in the Division 1 table, there's really no point bothering, is there, if you're not going to come and see the better sides when they're up against each other.
Well, it's a lovely day weather-wise as well. There's quite a few actually. It's sort of in this top tier. I mean, I haven't had a sit out there. Either side, there's quite a few in.
James to complete the over. Again, just bowling leg side. It's been driven away towards Hamid at mid-on, who fields well actually. Got a bit of an awkward bounce, but saves the run. And Surrey 93 for 1. 28 overs gone in this innings.
Are you a fan of the Friday starts?
Yeah, I suppose in a way it's good to have the weekend, isn't it? And I'm happy, but the thing is, then it all changes again, doesn't it? So you get used to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then. But actually, in a way, it's because Friday. Well, Thursday is the new Friday, they say now, don't they? I'm quite sure what that makes Friday.
Not when you're working on a Friday.
Well, that's what. But I mean for like in the
people who
city,
work from
people
home
and all that good
kind of
stuff.
yeah.
So you tend to find Friday, Saturday, Sunday good crowds in, don't you?
Yeah. It's the Wednesday starts I don't like, where the last day is a Saturday, so you don't know if you're going to get any weekend cricket or not.
Here is O'Neill, and forward goes Sibley. O'Neill operating from this Radcliffe Road end of the ground. I think where Surrey have done it really well with the crowds they're getting now. So what was it, 15,000 over the 4 days for the Essex game, and then I think 13 and a half for the Sussex game. It's almost as if it's a nice peaceful place in the middle of London to come and sit with your friends and have a watch. And they've done that really well actually. As O'Neill is in, and this is turned away by Sibley. Down towards the short fine leg boundary. Ben who's downstairs, who does the social media, and he's been very much part of that. I think, and the old work from the oval, that old thing, that's worked well.
As you say, the social element shouldn't be underestimated. As you say, you can go along with a group of friends and sit there, and there's food available if you want it, there's drink available if you want it, it's fresh air.
O'Neill's in, forward goes Smith. That is a very solid looking defensive shot from Jamie Smith.
And of course you people haven't got to bother about car parking and all the rest of it down in the capital, because you just jump on the tube or jump in a taxi.
But it's a bit like that. You can still, you hear the noise from the Harleford Road and the sort of when you get off at Vauxhall, lots of people, and then you get in and it's, it is peaceful and it's working, because as I say, the crowds have been fantastic last year and this year. As O'Neill is in, and Smith gets in behind this one, plays it back up the pitch, and he does the fielding.
I always say it's one of my favourite grounds to visit when I'm there, one of my least favourite to travel to, but I used to drive a lot, as you know. You kindly sorted me out with the odd drive here and there to park in, but just going on the train, it's obviously much easier, isn't it? Except for last year when the tube broke down.
Ah, yes, of course. You've been in the nunnery, haven't you, for parking during the T20s? As forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
I remember parking round there back in the day as well, and just across the road, is there a school or behind
the nunnery?
Yeah, oh, is that? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, there is.
That's where we used to park.
Oh, I think sometimes it used to
But
be
it's a
in
nightmare
Archbishop
getting
Tennyson's
out, though,
as
isn't
well.
it?
Oh yes, oh goodness, on the Harleford
I just wouldn't
Road.
bother anymore.
Oh no, it's chock-a-block. O'Neill's in and driven straight back down the pitch by Jamie Smith, and O'Neill does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. End of the over, 94 for 1 then. Sorry. Smith has 17, Sibley's on 42, and as I say, it's a solid start, and I think we are going to get a bit of Liam Patterson White now.
Looks like it, doesn't it? We're not surprised at the scoreline, are we really? I don't think what we saw this morning sort of indicated that probably Surrey would fill their boots as well this afternoon. During the middle period, we only had, we didn't have any wickets go down between lunch and tea yesterday. We've only had one in this session so far, with 8 overs to go.
I think the key was seeing off that new ball, and managed to do that. Surrey, the loss of just that one wicket. Rory Burns out for 25.
Got Ben Duckett at slip. He's just he's put his hands down now. I've mentioned him, but he was moving fielders here, there, and everywhere. He's sort of an extra pair of eyes for Asiba Mead.
Here is Liam Patterson-White then from the broad end into Sibley, who's forward and defending. Just bowling wicket to wicket, straight into his groove. Left arm spinner coming round the wicket. Patterson-White bowls, and Sibley pushes at one into the covers, no run.
Quite quick at the start. Liam Patterson-White. So with the spinner, it's always about finding the right pace, isn't it?
Well, he varies it so much.
Here he is again, slightly fuller, and that's driven off a thickish part of the bat by Sibley out to backward point, no run.
Sibley's past the 100 deliveries now, 102.
White goes slightly shorter, and he's been cut away out towards deep point. There is protection there though, so it'll just be the one. This might be a good battle. Jamie Smith against Patterson-White.
Joe Clark doing the fielding out there. Gone to the trouble this morning of looking up 1,000 runs before the end of May, people, when it last happened and all the rest of it.
Patterson-White into Smith, who's back and defending.
And of course
then he was out.
And then he was out. Second ball he faced. 1988 Graham Hick. Nobody's done it since. I remember Hick doing it, but I was a little surprised.
Was that the 405 year, 88?
Must have been, yeah.
Final ball of the over is again punched off the back foot, but only as far as cover. So one from Patterson-White's first over. Surrey on to 95 for 1.
Potentially, just to show how difficult it is, potentially he's got 3 innings left before the end of May, because they don't play that much cricket now, do they, compared to the old days. But second innings here and then 2 innings against Hampshire next week. He's on 675, so 325 runs in 3 innings.
Good effort that, wouldn't it? Although, to be fair, he's so consistent. I mean, we put it past him.
Ollie Stone coming back into the attack from this end of the ground for the first time.
Yep, Stone, who picked up that wicket of Rory Burns, the 1 wicket to fall into the attack now from the Radcliffe Road end. Sibley will be on strike on 43. Partnership is still going, 56 it's worth for this second wicket. He will have 2 slips of backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backward square, and the long leg is right arm over the wicket. He comes to Sibley. It's way down the leg side first up. Sibley gets nothing on it, and it's taken by Verena, diving away to his left.
I've still got the list up here, actually. It's only happened 9 times in first-class cricket in this country, 1,000 runs before the end of May. One person did it twice, Don Bradman, on Australia tours in 30 and 38. One Surrey name on the list from a long, long time ago, Mark. 1900.
In over the wicket once again comes Stone, turned by Sibley.
Tom Hayward?
Tom Hayward, yes.
Okay, so 9 times 1,000 runs scored before the end of May. W.G. Grace, Tom Hayward, Wally Hammond, Charlie Hallows of Lancashire, Don Bradman, Bill Edrich of Middlesex, Glenn Turner of New Zealand and Worcestershire, and Graham Hick of Worcestershire.
So Hick was the last.
1988, Graham Hick, yeah. And that, of course, was also the last time anybody did the double, 1988, Franklin Stevenson.
Of course, 1,000 runs and 100
big
wickets.
year then, 88, wasn't it?
In over the wicket once again goes Stone. This is turned by Smith into the leg side, and there is no run.
That'll have been a West Indies touring year, wasn't it? 88, 84, 88 they came.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would have been.
76, as we mentioned yesterday, coming up to just 50 years since that grovel test match.
Stone. Over the wicket he goes to Smith. Oh, no, shout for LBW. He's hopping a touch. There is Smith. Stone doesn't look too perturbed by that one. And the slips don't look too perturbed. But he played as almost, he kept a little bit low on him. He was sort of jumping as he played it and then tried to drop the bat down on it. We'll see it again now. But he's just got stuck on the crease a bit there, hasn't he, Jamie Smith?
Just doing a little bit too much on it.
Going down the leg side.
He talked to me after the game at Leicester at the weekend about when he gets white line fever. Once he gets out there, gets fired up.
Stone is in, and in behind it goes Jamie Smith. Plays it straight back up the ground to Josh Tom.
It's the most mild-mannered fella, Ollie Stone, but he gave one or two the send-off at Leicester. He said, yeah, it's just a little bit of white line fever. Richard Ray had a stat on him which I didn't know and hadn't heard of, and I must admit I forgot just to put it to Ollie. Apparently his granddad invented or founded the Twix chocolate bar.
Really?
So
As Stone is in, and this is pushed off the back foot by. When you say founded, there's what invented?
Yes, I think so. Or came up with it, or whatever. I need more information, but you know, a quiet spell on the second or third afternoon. He just came out with this. You know, Ollie Stone's granddad. What?
That was like the great urban myth that Roger Moore invented the Magnum ice cream, wasn't it? For years. When he was sat in his villa in Saint-Tropez and his choc ice kept melting.
James Bond, Roger Moore.
Yeah, so he stuck a stick in it and shoved it in the fridge, pulled it out, and he thought, oh, this has worked very well. And he invented the Magnum, but it wasn't true, but it was an urban myth for a while.
It's Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end, the construction end. Ulster Sibley plays this on the leg side, fielded by number 99.
It's amazing, isn't it? You should
I
definitely
need more
chat to him
information,
about
folks.
that.
Need more information. 96 for 1. Patterson White bowls driven crisply down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Sibley. He also placed it there, didn't he? He had a little look where the fielders were and hit it just to the onside of straight to take Surrey's first innings score into 3 figures. Coming up in the 32nd over, Surrey 100 for 1. Notts made 415. Guessing even at this stage, just into well into the 5th session of 12, the draw is starting to loom large and the likeliest outcome. This one's turned to leg by Sibley for another single. What's he on now? 49. Would you agree with that, Mark?
Yes, 49.
No, I meant the draw right now. I'm not a bookmaker and I'm not very good with odds.
I think it's still a bit too early to
But
say. I think.
I'd say the likeliest right now.
Yeah.
Next ball clipped away through mid-wicket, and that's Jamie Smith getting his score moving again. They'll come back for 2 comfortably there. There was just a slight hesitation, but there was always 2. 103 for 1, because lots could happen by the close tomorrow, day 3. Surrey could be 650 for 5 declared and put Notts under pressure on the last day, or after tea today, Surrey might have a bit of a whoopsie like Notts did after tea yesterday.
Bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, well they did, didn't they? 4 for 4, whatever it was. There's runs for Smith again. No, in fact, just a single out to Joe Clark, the Nottinghamshire Centurion. 104 for 1.
Bit of a whoopsie.
It is when you go 4 for 4.
Well, I wonder if that described as that in the dugout or in the dressing room last night.
It'll be described like that in the in one of the broadsheets, I'm sure.
Yes.
After tea, Nottinghamshire had a bit of a whoopsie.
Yes.
LPW bowls to Sibley, pushes it back. Bowler does the fielding, moving to his left, end of the over. And we are now within 5 overs of the tea break here at Trent Bridge.
Yes, and of course Surrey started this innings straight after lunch, so we've had this session with Surrey batting, so even I can work out they're 104 for one since lunch. And Ollie Stone will continue from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. I think Messrs Worrell, Burns and Clark have seen all they need to see, so they've done their circuit. Very nice though, you can do a circuit, isn't it?
It is.
Lovely.
It is.
Stone will come in over the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end to Jamie Smith, and this one's pushed off the back foot, and there is no run. I know that there is a member of the Surrey dressing room, they shall remain nameless, who one day said to me at New Road with the new hotel, said to me, it's magnificent, isn't it, the hotel? Beg your pardon? Oh, it looks great. What a wonderful structure. Well, yeah, I suppose so. Oh, there's turning his stone. Down below us, he's coming charging in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and Smith is on the back foot, just punching this one-handed. Actually, he's timed this very well through cover point. He will get 2, so 2 more to the total, and 2 more to Jamie Smith. Well, we're joined by Kevin Howes. Good afternoon to you.
It's on demand from the interim Director General, Rothesay.
Right.
Word got to him wherever he is that you two have been left on your own. So just go and keep an eye on you. Here I am.
Job of the headmaster.
As in over the wicket comes Stone, and driven by Jamie Smith up the ground towards mid-off, and there's no run. Now don't get me wrong, it's a lovely, hotel at New Road. I wouldn't say it's one of the greatest structures I've ever seen. There's a member of the Surrey dressing room that's still with me at New Road with that hotel. It's one of the most beautiful structures I've ever seen. I beg your pardon?
It saves people throwing the ball back when it plinks off the wall and bounces straight back onto the
We were just
field
saying, because Messrs Burns, Clark and Worrell were really taking an interest in the new pavilion construction earlier, as this is forced off the back foot by Jamie Smith out there towards cover, and there's no run.
Well, for one moment I thought they were going to try and climb that camera.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Get up and have a look at
They
that.
were genuinely looking into it.
I don't, there's no comparison, even with all the scaffolding left on, there is no comparison between the beauty of that building and a certain hotel.
No, I know, this is what I mean. Genuinely, he loves it. He thinks it's a beautiful, beautiful structure. The hotel at New Road. Yeah, there's the pyramids, the Taj Mahal. As short, bit wide, and Jamie Smith has just rocked onto the back foot and cut this away beautifully. Smith moves on to 26, and Surrey move on to 110 for 1.
Has there been any reaction to your appearance on mid-morning national radio this morning?
Not that I'm aware, but there could be members of His Majesty's Constabulary waiting for me at the back.
We've been mentioning the Derbyshire score a lot for Jeremy.
Jeremy well, he won't be bothered because he's doing go-karting today.
Oh yes, he did say he was going karting.
What time would given to have swapped with him?
It's well done, by the way. 2-1.
Yes, I'm pleased you upheld the tradition and the reputation of commentators up and down the land.
Not at destroying attention.
Yeah, absolutely, and relishing it.
I didn't.
No, I'm joking. You were happy though.
It was all the fun. It was all an act.
I know it was. No, it was lovely. Well, they were great questions from the young man. As here is Stone, and forward goes Smith. Plays this one up to Josh Tong. Have they had lunch at New Road yet, or are they still going down there? 110 for 1. Smith on 26, Sibley on 49.
I think the boys were generally struggling there. That expression of not reading the room properly when I was pulling the leg about it. There's been action on the blue sky with it as well, and I did share that with them.
Dear. Oh dear. Yes, because lunch at New Road got delayed, didn't it?
Well, I felt their pain because, I mean, it is, in all seriousness, Mark, it is ridiculous. You get your 10 minutes added on, and because there are 9 wickets down, they had another extra half hour there. Think about the Durham bowlers, never mind our colleagues without their lunch. Oh, have I got an over? Patterson White in and Sibley into. I didn't come here to do any work. That's pushed into the offside and no run. Enjoying this though, because what the column that's intriguing me is not just the runs that Smith and Sibley have scored, but the balls they faced alongside that as well, eh? Oh, bit of a fly, bit of a wasp. Well, Big Dom Sibley.
This is what Jamie Smith has been doing at 3. It's just giving, head down.
Patterson White in bowls and a big stride from the big man into the offside. I was interested in something that the Girdler was talking about a little earlier, about a conversation he had yesterday with Dom Sibley where he said he towered over him. Well, I overheard Sibley say to somebody the other day, has Bracegirdle shrunk? This has been pushed into the offside for no run.
Well, David said that himself. He said, I think I'm shrinking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hadn't noticed.
He is a tall lad. 110 for 1 then, Surrey here, trail by 305 runs. Midway through this over from Patterson White, his 3rd. Comes around the wicket. Oohs and ahs, but a gentle prod into the offside.
We had a slightly delayed lunch at Leicester last week, and Richard Ray just came out with the chef's sauces will be spoiling. Which I thought was a good line.
It was an intriguing line, yeah. Sibley's on 49. Oh, lovely. And now he's whipped the bails off. He's gone up for everything as the keeper. Rayner looks at where that boot is of Sibley. Nothing doing. How much did that turn for?
It's a nice bit of bowling, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's done him.
And if it was a clean bit of wicket taking, it was brilliant from Verena. But Sibley hadn't gone anywhere. No. Oh, the picture's on the blink again.
Oh, no.
Our production team.
I know how that feels.
Yeah, I have that.
Sibley's on 49 still, goes forward to that. This is an interesting contest. Is this? Oh, it's the sort of over you want to carry on, but it comes to an end. 110 for 1. Smith on 26, Sibley 49. This partnership of 71 runs. Still, Surrey trail by 305.
Here we go.
Look at this for a shot.
Seeing it again. So it's quick work from Verena. It really is. He's fine, but it's great work from Verena.
Yep.
Very quick work.
The back foot was anchored, so he's not out, but a little bit of turn.
It wouldn't have taken much of a gust of wind to have pushed him over there, would it?
Absolutely not.
No, lovely camera shots. Lee, Lewis and Spence out there with the cameras today. Aaron with the replays.
Well, Ollie Stone down below us to continue. 3 overs till tea? Yes, 3 overs till tea. Stone is into Smith. Smith flashes him off the back foot. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and Smith will stroll a single, moves on to 27, 111 for 1.
All this chat about both teams would be very happy with a draw here.
Who was saying that?
It's the chat around.
Is it?
You've got to get out there and talk to members of the public.
I don't get involved in. What? I don't get invited.
It wasn't quite a YouGov poll, but it was along those lines.
Really?
I'm not so sure. I mean, these are the 2 well-matched teams now, aren't they?
Yes, I know. I haven't heard that chat. As waiting is Sibley. Stone comes in over the wicket to Dominic Sibley. There's his 50, and he's in a lovely vein of form, much like Joe Clark at the moment. Sibley, and he's just waited for this on the back foot, punches it for 4. I've made my views very clear about who should be opening for England this summer, mainly because he's done it again against a very good attack. 53 for Sibley, 116 deliveries, 8 fours, and Surrey are 115 for 1.
You're talking about Emilio Gay?
Yeah. That's the one. Yes. Although, don't get me wrong, he's a very talented boy, Emilio Gay. But again here, Sibley, we've all talked about it. Get the shine off that ball. That new ball. Get through that new ball. And that's exactly what he's done again here.
over the wicket once again comes Stone, and he's solidly in behind it. And his numbers in recent weeks are not bad. 187 in the last game, 101 against Essex. So he's gone back-to-back hundreds. He's faced a lot of deliveries as well, as he likes to do. He likes to face a lot of balls. And he's 53 here from 117, Dom, simply. Don't think it'll happen, mind. Stone shining the ball up down below us once more. Stone will come charging in once again to Sibley. Goes wide of the crease. Sibley's forward. Playing this one down into the leg side.
I don't want to pick on Zach Crawley, because it seems really not a nice thing to do. Clearly he's not in great form. But all this talk about, is there a reconnection between England's management and county cricket, and they say, well, lots of people say to me, well, they're making all the right noises. What is the proof whether there is not? It's got to be Crawley. If they picked him again now, that would prove there is no reconnection.
And I feel a bit for him as well, because
of course
he's
you
sort
do.
of held up as the sort of poster boy, as this one's played off the back foot by Sibley. But I said to Dave and Nick, I've said it to you as well, how many times has he had an opportunity to play 7 championship games before going into a test series, but he's just not in good nick.
No, to preserve his England place, he'd probably been better off doing what Root and Brook, one or two others have done, and just played 2 matches.
Yeah, absolutely, pick and choose. But I think he had to. I think he had to play. Stone is over the wicket and forward goes Sibley. I think with the Root and Brook are slightly different in that they are inked in, aren't they? Yeah. They're absolutely inked in. But I do feel for Crawley, because, as I say, much like, well, both of you, you've both been poster boys for various things over the years, of course, right. And he seems to be the poster boy for this at the moment.
These days, sadly, I have to be a double-page spread, but it's still a poster.
You weren't the Milky Bar kid, were you?
Oh, I should have been.
You should have been.
Milky Bar as well be.
Yes. Oh, Dave Bracegirdle, he's got amazing all his stuff. Well, if it's true.
There's Patterson White round the wicket bowling, and this is played back to him by Smith. Again, second mention in a quick succession for Richard Ray. Last week in the commentary, he suddenly came out with, Ollie Stone's granddad was the inventor of the Twix chocolate bar. I don't know if he was turned to the
I don't
lake
care
to
if
a
that's
mead.
true or not. You just leave it there.
Great,
just leave it there.
Great.
Yeah. And then I was saying, of course, that great urban myth about Roger Moore and the Magnum ice cream.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Patterson White bowls again, slightly shorter of length. Smith backs away, cuts it out into the deep. Not a lot happening for Nottinghamshire at the moment. There was that stumping opportunity, sharp bit of work with the gloves from Verena in the last over, but Sibley hadn't gone anywhere.
Liam Patterson's wife's gran, she invented the recipe for Snickers. Yeah.
Impressive, isn't it?
116 for 1. Halfway through the penultimate over of this session. And Sibley reaches forward. Big tall man gets a huge stride in to block it. He'll be looking forward to his cup of tea.
Energy drink.
Aren't they allowed cups of tea? I think if you've batted this long and this well, you're entitled to a cup of tea if you want one. Pushes this into the offside, no run.
They're all into their coffees these days, aren't they?
Who is?
All the cricketers. They're all
Coffees?
They all love this coffee, don't they? I'm going to go and see Tim Lindley next week at his coffee shop at Headingley, yeah.
Patterson White in once more, whipped away past Mead at mid-wicket out into the deep to Ben Slater for a single. 117 for 1, end of the over. 1 to go before tea. Surrey began their innings straight after lunch with Notts falling for 415, losing their last 3 wickets in the morning session. And in this one, Surrey have lost Rory Burns, caught and bowled by Ollie Stone for 25. That was when the score was on 39.
Tom Lammonby's got a bit of a coffee shop down Taunton Way, which I only found out because I asked 3 different people what they could recommend on one day for popping out to get some lunch, and all 3 of them, 3 different people on the ground, all mentioned Lammonby's coffee shop. So they're all on message, presumably getting a percentage.
Well, I think it's the big thing, isn't it? Stoyness.
I recommended a carvery to you that I found, didn't I?
Oh, I'll have words with you about that later.
Oh.
2 slips going down, and Sibley defends that back up to the bowler Stone, start of the 10th over.
Love a carvery.
Yes.
Dave, I'm afraid
the business.
7 out of 10.
Did you go?
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't say what it was.
No, I wouldn't.
And not so bad as I wouldn't go back again, Dave.
Oh, I certainly would. I'm booked in for next year already. I'll have a slice of that, and a slice of that, and a slice of that, please.
It was a bit rare.
Oh, well. Don't you like your meat rare?
No. 117 for 1. Stone in bowls, and that's nicely played just round there to fine leg for a single, and Sibley moves up to 55. 118 for 1.
Well, surely he was carving it in front of you, or he or she, and you could see, and I think there were 3 or 4 different sorts of meat went out.
Yeah, but I don't like causing a fuss, Dave. I could see. I could see it happening in front of me, Dave, and I couldn't stop it.
Did you have every meat? Did you go or chicken, beef?
Probably.
Yes.
Good for you.
Anyway, we're all very lucky to be
absolutely able to go to carveries.
Thank you very much. 118 for 1, trail by 297 runs. So there's a slip, but now a gully next, and then a man just in front of the square on the offside. Smith on 28 and punched into the offside. It's a lovely little contest between Stone and Smith.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? That what are we now? 33rd over. Not great deals going on at the moment from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Sibley again has got through that new ball. This is as we said, 2 top class attacks going up against 2 very good batting lineups.
Well, there are attacks that know that you have to fight hard at the highest level of cricket, get your wickets, and that's what they're trying to do here at the moment. Another punch, but again it's straight to the man at extra cover, and therefore no run.
Have you seen the championship pennant downstairs, Kevin House?
No.
On the ground floor.
First floor.
First floor. It's lovely. I've never seen one close up.
No. Well, I'll have a look.
It's behind Perspex, isn't it?
All right.
Very nice.
Very close to the press room. Come out the press room, turn left, and it's on the wall.
Okay, lads. Okay. All right.
Well, we want you not to get the full experience.
2 balls left, 2 balls before tea. Smith continues to face, and it continues to be Ollie Stone, his 10th over, bowling now. Oh, that very nearly squeezed through, but he's got an inside edge and it squeezes out square leg side, so Smith moves to 29, and the score up to 119 for 1. Oh, that was close to havoc ahead of tea there.
Yes.
We had a wicket last ball of the morning session.
We did.
Where? Today or yesterday?
Today. Definitely.
Well,
definitely we did.
Yesterday as well, the keeper's catch.
Morning session, yeah. Duck it.
And what a catch that was, ladies and gentlemen. What a catch that was.
Very good catch.
Catch of the round, possibly.
Well, I actually, saying Burns' catch this morning took a better catch, and he made it look very straightforward.
Last ball before tea, and pushed oohs and ahs, puff of dust from Sibley. 55 he remains, Smith on 29. That is tea, 119 for 1, trailed by 296 runs, and Stone has bowled 10 overs. He's got the wicket of Burns, caught and bowled a real skyer, and he's gone for 31 runs.
Well, I suppose Nottinghamshire will be hoping to do what Surrey did to them yesterday after tea, but yeah, it's a solid first session with the bat, that from Surrey.
Yep, very good from the visitors here, replying to Nottinghamshire's 415, Surrey 119 runs in the session for the loss of Rory Burns. 32 overs remain in the day. Hopefully the light will stay good and we'll get it all in. Players will be back out there in about 18-19 minutes time, and when they do, so will the commentators, and we'll be delighted if you can join us then. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, Nottingham, for the final act of the second day here. Nottinghamshire playing against Surrey, and certainly in terms of the overhead conditions, it's sad to report things have deteriorated a little bit whilst the players have been off for the last 20 minutes for tea. It's got decidedly gloomy, and those of you watching the pictures will see on the live stream the floodlights are now on. Hopefully it'll just blow away and be a much brighter evening than it is at the moment. That's in terms of wanting to see a full session of the full 32 overs. I'm Dave Bracegirdle and Nikesh Regani alongside me. But in terms of the overhead conditions, Nottinghamshire might just like a little bit of a change from conditions we've had. The breeze has picked up as well a bit, so things might just start to happen a bit, because there wasn't much going for them in the last hour of the afternoon session.
Absolutely not, no. And for those of you watching on the stream, you probably can't quite see it on your pictures there, but there's a sort of strange haze across the ground, almost as if they're sort of like barbecue smoke or whatever. I don't think it is that, but it's a strange kind of haze. There is some blue sky up above, but plenty of cloud cover, as you say, as well, and the floodlights very much in action, so Notts will hope that will assist their bowling.
Have a bit of Josh Tong, Nikesh.
Here he is, Josh Tongue, opening things up from the Stuart Broad end after tea. He's into Jamie Smith, who lobs one in the air, and it bounces just short of Hamid there at mid-off. What a start that would have been.
I guess if you're looking forward to a couple of sandwiches and a piece of cake, the last thing you want is the skipper to say, first over after tea, Josh, because you've got to sort of forget about all that.
Yeah.
Just have a little drink of something and then go out there and loosen up again.
Energy drink, protein shake, something like that.
Can't have a big slice of pork pie, can you really, and then go out there and try and bowl as quickly as he does.
Here is Tongue once again to Smith, who's back on his toes and defending. Lots of England teammates out there and amongst both sides. These two will dearly hope to be in that side for the first test of the summer against New Zealand.
Short leg in, Ben Slater's all suited and booted.
Probably will expect a bit of short stuff as the session goes on.
It was served up quite a simple catch. The other, in fact, it was Jack Haynes in there, wasn't it? At Leicester.
Tongue in, and that's leg side, and it's been worked off the hip by Smith and all the way for 4. You can hear the clatter of the ball into the advertising hoardings beneath us. There's a bit of a gift there for Jamie Smith.
One or two people have taken the trouble to get in touch kindly, one of whom was the Sheffield Outlaw. Good afternoon, mate, one of our regulars, saying it's in this year's Cricketers Who's Who. Ollie Stone, underneath that, tell us something about you. And he's actually put all the words that are there attributed to Ollie Stone. My great-granddad created the Twix chocolate bar. So there we are, that's how that rumour came about.
There is Tongue into Smith again, much better line, well defended. It's got to be true, isn't it?
Well, I'm going to say
it's a bit extreme to make something like that up. Quite niche, isn't it?
I need to ask him. That's what we were sort of discussing as they went off for tea 25 minutes or so ago. Ollie Stone claiming his great-granddad.
Does he get royalties from that?
Well,
be a very wealthy man if he does. Comes Josh Tongue again. Smith once more on his toes, defending away to Hamid there at mid-off. Let's see what Tongue's trying to do, just peg Smith back into his crease, not allow him to get on the front foot.
Certainly must be one of the quickest around at the moment, Josh Tongue.
In and around that 90 miles an hour when he's bowling at full pelt. Here he is to complete the over into Smith. Another solid looking defensive shot there. Back down the pitch. End of the over, 4 from it. Surrey on to 123 for 1.
Going to go with Liam Patterson-White to bowl the second over of the session. Bowled a little bit before tea from the far end. Obviously had a little bit of a chat during the interval and decided to have a switcheroo, bring him down to this end, the Radcliffe Road end. 4 overs, none for 11 from the pavilion end. Slow left arm spinner, Liam Patterson-White. Got 5 wickets in the Leicestershire second innings at Grace Road on Monday, setting Notts up for that 10-wicket victory. He's taken 15 wickets this season. Sets off just 3 or 4 paces, lovely rhythmical action, metronomic action, bowls to Sibley, who pushes it back to him. He's got one slip, Ben Duckett, who's what on earth's he doing? I'll come back to him in a second because Patterson-White's bowling now. Sibley again defends. Look at Duckett at slip. I think he'd taken his top sort of fleecy top off and removed sort of an underslip, which I think is tucked into the helmet, which is positioned behind Carl Verena, and now put the fleecy one back on. 123 for 1. Patterson-White in once more, and for the 3rd ball in a row, Sibley just gets solidly behind it, not taking any liberties, giving him enough respect. There, what is it he's taking? Oh, it is just a second layer that he's taken off. Thank you for the zoom in. Sibley turns this to a Mead on the leg side. Been busy again in the field. Asiba Mead buzzes around. Likes a clean pick up and a shy at the stumps. Keep the batsman nice and honest. Patterson-White bowls again. Little push and run, this time up to Stone at mid-off, and he'll shy at the stumps and narrowly miss. And Mead couldn't get there to back up, but Lyndon James does over on that far side, and ground on that side is small enough to stop the ball and whiz it back in without an overthrow being taken. 124 for 1.
Interesting passage of play with Patterson-White in.
Balls again now. Down the track comes Smith, drives up to Stone at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. One thing I would say with Patterson-White bowling in tandem with Tong, Josh Tong clearly can't have too many overs because Patterson-White can rattle through an over in about 80 seconds, so won't give Josh Tong too long a breather in between overs. Good for the over rate, of course. The spinner on, getting through his overs quickly. We've got 30 left in the day.
He'll just look to hold up an end, and I think they'll take 1 or 2 risks against Patterson-White. We've already seen some intent there in that over. That could bring about mistakes, of course, or some very quick runs. As Josh Tongue runs in towards us into Sibley, and that's not too far away from short leg. It was airborne and out to deep square leg for a single. You have to be pretty sharp though to take a catch like that. To your right.
Duckett has now dispensed with that extra layer of clothing he didn't need, just lobs it towards the 12th man today, Joe Pocklington, who comes on the field from down below us to gather it and take it away somewhere.
Hamid just having a word with umpire Long there about the state of the ball. Maybe some of the stitching of the seam has come off, so umpire Long gets the scissors out, cuts it off, and on we go. Tongue then runs in, bowls to Smith, who gets a short delivery down the leg side. There's a half appeal for a catch behind, but I don't think he got anywhere near that. Jamie Smith. Duckett with his arms in the air for quite some time there, and you're talking about his clothing. It always looks to me as though Ben Duckett is wearing something a couple of sizes too big. Maybe that's just the look he's going for.
Crikey, all change here as the music started, and a game of musical chairs has happened. Where are we? We're only 2 balls into this over, and just suddenly the slip cordon has been decimated.
Men out on the hook. Square leg in place, deep square leg.
There's 3 in a line,
long
isn't
leg,
there?
yeah.
3 fielders in a line from short leg out to deep square leg, and 1 in between.
Here is Tongue into Smith, and again that's shortish down the leg side. Well taken by Verena. He's not quite getting his line right here, Josh Tongue. You can see what the plan is. Try and cramp Jamie Smith in towards that body, that chest, rib cage.
Or even to bowl him leg stump if he goes too far across and misses it. There's another one being moved, look, from mid-on to mid-wicket.
Tongue runs in, but then just pulls away at the last moment.
That's not what you want. Signs in the distance of the skies just getting a little brighter, which is good news.
Still got that strange haze. I don't know if you can see it,
yeah,
Dave.
yeah.
It's almost like a sort of thin layer of fog or something. Tongue in, and that's a good short delivery, which well, he did shape up there, Jamie Smith, to have a go at it and try and hook it away, but then deciding against it, ducking underneath. With his back still in the air somewhat, almost like a periscope. It's one of the sort of modern breed of players, Jamie Smith, that likes to attack everything. Any sort of short deliveries he will go after, generally. With a field like this, it would be a bit of a risk. Tongue in. And that's another good short delivery, which is defended off the back foot by Smith.
Games moving forward everywhere around the country. Essex have been bowled out at home against Hampshire, 273 all out. That's a first innings lead of just 38. Fairly nip and tuck there then on first innings. Glamorgan 192 for 8 at Cardiff against Somerset, trailed by 162.
Tongue back into Smith, another short one, but way down the leg side. And left alone by Smith, so end of the over, Surrey on to 125 for 1.
Century for Dan Hughes, the Sussex opener, he's now out. Sussex 286 for 5 at Hove. Leicestershire made 328. And at Edgbaston, the most advanced game of them all, Warwickshire in their second innings, 155 for 2. The score's getting progressively larger there. Warwickshire 147, Yorkshire 152, so only 5 runs difference. And now Warwickshire 150, another single, 159 for 2. Very much a one-sided match going on down the A52 at Derby as Patterson White comes in. Bowl to Sibley, pushes it up to mid-off. Derbyshire made 604 for 7 declared. Northampton 42 for 4 in reply. Patterson White round the back of umpire Long, bowls and nicely steered into the offside by Dominic Sibley. Joe Pocklington needed a couple of attempts to corral the ball, and they take a single. Where are we? At Bristol, Gloucestershire made 325 yesterday. Kent 218 for 6 in reply. It's been a healthy amount of rain at Old Trafford, but they're back playing there between Lancashire and Middlesex as Patterson White bowls again pushed into the offside. Lancashire 201, Middlesex 145 for 7 in their first innings. And at New Road, Worcestershire 308, Durham 81 for 2.
Bit of bright sunshine now.
Yeah.
We see some shadows on the pitch.
Patterson White bowls, and Smith backed away again to try and cut it square of the wicket. Didn't get anything on it. Only needs just a faint snick, and Verena's there ready to gobble it up.
He'll create chances, Patterson White.
Duckett. Balls again, and this is hit to Jack Haynes at mid-on, and there's no run. 126 for 1. Balls accurately. Liam Patterson-White. Make sure they play just about every delivery. This is turned on the leg side. Single, 127 for 1. Surrey trail now by 288.
Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sounds. As we bring you the final session of day 2. Notts versus Surrey. Surrey 127 for 1 in their first innings in reply to Notts' 415. We've got Jamie Smith out there at the moment, unbeaten on 34 at the other end. Dom Sibley on 58. Rory Burns, the man out for 25. A good little battle here brewing up between Josh Tongue and Jamie Smith. Tongue with the ball in his hand once again from the Stuart Broad end, running towards our commentary position. Delivers to Smith, who gets a leading edge into a vacant cover position and helps himself to a run, but that was definitely a chance. Wasn't in full control of that. He's been banging the ball in halfway as Josh Tongue. Smith has resisted temptation on a couple of occasions, this time looking to flick the ball away off his toes into the leg side, and a massive leading edge drops safely.
Real sense of dismay from the Nottinghamshire team there. They've been working on something since tea, with Tongue banging it in short to Smith. Got him to play a false shot at last, but it looped off on the outside edge, and as Nikesh described, it just dropped into no man's land on the offside. They're tinkering with the field again for Sibley now. Duckett's gone in at leg slip.
Tongue back in, another short delivery down the leg side. So it's not just Jamie Smith that is part of that plan. Tongue has been given clear instructions to try and strangle these two batters down the leg side or get them into playing a false shot, which leads to the ball in the air, and there's definitely a few catches. Short leg, square leg, deep square leg, almost in a straight line. We've got a fine leg, a leg slip, and a gully as well. In comes Tongue. That's another decent short delivery, which he ducks underneath Sibley.
Surrey will know that we'll probably only get 10 minutes of this, because I mentioned when these two sort of opened the bowling after tea together, you can't have Josh Tongue running in like this, being asked to bowl as quickly as he can, and the spinner at the other end rattling through his overs in next to no time. It's just not giving Tongue a breather between deliveries, is it?
Maybe another over or so after this for Josh Tongue. Runs in hard and bowls short, and that's been chipped in the air, but into the gap there between leg slip and square leg. Sort of where a leg gully would be, I guess. It's been given as leg byes there, so it was off the body of Sibley. Not a chance then, but still a moral victory there for the bowler.
There's a lot of captain's hunches about this field, isn't there? They're moving fielders here, there and wherever. Very unorthodox field, but they're just working on a bit of a hunch, just hoping that the bounce, the steepling bounce from Tongue will trouble somebody.
Here's Tongue. It's down the leg side. He's had a little nibble at it. Has he got a feather on it? There's a big appeal from Notts. Smith unmoved, as is umpire Long.
Yes, we've seen one or two of these from Notts over the last couple of matches. There's a big smile between Josh Tongue and umpire Nigel Long there as they pass each other. It's down the leg side, and don't think it was anywhere near the bat. I don't actually think it clipped anything, but if it did, it might have just been his flannels, the very bottom of his shirt or the top of his trouser.
Tongue in, that's full and straight and driven away towards Hamid there at point, and there is no run. So Surrey 129 for 1, but it's been gripping stuff since tea.
So So what's Tong had? We've had 5 overs since tea, so he's had 3 overs. Clock is showing us 16:42. Let's just see how long it takes Liam Patterson-White to get through this over. Although Ollie Stone, who can also bowl very quickly, I think he's also being readied, so it may be that Tong's done, or he may have one more. But here is Patterson-White bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Sibley on strike on 58, and he really is an obdurate batter. Pushes this up to Stone at mid-off. He'll stick around, he'll shut out all the noise and just carry on in his own sweet way, compiling runs, defying bowlers for hour upon hour if he can. Pushes this again up to Stone at mid-off, and there's no run. Already through 2 balls in the over. In fact, Patterson-White's having to wait now for Ollie Stone to polish the ball and throw it back to him. He's ready now. Duckett at slip. Liam Patterson-White bowls, turned onto the leg side. The not skipper Asiba Mead. The clean bit of fielding. Quickly had the ball into a throwing position. Should Jamie Smith have backed up too far? He hadn't. Surrey remain 129 for 1. This is short of a length, cut to backward point this time, but can't beat the field. Ben Slater there for Nottinghamshire, the opening bat, doing the fielding. 4 dots into this over. Again, Patterson-White being made to wait for the ball to come round the ring. Joe Clark lobs it to him. The bowler sets off again. A little bit of extra bounce, nicely controlled by Dominic Sibley to push it into the offside. So we are 5/6 of the way through the maiden over here. Patterson-White to Dominic Sibley, and bowls now and defended. And the clock says 16:44, so certainly no more than 2 minutes in that over. And Josh Tong walks forward. His path towards the umpire is blocked by Asiba Mead, the captain, and also Ben Duckett, obviously one of the senior Nottinghamshire players, all the experience in the world now. Ben Duckett, all his years with England, and both just having a little bit of a natter to Josh Tong. They have between them, certainly since tea, come up with 1 or 2. I think it's described as funky fields, Nikesh. Just trying to knock Sibley out of his comfort zone and just try and unruffle Smith as well with some short stuff.
Absolutely. Well, Hamid's gone into a more sort of cover position rather than point, but we've still got the gully, the leg slip, short leg, square leg, deep square leg, fine leg, and it is short. It's down the leg side, and it's another delivery that is not close to the bat of Jamie Smith, who is trying to sort of just work the ball leg side off his hip or off his ribs, which is a dangerous move. Just keep your bat out of the way. If you're not going to have a full-blooded hook at it, just don't try those little flick shots, because you've got a leg slip, and it's exactly what they want, Notts. Here is Tongue once more, and that's better from Smith. Just ducks underneath the next short ball.
There's no signal from the umpire, though, is there? That's,
no.
You know, that's Jamie Smith's a tall man.
Umpire Long just signalled 1 for the over.
Okay, but you know it's not going to be pitched up when there's no mid-on or mid-off there. Can expect something else, I'm sure, that's going to be banged in Josh Tong's half of the wicket. The pitch.
Tongue in, bowls, and that is full. It's the double bluff, and it's been driven through a vacant mid-on area. So a bit of a chase on here. Clark manages to pull the ball up inside the rope, and through for a couple of runs.
Just had the 4 wickets to go down today. Notts began the day 317 for 7 in their first innings. It was a pretty good effort to get up to 415, adding 98 in that morning session, because they lost Joe Clark yesterday's Centurion without adding to his overnight score. And the last pair, Tong and Stone, added 74 together.
Tong with another short delivery, edged and taken off the shoulder of the bat of Jamie Smith. So the plan has worked. Duckett takes a pretty simple catch there. The ball looped in the air. And it's exactly what I was saying a couple of balls ago, Dave. He keeps flirting with those deliveries which are targeted in towards his chest, trying to flick them into the leg side. Sooner or later he was bound to get some bat on one. And it's come off the shoulder of the bat, looped up nicely for Ben Duckett. And that's a well-deserved wicket for Josh Tongue. And I'd say Hasib Hamid and Ben Duckett as well, who've been part of that think tank.
Very much so, yeah. We say we want to see Test players playing in the county championship when they can, and what have we got there? We've got Josh Tongue, one of the quickest bowlers around at the moment, bowling to the England wicket-keeper, the current possessor of the shirt, Jamie Smith. Is a very, very fine bat. They've been working on a plan, and very much front and centre of that plan, Ben Duckett, another established England player. Got those field settings just absolutely right there, and the bouncer fended almost off his left ear by Jamie Smith, and it just ballooned up in the air and nicely taken by Duckett. Ryan Patel coming in at 4 rather than Ollie Pope. Had a quiet game, Ryan Patel, out in the deep, grazing for much of the Nottinghamshire innings. Didn't turn his arm over. Doesn't bowl as much as he did in his earlier years. Ryan Patel comes out now at number 4 to join Dominic Sibley. 131 for 2, Surrey.
Yeah, this will be a good test. Do they stick with the plan? Josh Tongue bowling short, or do they go more conventional here to the new batter? The floodlights being turned off as more bright sunshine descends upon Trent Bridge. So it's a touch of haze out there, but it's not as bad as it once was. It's a little bit like when you go to a place like Delhi in northern India, and in the winter those mornings are quite hazy with that sort of layer of pollution before the afternoon sun burns it off. It's kind of got that look about it at the moment, Trent Bridge. Looks as though we are going a bit more conventional here for Ryan Patel, are we? Oh, we've still got the short leg in place. Got a leg slip, or we did have a leg slip. We're still going to have a leg slip, but we're going to have 2 conventional ones as well. Patterson, White and Duckett going into those positions. So we might still get some short stuff here from Josh Tongue, who's in to Ryan Patel, who goes full and straight. Tongue, and Patel manages to dig the ball out towards point. That was quick though from Tongue, and almost beat the new batter.
Yes, it was just that little period after tea yesterday when Notts lost 4 wickets from the addition of only 4 runs. Apart from that, we've not really had any bang bangs, have we? We've not had 2 wickets going down today or in the first 2 sessions yesterday. Final ball of
Tongue's over. Once again to Patel, short delivery, and that was sharp as well, but Patel ducks underneath it pretty comfortably in the end. And, successful over for Notts and for Josh Tongue. He's 1 for 35, Surrey 131 for 2.
Yeah, there's certainly been some work done in the tea interval in the Notts changing rooms. Whether it's all stemmed from the analysts, I'm not so sure. I suspect this is more to do with England get-togethers, England nets, England training sessions, Duckett and Tongue knowing Jamie Smith, trying to set him up for something that they felt might bring them reward, and it did. And like I say, they've come out with set plans here, and it's paid huge dividends. There's Patterson White bowling to Sibley. I'm not sure anybody's got a plan for dismissing Dominic Sibley cheaply. He just loves batting for long periods and seems to be doing it again. 58, he's faced 144 deliveries here. An innings that started straight after lunch. This has turned to a Mead at mid-wicket. There's no run. Ball back to Patterson-White. So Tong has got that wicket. He's had 4 overs since tea in this spell. This is Patterson-White's 4th over since tea. Defends off his own bowling here. 24 overs remain in the day after this one.
I think Tong might fancy one more in this spell.
I'm sure they'll go to Ollie Stone with similar plans when he does come out of the attack. This one's eased into the offside. And there's no run. Top 2 sides in the Division 1 table going into this, the 5th round of matches, 2 undefeated sides. There's a push again into the offside, nicely picked up by Joe Clark. Sharp bit of fielding there. Clark, the country's leading run scorer, but unable to add to his impressive tally this morning. 675 runs, but he was out without adding to his overnight score this morning. This one spins quite sharply actually away from Sibley and into the gloves of Kyle Verreynne. Good stuff again from Patterson-White. 8 overs now, 3 maidens, none for 14, and once again that over lasted no more than 2 minutes, and it is going to be Josh Tong once more.
Yeah, I think perhaps if he didn't get the wicket in that over, that could have been it for this spell. I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping and he fancies one more at least. Especially with Ryan Patel, the new batter, on strike. He looked a bit rushed with those 2 deliveries he faced.
Because he did have the extra little bit of breather. The fall of the wicket. Once more the chat going on. This time Joe Clark, who is sort of the unofficial Notts vice captain, is the T20 Blast captain, but he was there also in the mix, that conversation. And Tong's going to go round the wicket. Of course, Patel is a left-hander, so just got to switch things round a bit, but similarly attacking field as you'd expect to the new arrival.
Yep, 2 slips, leg slip, deep backward square, deep fine leg. Is it going to be short? Well, it's not that short. It's short of a length outside off and comfortably pushed into the gap there in front of point for a single. Patel off the mark.
He'll just want a watching brief if he can. Just in the early moments of his innings. Like anybody else, he seems to be feeling the cold, Ryan Patel. He's got several layers on. Got the Surrey woolly pulley on.
He's had it on for most of the match.
Yes, yeah.
Sibley, I don't know what the issue there is. Maybe a bit of dust in the eye. Hopefully it's not an insect or anything like that. There's a bit of a breeze blowing across the ground at the moment. And he's ready now as Tongue makes his way in, goes short, and that's been comfortably played off the back foot towards mid-on. No run. He's taken his helmet off again, so he's struggling with something in and around his eye.
I think if he asked one of the Notts lads just to, can you just get this fly out of my eye, he might get a jab in the eye. Oops, sorry, Dom. I think there's 1 or 2 of the Notts team that he gets on very well with. Stone, a former teammate. I think Joe Clark's a big mate of Sibley's.
Tongue in short, scooped in the air, but into a sort of vacant short point region. And the ball drops safely. Played that very uncomfortably indeed.
Yeah. If you want to know how much of a threat Josh Tong is, it's the way Sibley played that. He just sort of fended it away from his body and it looped up into the offside. Had Ben Slater been at Sibley point rather than short leg, he'd have been in business. Slater was called in just to have a little peer into Dom Sibley's eye there.
Can you see it? Can you see what's in my eye? I don't know what you're talking
it's
about.
It's my finger. Jab.
Tongue bowls and Sibley just punches the ball into a vacant extra cover region for a single. just sense Josh Tunga maybe running out a little bit of steam now. He's been bending his back ever since that tea interval.
Yes, I've been saying that Stone will take over from him. Of course, it's not a given. I've sort of temporarily forgotten that Fergus O'Neill's out there as well, the Australian who missed the last match. Just saw him with the one burst so far, didn't we, at the start of the innings?
Round the wicket to Patel, another short delivery which is defended off the back foot, was aerial for a moment but drops well short of Stone at backward point.
Still some very, very good players to come. Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, and then the youngster Adam Thomas, 19 years of age, who scored a century on debut last week. Gus Atkinson, another Test centurion, Jordan Clark.
Runs in, bowls, and Patel almost off his feet there as he ducked underneath that one. He survives though. Surrey on to 133 for 2.
Just looking at Mead, a little clap, and Slater, Verena sort of walked towards him. There was no fist pumping or handshaking or anything as if, that's a great spell. Mead just had a little quiet word. It might have been, okay, have a blow, mate, or it might have been, can you give me one more? We'll have to see. We'll have eyes on Fergus O'Neill and Ollie Stone during the course of this over, which again is going to be bowled by Liam Patterson-White, who's keeping things nice and dry at this end as far as knots are concerned. 8 overs, none for 14. Not too many bad balls from him as he continues his rivalry with Sibley. First ball turned to mid-wicket, and the Notts captain in his white floppy sonnet does the fielding. Before he threw that back to Patterson-White, did you see he turned there and said something to Josh Tong? Next delivery is eased into the offside. Just wonder if Tong might, if he had come out of the attack, might have just gone off just to towel down and have a drink, but he is still out there.
It looks as though he might have one more. That looked as though what the chat between himself and Hamid was.
Patterson-White again, the spinner, whipped away wristily. Tong is going to have to chase after that. Lyndon James coming round. He had a long way to come around the boundary and flicks it up for Josh Tong. I think initially Tong thought, well, I'm not going to chase after that. I've just been doing the bowling, and it was very evident that would go for 4 if he didn't put in a bit of an effort. 135 for 2. They got 2 from that ball, just worked away on the leg side towards the short side. $119 for 1 at tea. 135 for 2 now as Sibley gets another single onto the leg side. I also wonder if it depends on who's on strike at the end of the over, or who would potentially be facing Josh Tong as to whether he has another over or not. It shouldn't, but might just have been the conversation. If it's Patel, have one more. If not, mate, just keep your powder dry for perhaps a little later in the session.
Can't see anyone else loosening up there.
No. Don't know what the hold up is here either. Always seems to be some. If Liam Patterson-White got something in the eye, it's catching. Jack Haynes is called in for his ophthalmic knowledge right now, and look at me, blue eyes. This one's pushed back to the bowler. Patterson-White doing the fielding. So the floodlights were on at the start of the session, and within a few minutes they were turned off and the clouds have parted again. Nicer afternoon or late spring evening is with us. 136 for 2. Patterson-White to bowl to the left-handed Patel, and he will just drop it. Looked as if the field was set deep, and it may well have been deliberate, just trying to get him down to that end to face Josh Tong, who I think is going to have another one.
Yep. Hat and jumper come off. Surely it will just be the one more.
That's what Mark Church was saying a little earlier, wasn't it, about Gus Atkinson? He just loves bowling, and the more he bowls, no surprise really, the better rhythm he's in, and the better he looks. And say the same for Josh Tong. This has been an exhilarating little passage of play can Josh Tong bow out of the attack with another wicket for Nottinghamshire? Mark's back alongside. Welcome back, Mark Church. This has been a really fascinating little passage of play.
Well, it's just nasty, horrible fast bowling, isn't it? Brilliant from Tom. Absolutely brilliant. And you know, the ball he got Jamie Smith with. This has been a lot of get off me bowling, hasn't it?
It was a bit of a trap set though, wasn't there?
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's coming around the wicket now to Ryan Patel, and Patel goes. He's got another one. He's just turned it straight to short leg. This is why Tong is worth his weight in gold, because he's doing this from nowhere. He's just come piling in, and it's a short delivery, and Ryan Patel has just turned it straight to short leg, and Ryan Patel goes. And 137 for 3. Slater in there under the lid, and Patel goes. This is just exceptional quick bowling. You don't see this very often anymore. He has just piled in, and he is making life so horrible for the batters at the moment. Brilliant from Josh Tong, this.
And we're sort of making the point, Mark, as well, Nikesh and I. He's not getting much of a breather either, with Liam Patterson-White racing through the overs at this end. Sibley just pushing it back, content to keep him out. You know, Tong's barely got down to his fielding position, that he's walking back in again, and it may have been that he just then said, "Go on, give me one more."
Yeah, and it works. And you see again, Patel looks uncomfy here. It's just the pace. He's just trying to turn that into the leg side. It's a good catch from Slater in there at short leg, but Ryan Patel goes, and it's another one for Tong. Sibley's been watching all of this from the non-strikers end, but he has bowled the speed of light as well. I've been watching it from just along on the seats outside, and yeah, there's been a few that have flown down the leg side, but as I say, the one that got Smith just couldn't get out of the way. Just hit him. And it's proper quick bowling, this.
Yeah, it was good for Notts to have the leg slipping. Mark, is there any reason for anybody to be a little concerned that we haven't seen Ollie Pope yet?
No, not yet. I don't think so. He normally comes out at 4, but it was Ryan Patel that came out. Now, if he doesn't come out next, then yes.
Yeah.
But
then again, you could say perhaps Adam Thomas is chomping at the bit to get out there after last week.
I'd be interested to see how Dan Lawrence plays this. Yeah. But this is exceptional from Tong again. This is what he did at the Kia Oval. Slightly different at the Kia Oval, but Surrey have got to find a way to get through this from Josh Tong. And what I like about this is nothing's happening. So he's set up his leg trap, and he's come piling in, and you often see bowlers do this, to go to the short ball, but actually it never really works, does it? Here it has, and this is horrible. If you're facing this at the moment, this is so uncomfortable. So it's a first ball for Dan Lawrence. Got leg slip, gully, short leg. Tong from that Stuart Broad end. First ball for Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence drives firmly out towards Hamid, who's at cover point, and there is no run. And Patterson-White is just doing his job. He's just tied up one end, and Tong's just charging in, and they've got Ollie Stone to come, probably straight after Tong, you would feel. Settles himself down over his bat once again, does Lawrence. As Tong comes in over the wicket to him, short down the leg side, just gets inside it, and it's taken by Verena.
As you know, I've been doing this a long time, not as long as you, and it's just so strange to sort of see a Nottinghamshire side out there that's so competitive, and you know, wherever you look, there's no weak link. They're on an equal footing with everybody else. I mean, for 2 years either side of COVID, they couldn't win a game.
Yep.
But careful recruitment, improvement in a lot of players with excellent coaching. They've made themselves very competitive.
As over the wicket goes Tong. Again, he's just going towards the armpit of Dan Lawrence. As I say, you don't see this very often anymore. yeah, you go to the short ball, and it doesn't. These days, it's yes, you go to the short ball because you go to the short ball. This is going to the short ball and getting it right.
Yeah.
And it's not always head high. That's the thing. If it's in your armpit, it's horrendous as a batter. As Tong is in, that one's not his best, and he knows that. He's just trying to flick that away off his hip. There was Dan Lawrence, taken by Verena. But the Jamie Smith delivery, he could not get out the way, but he had nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Hit the glove, just ballooned to duck it at leg slip.
And it's interesting that they've switched over actually, because Patterson White was at slip and Duckett at leg slip. Now they've changed over.
This is why I said earlier, Mr. Bracegirdle, this gentleman should be leading the England attack. As in over the wicket he comes, and Lawrence is solidly in behind this. Will get a single. To the total and his first run, but it's another terrific over from Tom. The wicket of Patel for 2, and Surrey at 138 for 3, and Lawrence keeps the strike. Ripple of applause for Josh Tong. That might be it actually for this spell, I think, but he's certainly done his job.
Yeah, 3 players ran up and a pat on the back there. Tong's figures 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. I mean, just in cold numbers, they don't tell any of the story, do they? 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. But the impact he's had since tea has been considerable.
He's nasty.
Yes. Yeah.
In the right way. He's a nasty, horrible, quick bowler. And that's what you want. You want a nasty, horrible, quick.
This is his 9th match, just his 9th match for Nottinghamshire. 4 5-wicket hauls in his first 8. And he's got 2 of the 3 wickets here. Going to be Patterson White to continue. Dan Lawrence to face him for the first time. Lawrence, right-hander, former Essex player, another very recent England Test player. This has turned to Hamid at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Spinner to spinner, we can say, as Lawrence opens the face, guides it on an angle of 45. Good stop by Slater, who is still sort of slightly hampered in the field by having those protective pads on. Yes, Dan Lawrence fulfilled the role of being Surrey's frontline spinner in this match. Agreed with Mark, he should have been on much earlier this morning. Nottinghamshire's last wicket might not have been so productive, eventually worth 74. Patterson White again. Oh, crikey, Dan Lawrence came a-charging and wasn't really at the pitch of it. And in the end, I think just happy to get some bat on ball and pat it away on the leg side.
Well, Patterson White saw him coming. Fired it in there. There's no better sight, though, is there? The whole crowd were into it out there.
Comes in again, Patterson White. This has just helped into the covers. He's looking a tad fidgety, Dan Lawrence here. He's just got the 1 to his name. It's not necessarily a surface or, I think, a moment where you can come out and just start smashing balls to the boundary. It's not been that sort of contest yet. So the next one's eased into the offside to Joe Clark, whose century yesterday was hugely important for Notts. Dan Worrell, the star of the day, certainly for the visitors. And Patterson White once more. Again, he pushes it to Clark. And that's the end of another tidy over. 138 for 3. I think today Josh Tong's had a very good day. Made an unbeaten 37 with the bat and got those 2 wickets. And as seemingly ever for Surrey, Dominic Sibley stands tall in every sense. 62 not out.
Yeah, it looks like it's O'Neill coming back into the attack down there at the Stuart Broad end. But yet from 300 yards away, it's great. And as I say, the crowd were loving it.
Yeah.
And there's no better sight than a big, quick, nasty, horrible, quick bowler bowling rockets. So, Fergus O'Neill, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 20 thus far today. He will bowl from the Stuart Broad end. of the ground. Sibley will be the man on strike. This, of course, all in reply to the Nottinghamshire 415.
Yeah, Tongs stayed out there. He's at mid-off. Doesn't need to take a few minutes just to go and change his shirt or towel off or have a little drink. Just quietly reflect on a very, very impressive spell of bowling.
So, Sibley, 2 slips in there short mid-wicket. As over the wicket goes O'Neill to him, and he's turning this one into the leg side. Rolls in there to short mid-wicket, and Lyndon James does the fielding.
Different sort of bowler, of course, not as quick, and pitches it up there, just trying to get a little bit of late movement.
Well, the sun's come out again now. It did get not gloomy, but the lights are on.
Yeah.
But the lights have been turned off now. Lights were on straight away after tea. O'Neill, right arm over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley will turn this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Takes a single. Sibley moves on to 63. Surrey move on to 139 for 3. Brings Dan Lawrence back onto strike on 1.
He's had 2 very successful domestic seasons back in Australia. The last 2 English winters there. The one before last, he was the leading wicket taker in Australia. He was in the top 3 this last year.
Well, got Dan Lawrence on strike now. Just having a little look at the field is the right-handed Lawrence. As O'Neill is into him, and he's turning this one down towards long leg. We'll take a single. 1 more to the total. I have to now, with Ollie Stone's granddad and the Twix bar, I don't think that's true. Mainly because it was in the Cricketers Who's Who. Now there's some answers in there that, well, I think they get a bit bored, so they have a bit of fun with it when they fill the form in. 2 short mid-wickets catching for Sibley now. As O'Neill comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's clipping this one firmly out towards deep backward square. Strolls another single. There's Dominic Sibley. Moves on to 64. Sorry, move on to 141 for 3. I haven't actually purchased the Who's Who for a couple of years.
No, mate. Patterson White came out of the slip cordon for Sibley. He's gone back in there between Verena, the keeper, and Ben Duckett for Dan Lawrence.
Lawrence batting out of his crease to O'Neill. He's in, and Lawrence is across his stumps, turns it into Lyndon James in there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. There used to be a question, how would you improve cricket? Longer tees was normally in there, wasn't it? I'm not quite sure what the questions are these days. Used to do the old fantasy slip cordon. Who would you like to stand next to? As in comes O'Neill, forward goes Dan Lawrence, plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I would have Kevin Howells at first slip, I think. Then Jeremy from this morning, whose questions he destroyed on the live radio. Yeah, it's a nice atmosphere in the ground. Good crowd in today for a Saturday. Nice weather, great cricket again. Really good cricket. Patterson White's, I always think of left-arm spinners as quite tall, wiry characters. But Patterson White's quite a stocky lad, isn't he?
Yeah, it's more like Ian Blackwell used to be, the umpire at this end, watching on as Patterson White comes round the back of him and then delivers a first ball, which Sibley eases back to him. We've seen that a few times, certainly since tea, and just content just to push the spinner back along the track. Comes out of his crease this time, but having got there, just guides it to Joe Clark on the offside. No run.
Played one test, didn't he, Ian Blackwell?
Yeah. Quite a number of ODIs. counties. This is played to the right of Joe Clark, and Ollie Stone does the fielding. Man of Norfolk, Ollie Stone, Norwich City supporter. 142 for 3. He's a Canary.
Is Delia still involved there, is she?
Whether she's on the board, I honestly don't know. Patterson White bowls. Down the track comes Lawrence and slams it past Patterson White, straight down the ground for 4. That was a shot of some substance, really. Gave it an almighty wallop. Dan Lawrence, straight 4 through the offside of straight.
It made a resounding noise off the Lawrence bat.
146 for 3. Decided to come out and just try and play his shots, get the ball moving again. Sometimes you have to do that, I guess, when you're batting with Dom Sibley. This is another one hit up in the air, and he's going to get another boundary, but crikey, he was so close then, I think, to either picking out Clark. It was to the right of Clark, to the left of Stone, and it was in the air as it threaded a needle between the two of them and away for 4. That could have gone horribly wrong for Dan Lawrence, but it didn't, and it brings up the Surrey 150.
Yeah, I think to give him a bit of credit, he sort of, the bat went inside out, didn't he? And he checked it in the air between those two fielders.
Yeah, he knew where the gap was,
yeah.
and that's where he was trying to hit it, but I say, if he was marginally out in his calculations, either Clark or Stone were very much in the game. There's Patterson White in again, won't mind that. As Lawrence turns this to a Mead at mid-wicket, end of the over. 150 for 3. And Patterson White's figures just taking a little bit of a hit in that over, but as I say, if the batters are coming towards him, he won't mind that much at all.
Well, 18 overs left today, so there'll be 69 gone at stumps tonight.
Yeah.
So there'll be a new ball available if they need it tomorrow morning. With 11 overs left until the 80th over it turns up. There's a committee meeting with Hamid, Clark and Duckett out there. Neil will continue.
And then when we come back in the morning, it'll be like this morning. We're sort of talking about the bonus points and how many overs are left and what have you. Notts have eased ahead. 4 points to 3 at this stage.
O'Neill then, over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley forward, just pokes this one. Back down the pitch and there's no run. There's a white cricket ball in the box to our right hand side.
Yes, I noticed. Yeah.
It's not the one that came through your window,
No,
is it?
I've not got that many souvenirs or bits of memorabilia, but at the end of that match, somebody, I'll mention in a second.
As in again goes O'Neill, forward goes Sibley, and there is no run.
I think it was given to Tim Robinson, who was either the umpire or the match referee, and Tom Patterson, who's ground operations manager, asked for the ball, gave it to Alex Hale, or went to Alex Hales. Can you sign this for Dave, please? And he did, and he brought it up here.
That's lovely. In fact, you brought a T20 game to a grinding halt while you were all having your photos taken. You and Emerson. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It was a List A game. Ryan
Was
Pringle
it List A,
bowling
was it?
to Ryan Pringle bowling to Hales.
It was televised, wasn't it?
It
was on the telly.
It was televised, and Ian Ward says, "All right, come on, you've had your selfie. Can we have our ball back, please?"
Yeah, well, he's spot on. You two holding the whole game up, having your photos taken. As this one's turned into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, you know where it landed, don't you? You've seen this. I've shown you.
Is there a dent in the table?
Oh. Now, where's that gone? Oh, no, it's there. It's there.
Is that where it landed? Look, there it is.
That's been filled in. That's been puttied in.
Has it?
It damaged that, yep.
Look at that.
Not good radio, but here on the desk in front of us, there's evidence of where Alex Hales took a chunk out of the counter in front of us here.
Waiting once again is Sibley. In over the wicket goes O'Neill, and Sibley's forward squirts away into the offside. So he's going to go stump to stump here as O'Neill, because he's got the silly mid on and a short mid wicket for Dominic Sibley.
Down in the West Country, they'd have you believe that Marcus Trescothick was sort of the first to bring in these sort of funky fields, the short catching mid wickets and what have you. Can't entirely say I believe that.
In again. Oh, he's O'Neill looking to work it leg side as Sibley hits him amidships. Rolls away, and there is no run. End of the over, 150 for 3 then. Lawrence 10, Sibley 65. I love Marcus Trescott.
Yeah, oh yes.
Dearly.
Yeah.
But he certainly didn't invent
No.
all of this.
No. Catching mid wickets. I've absolutely lost count of what's just happened here with Notts. About 3 players have run off and 3 players have run on. James Haynes is out there.
Impact.
Yeah.
What is it they call them in rugby? The bomb squad.
James Hayes, who made his first-class debut as a substitute, as a injury replacement at Grace Road last week. He's just been moved on the leg side, just behind square. There's neither this nor that. It's not really saving. Well, he's walking in now with the bowler, so he should be able to save one from there. This is turned to a Mead at mid-wicket. After this one, we've got 16 overs left in the day, so that'll be around about an hour's worth of cricket. So probably getting on towards 6:30 we should be done today, assuming the light holds. This is pushed into the offside. Frustratingly, we went off last night at 2 minutes past 6, which meant that the 5 overs that were left to be bowled in the day were lost. We won't ever see them again. Had they gone off at 2 minutes to 6, then they'd have been added on to today's allocation. Another one of cricket's regulations that's a little mystifying. Single taken by Lawrence, just easing this into the offside, out to Slater in the deep.
I had to sit in the Hadley waiting room area, whatever it's called. I've never seen anybody waiting in it though.
Oh, you were?
No, I was just sat and reading his stats, his remarkable stats.
He's on one side and Sir Garfield's are on the other. 151 for 3. Midway through the 53rd over as Dominic Sibley on 65 blocks this one.
So if you come for a meeting, the reception say, can you wait in the Hadley waiting area, please? Some nice comfy chairs down there.
We need to get one up here, don't we? Next ball is sent down with Sibley, just leaving his crease slightly, but fully in control of what he was doing. Pushes it towards Joe Clark.
I don't think it was you that broke it, but he's definitely not happy, that
It's
chair,
not,
is it?
It's not. Well, I'll switch it overnight for one in the other rooms. This is pushed up to... That's Joe Pocklington on as a sub at mid-off. Yeah, might just swap it for producer Kirsty's chair overnight. 151 for 3 after 53 overs. Getting daggers from Kevin next door.
Kevin's got 2 chairs in there.
Still, I thought I'd taken one of those.
Oh, you've taken one of those. He hasn't anymore then.
Producer Kirsty says, no, I can't have her chair.
No, quite right too. So it's going to be O'Neill to continue. And the field again will be set up to go stump to stump. So he's going to have a slip, leg gully, short mid wicket, long leg, orthodox mid wicket, mid off, mid on, cover and backward point. He's in here to Dan Lawrence, who lets this one go. Outside is off stump, taken by Verena, moving away to his right hand side.
Don't really understand this one, but James says Ollie Stone's not a real canary. There's a poser. Who are the real canaries? Poser for you and Churchy, he says. I don't know, James. I don't really follow that. He's a Norwich City fan.
Oh, I see.
But I don't know who the real canaries are, if they're not Norwich City.
As in over the wicket goes O'Neill. Forward goes the right-handed Lawrence. Oh, it's still a thing, canaries.
Because people, I know they're still around. I don't mean they're
No,
not,
they're extinct,
no,
Mark.
sorry, but I mean people used to have them at home, didn't they, as pets? Is that still a thing?
Well, they used to shove them down the pits, didn't they?
Well, thank you for that, David. So, do people still have canaries?
I've never met anybody in my life who's had a pet canary.
As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. I knew someone once who had a parrot.
No, you didn't.
It was a miserable thing. It really was.
Pieces of eight.
He used to sort of peck you the whole time. I wasn't a huge fan. I was actually terrified of the thing. As settling himself down again is Dan Lawrence. Forward he goes to O'Neill, plays it straight back up the pitch. O'Neill does the fielding off his own bowling. And there is no run. They're doing this very well at the moment on Nottinghamshire because Surrey as well, their run rate at the minute is 2.81. So Surrey would like to be sort of motoring along at the moment, but they can't because this is excellent bowling from Nottinghamshire after tea. O'Neill is in, and Lawrence drives. Super shot from Dan Lawrence. So super, I sort of couldn't get my words out, but he just went inside out, through the covers, off to that short cover boundary. Just checked it away for 4. Lawrence is on to 15, 155 for 3.
So umpire Ian Blackwell there have a big stretch, stretched his arms out. Couldn't see if he was yawning, can't see the facial features from here under the wide-brimmed hat, but for all the world, he just have a big stretch.
They're long days, aren't they, for the umps? Struan straight back down the pitch, so straight in fact he's destroyed the stumps at the bowler's end. Nigel Long was pleased they were in the way. He was trying to take evasive action. End of the over, 155 for 3. Lawrence has 15, Sibley has 65, the 3 to go. Burns for 25, and then Jamie Smith got a horrific delivery from Josh Tongue. Gloved it. 33 for Smith, wasn't it? And then Ryan Patel went for 2, just turning the ball into the hands of Slater at short leg.
It'd be nice if we could get a little replay of that last one that clattered into the stumps, just to see Nigel Long's reaction. Umpire Nigel Long. Seba Mead has handed the ball to umpire Ian Blackwell at this end. I'll guarantee Ian Blackwell is... Oh, he is the one with the gauge this time. No, that goes through there, Haas. No, it doesn't go through there, Haas. So that meets all the criteria. It's a gauge where the cricket ball needs to pass through a circle on one side of the gauge and not pass through on the other side. That's about all I can tell you. But we're good to go again. This one round the wicket. Ball's whipped away wristily. Ooh, Sibley was sent back there by Lawrence. He thought he'd got a run there, but Ollie Stone on the field. After popping off, Josh Tong popped off. Don't know who's off at the moment. It might still be Tong off the field as Pocklington's still on there. This has turned out to Lyndon James on the leg side for a single.
Hampshire 19 for 2 in their second innings against Essex. Still trailing by 19 runs.
I'm sort of a little reluctant to pass any comment on Hampshire's start of the season, bearing in mind this time next week I should be on the gantry there at the Utility Bowl watching Hampshire playing Notts. Patterson White bowls. All this is deflected down the leg side for a single, for a boundary, I beg your pardon, by Dan Lawrence. Certainly looking to get on with things here, Lawrence. Yes, whatever happens next weekend, it'll be rather more interesting than last year's game, a match that started with me having my breakfast obviously on the first morning, and that's a bit hard, and crikey, a tooth had come out.
No,
that's a great start to 4 days away.
Dear.
Some white bowls, and again Lawrence playing his shots.
Was it an important tooth?
No, right at the back.
Right at the back. Right. Well, that's good.
It saved it having any more. Well, I can have another go at trying to save it. I can have another go at trying to save it. Well, anyway, that had gone, and it ended with a spell of bowling from Ben Brown with the Kookaburra ball for Hampshire. This is he's into the offside. Slow left arm. He was getting it almost to turn square. It's a tremendous spell of bowling from a wicket keeper. It's just about summed up what everybody thought of the Kookaburra ball at the time. So that's Notts away at Hampshire next week. Hampshire at the moment, bottom of the table. Next delivery fired in. Sibley turns it in the direction of Stone, and there's no run. End of the over. 161 for 3. Surrey. Notts made 415. Times certainly when they were 240 odd for 3. You'd expect them to have got 415. Certainly when they were 250 for 7. Perhaps didn't, but that's what they ended up with. 161 for 3. In reply come the visitors.
You and Mr. Kevin James being beefies at some points, no doubt. Up and down in the very slow lifts.
Yes, that former Hampshire great Ian Botham has
Indeed. There's a lot of pictures of him in beefies, isn't there? Now Varane is going to stand up to the stumps because Lawrence was batting out of his crease, so he now has to go back into his crease. Does Dan Lawrence?
James has been back in touch about the real canaries.
Oh yes. As here is O'Neill, and that's short, and that's pulled for 4 by Dan Lawrence, and that hits the hover cover. So Lawrence moves on to 24. Surrey move on to 165 for 3.
Dismissive?
Yes, that was fairly dismissive, wasn't it, from Dan Lawrence?
James says, Dave, the real canaries are the mighty Hitchin Town of the Southern Premier League. The kit and club emblem are practically identical, but the Hertfordshire club were founded first. Thank you very much, James. Every day's a school day. Thank you. Hitchin Town, the Canaries, the real Canaries, according to James.
Very good.
Thank you.
I wonder if anybody does still have a canary. As in over the wicket once again comes O'Neill, and driven firmly again by Lawrence. And across goes Hafid Hamid to do the fielding. 1 more to the total, 166 for 3. They used to be all the rage.
Did they?
Yeah.
I've reached this grand old age in life, and I've never met anyone who owns a canary.
Really? Oh, I've met a few people who've had canaries and parrots.
Haas, the not skipper, isn't happy with the ball. He's had a go at this end with umpire Ian Blackwell. Now he's taking it to Nigel Long.
Very sensible.
And they're both looking at the ball as if they've got Superman sensors to just determine whether there's any damage to it or not. Well, it's like this. It's like this, Haas. We've got to... I see what you mean, mate, but we've got to go by the gauge, and the gauge says... They've tried all sorts of things, haven't they? Only the skipper can approach the umpire. He can only approach him twice. So.
As here is O'Neill, and that's hitting Sibley high up on the back leg. Rolls away in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Is this an official approach to the umpire? We had all that, didn't we, for a year or two? Just seems like the umpires do ask the bowlers or anybody else now, just can you go through your captain, please? But I don't think there are any amounts of time that you can keep asking anymore.
Sibley waits again. O'Neill's into him, and Sibley clips it uppishly. That's why you heard the cry of anguish from Ben Duckett at first slip, but it was actually nowhere near Lyndon James when he hit a single. So Sibley moves on to 67. Onto strike comes Lawrence on 25. Partnerships worth 30, of which Lawrence has 25. I'm about to ask you, why? It's a beautiful watch you've got there. Why do you take it off? Is it easier to look at in front of you like that?
Yes.
Ah, I see. Excellent. As in over the wicket comes O'Neill, and this is clipped firmly again by Dan Lawrence, straight into Lyndon James in there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And it's a bit tight.
It's a beautiful timepiece, mind you.
lots of reasons really. When it's in front of me, when we're doing our hourly updates, not on a Saturday afternoon today, but it's just more of a reminder that I've got an update coming up.
Very good. Rayner stays up to the stumps. Over the wicket goes O'Neill, and Lawrence is forward, just plays this one softly down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 167 for 3. Lawrence has 25, Sibley has 67. And Mr. Bracegirdle's going to have a quick break. Welcome back, sir. Have you been watching from outside, or have you been inside the commentary box having a little look at the action? Have you been out to gauge the atmosphere? Sorry, Kevin Howes is here, everybody.
I've been watching from the commentary box.
I know you have. Have you sorry, you looked at me with man raised your eye. Yes, I did know a couple of people who have parrots.
You said canaries.
No, but have you never met anybody who's had
You've never met
pet
anybody who's had a
canary?
canary.
I did when I was
no,
little.
No, you haven't. You read about them in the school. When
No, I
poor
didn't.
canaries were
When
sent
I
down
was
the mines.
little, there were a couple of family friends who had pet canaries.
Even in your crazy lifestyle, I just don't buy it. Just don't buy it.
Yeah, they did. They had pet canaries, and then this parrot. It was a horrible thing. It was.
Only with you.
Well, they used to let it out, and you'd be trying to watch the telly, and then it would creep up behind you on the sofa. No, genuinely. And I was terrified of the thing. I really was. Here is Liam Patterson-White.
Gangster parrot.
As going left arm around the wicket, forward goes Sibley. How good a spell was that from Josh Tom?
Well, it brought back memories of September a little.
Yeah.
Of, again, you think going one way, but they've managed to fight him off a little bit here now, haven't they, Lawrence and Sibley?
As Patterson-White doing a very good job as this is whipped by Sibley up towards mid-on, and there is Mr. Tom doing the fielding. Mr. Bracegirdle's getting his flask out, way to our left. Very sensible, as that's the noise you can hear. As in around, I just thought I'd point that out. As driving is Sibley, and they will get a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total, 168 for 3.
Is that very weak tea you've got there, Gordon?
Very.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. It looked almost like milk.
Ollie Stone's getting warmed up as Liam Patterson-White is in to Lawrence, and Lawrence is forward. Nudge this one into the leg side. Nice evening now.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah, lovely. Sun's
Turned out nice.
Turned out nice again. The retirement flats away to our right.
Yes.
They're a new addition, are they? When did they get put up?
Only about 5 years ago.
Oh, was it?
Couple of years.
Oh,
Couple
was
of
it?
years.
Yeah, I haven't noticed them really until you pointed them out. As in again goes Patterson-White. This is drilled up the ground by Sibley. He's taking on Tong, but he's got plenty of time to get home. He was on the move anyway. He picks up a single. And is it still? Do you remember I was obsessed by the
Power station
that's got their own golf course?
Yeah. Well, they haven't anymore, and the chimneys are, I believe, are going to be demolished at the end of this year.
Oh, that'll be a big picture on East Midlands today.
I think
There
is a bit of a campaign to keep them, but
did you sign the campaign?
I have no dog in the fight, as they say.
Right.
Not bothered either way.
Liam Patterson-White is in. This is pushed into the leg side by Lawrence. Rolls it there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 170 for 3. Lawrence 26, Sibley has 69.
Have you asked Mr. Howells if he had a canary as a child?
Oh, don't you start.
You have? Oh. Okay, I've just popped out the room for a comfort break, so I missed that. I'll be sure to listen on BBC Sounds.
He doesn't know anybody's had a
I
canary.
I don't.
When I
I
was
don't.
little,
He doesn't. I know.
when I was little, we had at least 2 family friends who had canaries.
Ollie Stone's about to bowl here. He's bowled 10 overs. 1 for 31. 170 for 3, trailed by 245 runs. Well, I know we're on Sports Extra on BBC Sounds, Dave. Where else are we? Online? Obviously on Trent Bridge live as well.
You don't know, none of us
Here,
do.
there,
On your
everywhere.
smart speaker?
Oh yes.
Are they trying with the
ball again?
The ball change once more.
The handcuffs.
This has
are
become
out
quite
this
the
time.
thing.
It has.
Apparently, that superb spell of Ben Sanderson last Sunday in a Division 2 game where he took 6 wickets in 29 balls came immediately after a ball change.
It's funny, isn't it, how that can happen?
And, yeah. And the fact we're now at 57. Oh, they are they? It's the old case.
Here we go. It's all gonna. Wait for it. Here comes the attaché case.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Doesn't it often take a while, this, doesn't it?
Up for discussion also is the fact that this, you know, we make such a song and dance about second new ball after 80 overs. How often when that second new ball is taken, there's absolutely nothing happen. And yet, when you get a change of ball, things do happen. I think the moments like this are
important,
or almost potentially game changing in some instances, or innings changing, far more than actually what should be game changing, which is the second hard new ball after 80.
Takes a lot longer as well, this, doesn't it? Going through the attaché case.
Yes. 12 overs left in the day. And that's what we're hoping for, one that can bring them a couple of wickets between now and the close. About 45 minutes time.
I've just been having a bit of a discussion with someone about this as well. I came up with a discussion. And the fact you can't use balls that have been used in previous season, they have to be from
this
season. So therefore, the choice that the umpires have to look at in your case there, are not actually, it's not that big a choice.
No.
So
sample size.
Well, what happens with the first match of the season then?
Well, it's a good point that.
Very excellent point.
Very, really good point that. We're going to have to ask more questions about that, aren't we? There's nothing wrong in life with asking questions.
Maybe there aren't any. Maybe you just can't change the
just
ball.
Get on with it, yeah.
So, and notable that we've got this change of ball just as Ollie Stone's about.
Yes, well, he was over there having a word as well.
Yeah. Okay. Gives chance, just briefly, we'll go through some scores in amongst this over and beyond, because games, of course, approaching the close of the second day. Some of them still quite a lot of overs left. Here's Stone into Sibley on 69, up onto his toes and claimed and put down there too, towards the gully area. And here, the batters, of course, have to make sure that they don't get caught up in any seemingly unjust, unfair change in the game and the circumstances with the change of the ball. It's no good them getting all uppity and saying it's all unfair, because the ball ain't going to get changed back again, is it?
No.
So they have to sort of just get their mind on what they can hopefully control, which is their own performance with the bat, of which Sibley has done another remarkable job on 69, 170 for 3, and punches that one into the offside. Doesn't get past the fielder. So Hampshire at 34 for 2, trail Essex by 4 runs. Somerset into their second innings, 4 for no wicket, lead Glamorgan by 129. For those that missed it earlier, Ben Stokes has been out in the middle with the bat for Durham, and he's back in the pavilion again, having made 14. Emilio Gay 28 today. Durham 161 for 4, trail Worcestershire by 147 runs. It's in Division 2, of course. Back to Division 1 in a moment, as once again Stone comes in from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. A little bit of width to be worked with there by Sibley, and it gets it past the fielder to backward point, and it's going to be 4 runs on the shorter boundary. So 4 more for Sibley. He moves to 73 and takes Surrey to 174 for 3, which means they are still 241 runs behind on their first innings. Where did I get to? Somerset, wasn't it? So Sussex 361 for 8. Leicestershire having made 328, so that will be a lead of 33 runs. John Simpson not out 77 there against Leicestershire at Hove. Warwickshire versus Yorkshire. That score in a moment. With Stone midway through his over. Bowls now. This time it's the other way. It's worked on the onside behind square for a single by the tall figure of Dom Sibley. He moves to 74. There's a partnership of 38, and it's a score of 175 for 3. Warwickshire 220 for 2. Mosley on 66, Haynes on 22, and that's a lead of 215 runs. Bit of a strange one, that, isn't it? Warwickshire 147, Yorkshire collapsed this morning to 152 all out, and now 220 for 2 after only 58 overs. Warwickshire in their second. What was that you just?
It's gone flat.
Thank you very much. Stone in bowls and defended by Lawrence into the offside on 26. Any more observations on any of those scores here, Church? Northamptonshire 92 for 4 after Derbyshire made 604 for 7 declared. No, nothing.
Nope.
Lancashire 6 for no wickets, second innings. Lead Middlesex by 38 runs. Jimmy will be disappointed. The great Jimmy Anderson, he only managed 4 wickets in that Middlesex.
His form's gone.
Yeah. He must be worried about his future. Okay. Next ball in, and almost caused problems there for Lawrence. I think he was looking to work that away on the onside, but ends up in the off and a dot ball. So only Stones bowled 11 overs, 1 for 36, 175 for 3. Lawrence 26, Sibley on 74. I told you about the Durham score, but just to repeat and confirm, Durham 162 for 4, trail Worcestershire by 146 runs. So those are all the scores. I say should be approaching the close around the country on this second day, Dave, but as we all know, it can be 7 o'clock, 7:15, I think it will be for some. Not here tonight, just 11 overs remaining here tonight.
Yeah, it should be done, I would imagine, before 6:30, especially if Liam Patterson-White continues from this end. If he goes to the end, he will have 6 of the remaining 11 overs, beginning with this one, with Dom Sibley on strike on 74. He's got a lot of balls to Sibley, and this one is hit back to him on the bounce. Nicely fielded by the slow left-arm spinner.
Say where you were doing that. That was his 846th delivery he's faced in the last 2 and a bit championship games. Dominic Sibley
should have his eye in. Oh, he's going to get a fortuitous run here, playing it away on the offside. Jack Haynes loses his cap and smiling to himself about something as he returns it.
And 847 deliveries now for Sibley. 617 have just been defended back. Lovely.
It's a mighty fine player.
Good numbers, those.
Patterson-White round the wicket. Coming down the track here is Lawrence, and Lawrence has got hold of that one, and that's a mighty blow towards deep mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way for 6. Dan Lawrence certainly has no intention of being tied down by Liam Patterson-White, and that was a really brutal connection. Ball has disappeared from view somewhere in that little corner between the Radcliffe Road stand and the William Clark stand. Josh Tong has come back with it. Maybe that ball will have to be changed again if it's clattered into the concrete. In fact, Ian Blackwell's going to have a little look at it, see if it's damaged.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it? He does play some gorgeous cricket shots, Dan Lawrence.
Lawrence on to 32, total 182 for 3. Tong's stayed out on the fence in case he tries it again, but he doesn't. He just waits for the ball to come on to him and guides it away into the gap on the offside. Fielded by Fergus O'Neill, the Australian. Really ought to work out who's off the field, because Joe Pocklington, just down below us, number 15, has been on for a while now. Mead is out there. Slater's out there. Duckett's out there. That's the first 3. Little push into the offside, fielded by Haynes. And
so you've got to Joe.
Run.
Now you've got to Joe Clark. Can you see Joe Clark there?
He's often a candidate for a comfort break.
I don't think he is.
No, I think that's your man. Joe Clark off the field at the moment as Lawrence pushes this elegantly down to Joe Pocklington, another slow left arm spinner who said earlier we'll be looking forward to seeing him again in the Metro Bank. Made his Nottinghamshire debut in that competition last season, played every game, got I think he was joint top wicket taker. Just wonder if he might get a little bit of a run in the blast as well. We'll have to see. 185 for 3 at the end of the over. 10 overs remain. 60 balls, or a maximum of a minimum of 60 legal deliveries unless a wicket goes down in the final over. Lawrence has 34. Could do some damage to Notts this evening, but also he could get himself out looking for a big shot. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Stone to bowl to him.
Ollie Stone is in, and he's forward. He's just trying to work that leg side. He is, Dan Lawrence. It rolls up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So this partnership now worth 48 after the wickets of Jamie Smith and Ryan Patel.
Yeah, Lawrence has got, as you'd expect, the bulk of them. 34. Not sure how many extras in this partnership, but Lawrence certainly dominating the stand.
It's again 2 short mid wickets catching. Just Duckett at slip next to Verena, and he's forward, and again just shaping to work that leg side. Mead comes up to do the fielding. Lawrence goes for a little wander towards square leg. Always checks the Velcro on his gloves. David Warner used to do that. Well, he still does. After every ball, Warner does the Velcro on his gloves, doesn't he?
Absolutely maddening. Just watching some youngsters up in the Larwood and Vaux stand running up and down the stairs there. They've enjoyed the day at the cricket.
If I was up there, you'd always get him to sit down. As this is pushed by Lawrence up towards mid-on.
Don't know if we can get a shot of them on the live stream there in the Larwood and Vaux stand. I mean, the time of their lives just going up and down the steps.
Reminds me of the time I took my old man, who's sadly no longer with us, but we went to watch a test match at the Keir Oval against India. And we got there. Dad liked to get there early and get his seat.
Yep.
So he sat down and in over the wicket goes Stone, and this one's pushed by Lawrence back up the pitch, and there's no run. And then this gentleman sat down in front of us, and then he pulled his trumpet out. And then he started playing his trumpet. At which point, Dad tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, do you do requests?" He went, "Yeah, I can do." And he said, "Can you please?" And I went, "Shut up." I thought, oh, here we go. It's a good start to the day. And then started yet. Anyway, we move seats. It's in over the wicket once again. Comes Stone. That's pulled by Lawrence for 4. Lots of time there for Dan Lawrence to get inside that and pull it away for 4 runs. Whistles off to the boundary rope, and that is the 50 partnership. So 50 partnership, of which Lawrence has 38, Sibley has 14. It's coming good time as well, 52 from 72 deliveries. So that run rate's just gone up to 3.16 now.
Yes, there was no suggestion the trumpeter was going to move then.
I had few, well, I think that was my decision, because I thought, oh, here we go. Had a few occasions with Dad like that over the years. You know, over the wicket once again comes Stone, and now shout for LBW. That leg sidey to me, and umpire Nigel Long wanders off and signals leg byes.
Yes, I don't think there's been a shout quite as loud as the one when Sibley was on 16 from Ollie Stone's bowling. That one looked very, very close indeed. Saw it a number of times, but the umpire gives them when they're out and doesn't give them when they think they're not out, and that's the way it should be. 190 for 3 after 60 overs. Got 9 overs left in the day.
You know, been a good spell this from Batterson White, hasn't it?
Yeah. He's just getting loose. He's bowled spells of 35, 40 and more overs in his Nottinghamshire career. Just 15 so far, none for 47, now none for 48 as this first ball of the 61st over has just run down the ground to Jack Haynes.
Well, over the years, some of the best spinners in the first innings, they bowled long spells where they tied up one end, and then in the second innings, they pick up their wickets.
Sibley on strike, and noticeable that mid-on, or long on and long off, are now up to mid-on and mid-off for Dominic Sibley, who turns this round the corner. Haynes and Tong were out on the fence for the brutal clubbing of Dan Lawrence. They're up in a position to potentially save one with Dominic Sibley on strike.
It's a lovely evening now, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Ian Patterson-White bowls again, eased into the offside by Sibley for his 77th run, 192 for 3. And out they go again. Tong and Haynes disappear down below us onto the fence. As we've already seen, if he gets hold of it, Lawrence, it doesn't matter how deep they are, it's going to sail into the crowd. Just pushes this one gently into the offside though. So not quite at the halfway stage of this match. Only 13 wickets have gone down so far. Patterson-White bowls again. Oh, and an edge there. Going to bring Lawrence a single. Don't know if it went to ground initially, or had there been a... Obviously you're not going to have a 3 slips in there to the spinner at this stage, but might have sort of gone through an area of 3rd slip, maybe off the ground. 193 for 3. Ben Duckett just asking mid-on and mid-off to come a little tighter. 193 for 3. Certainly keen always to offer an opinion. Ben Duckett just helps a mead out. So too Joe Clark.
A good guy to have out there with him.
Going to be Lyndon James to have a bowl.
I was saying the other day that so Lawrence got 100 against Essex, so he's now got 100 for Essex against Surrey and 100 for Surrey against Essex. So he's got but these days with the 2 divisions. But there's a few, isn't there, over the years? You've got 100s against every county.
Yeah, yeah.
Ali Brown, I think Ali Brown might be one of those. Of course, played here at Notts.
Yeah, yeah.
Ramprakash, definitely.
Would he have got a century against Surrey though for Notts? I don't think so. I don't think so. Ramps definitely. I say definitely.
No, he did, but definitely did.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but I remember he got it, and it was all he's done the full set now. Yeah, so Lyndon James into the attack down there at the Stuart Broad end. There are 8 overs remaining today. He's going to come over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence waits for this, opens the face, guides it away down towards third man. He's going to scamper back for 2. Oof. This is part of the Lawrence game. Absolutely hammers it between the wickets. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 42. 195 for 3, Surrey.
Yes, those 2 wickets after tea went down relatively quickly. Josh Tong, consecutive overs there, getting Smith and Patel. But the ship has certainly been steadied since then.
Lyndon James in bright sunshine. Comes right on over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. Short, now top edge, tries to catch it. It might land in between everybody. Oh, well. Got hands to it, running back Liam Patterson-White. He did really well to get there. I thought it was going to land in between 3 fielders, but over his shoulder, running back, got hands on it, but he couldn't cling on. But it was a great effort to get there, and it sort of technically goes down as a chance, and Lawrence moves on to 43.
As you say, he did really well to get there. I thought it was going to land between the 3 fielders, all sort of converging on the same spot, but Liam it was who was closest to the ball, stuck his hands out, running away from the strip. Just got his hands to it, couldn't hold it.
James is in, and forward goes Sibley. Those are so difficult. So difficult. Coming over your shoulder, and he's looking up, and he got both hands to it. He did terrifically well to make the ground up. Because yes, that was my immediate reaction, was it was going to land in between all 3 fielders. 196 for 3. It was almost as if Lawrence was just trying to check it into the leg side, as that's a short one which Sibley ducks underneath, and it's taken by Verena. Moving away to his right hand side. But he showed great pace to get there.
As I said, I watched Paul Franks doing the fielding drills this morning. Very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, do them every day.
Waits again does Sibley. As Lyndon James comes over the wicket to him. Sibley's forward, just hops on him a touch. Rolls away into the leg side. And there is no run. You'll be able to hear my cricketing sermon in the morning. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. On the old podcast. Results of the parish's first game of the season against Little Whinging as well. Yes. Settles himself down over his bat once again to Sibley. In over the wicket goes Lyndon James, and Sibley just helps it down towards backward point. Clark's out there now, does the fielding, moving round to his right. End of the over, so technically a chance. We're seeing it again now. Goes straight up in the air. He's brilliant from Patterson White, and he's watching, and then he gets both hands to it, but can't cling on. And then it's like he's missed the penalty in the World Cup there. He's head down, but he did so well to get to it.
It's gone. Can't turn back the page and have that moment again. But what he can do is try and find a way, and the closing 7 overs here just to break this partnership. 196 for 3. They've added 59. Patterson White bowls to Lawrence, turns it on the leg side, and Dan Lawrence moves to 44. 197 for 3.
Good news is a cake sale last week, though, raising money for the Women's Institute hot tub for the village hall.
Got a broken bat, I think, out there.
Dear. Yeah, Lawrence will have Sibley actually has some more. Raised a bit of cash, which is good.
Is this whole fantasy spoof stuff? Or is
no, it is, yes. It's all in my head. Yes.
197 for 3.
Of course, the local pub, the parish, the Badger's Googly, run by Trevor, the landlord.
Duckett's just gone a little finer at slip. Patterson White into bowl. New bat, and that's out, I think. Yes, it is. Well, he changed his bat, Dominic Sibley, and the new one, whether it had a different feel or not, I'm not sure, but he edged it into the gloves of Verena, and it just ricocheted up in the air, and he was so thankful that when it came down, he didn't have to do anything other than just grab it greedily. And Liam Patterson White, who had a horror moment 2 minutes ago, has now had the best moment of, the day for him, if not the season so far. Sibley out for 77, 4 for 197 in Australian parlance. Only say that because that's I've just written it down here. 4 for 197, 197 for 4. Sibley batted for 3 hours 6. No, he didn't. He faced 196 balls, 253 minutes, and hit 9 fours. A great knock from Sibley. Just wonder if the old bat change might have done for him there.
Oh, it's a cracking delivery, though. It really is, because it's from left arm around the wicket. It's obviously going to come in on the angle, and it's just bounced and turned a touch. It's a good bit of bowling for that from Patterson White. And Verena, as you say, it hit the gloves and then just looped up. Now, this is interesting, because Adam Thomas is coming out, so I just wonder if there might be something for Ollie Pope. Perhaps he's not well or something along those lines.
Tell you what, Dom Sibley there, I don't want to come across as patronising or anything like that, but there was no histrionics over the decision. There was no hanging about, head bowed or anything. He knew he'd hit it and just walked off, which it should be how it is, but understandably there's always a lot of frustration and disappointment. Doesn't matter who you are, if you bat 1 or 11, if you're batting for, I don't know, the Dog and Ferret 4th team, or if you're batting for the West Indies at their pomp. Once you're out as a batter, you're disappointed, and Sibley was as disappointed as anybody could be, but off he went, and that's I always think that's a mark of a proper true professional. Great knock, important wicket. Thomas then, the new man. Liam Patterson White bowls to him, and first ball is eased into the offside, fielded by Joe Clark. So late on in the day, comparatively speaking, Nottinghamshire getting a wicket. There are 6 overs after this one. This is most definitely not a case of sending a night watchman in ahead of Ollie Pope, I'm sure, because this is a player who's scored 100 in every game he's played at this level. Pushes this one back to Patterson White.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he might not be well or something.
His name's Adam Thomas. He's 19 years of age, and he's, I was going to say he's off the mark, but they elect not to take it. He threaded the ball in the offside. I think it was a weight call initially, which is the right one, thinking it was close enough to Joe Clark, but once Clark had missed it, by then the opportunity had gone because Haynes had got round to field. Patterson White in again to the new arrival, and that's a really, really good over. Defensive block from the last ball. Patterson White has one in the end column. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 51. Sorry, 197 for 4 in that over. Dominic Sibley caught Kyle Verena at the second attempt from the bowling of Liam Patterson White for 77.
Yeah, very good from Liam Patterson White. I wonder if you'd be tempted here if you're Mead. You'd tongue a couple of overs before the close.
Strange, wasn't it? Because it was just a couple of balls after Patterson White had nearly caught Lawrence, and it was the very ball after Sibley had changed his bat.
It's just a good bit of bowling.
Yeah.
It really was. Seeing it again on the replay. Cracking bit of bowling that from Liam Patterson White. Very impressive today. So Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end of the grounds coming into Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence is forward. Nudges this one straight back up the ground towards Josh Tongue. And there is no run. It's been another absorbing day of cricket here at Trent Bridge. Still a bit of it to go. 5.5 overs. We'll all be back tomorrow for what, again, I'm sure will be an absorbing day of cricket. Lyndon James is over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, who punches this off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They will take another single. One more to the total.
It's just coming up to 10 past 6. We'd finished for the day by this time yesterday, having lost the last 5 overs, and it's just about what's left here, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, the game going along at a similar sort of pace to yesterday.
It's a lovely evening. It really is. So Adam Thomas, 120 last week on debut. 2 slips in there for him. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, long leg. James is in, and Thomas has had a flash at one. Outside is off stump, beats the edge. Taken by Verena. Thomas goes for a little wander towards square leg. Lawrence comes down the pitch to do some guarding and some words of advice.
I guess the only loser in all that, well, apart from Sibley, but you know what I'm going to say and mean, the only loser in all that was Lyndon James. Liam Patterson White had his moment back again for the drop and then getting the wicket, but Lyndon James would have had the wicket of Lawrence had it been caught.
As James is in, and this one's left alone, wide outside the off stump. It's a big, strong lad, Lyndon James.
Yeah. Got a 6 at the Keir Oval a few years ago when Notts were running out of bowlers and he had to just keep bowling and bowling and bowling. That was Asiba Mead's first match as captain. Stephen Mullaney pulled out on the morning. Mead skippered the side, and then I think within about the first half an hour both Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson had pulled up lane.
Down. As in over the wicket again is James. Up on his toes goes Thomas. Right-handed Adam Thomas just plays this one away into the offside. Comes Ollie Stone to do the fielding. One ball of the over remaining. O'Neill's come to have a forensic look at the pitch there from mid-wicket with his hands in his pockets, having a bit of a stroll with his white floppy sun hat on. Last ball of the over then. As O'Neill is in. Apologies, James is in, and forward goes Thomas and plays this one up towards mid-off. There's no run, end of the over, 5 to go this evening, and Surrey are 198 for 4, trailing Nottinghamshire by 217.
I would suggest it's certainly the first time that an Innings has got to the 64th over since he's been with the club. Just 4 matches last year, just his second this year, that Fergus O'Neill hasn't been amongst the wickets. He's very often taken clusters in his opening spell just to sort of blow the opposition's top order apart. Didn't happen here. Josh Tong with 2 of the 4 wickets. Ollie Stone got rid of Rory Burns, the first one, and Liam Patterson-White, the most recent wicket. Now Dan Lawrence has looked to play very positively against Patterson-White. He's on 45. Here comes the spinner round the wicket, played into the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes. And there's no run. 198 for 4. The floodlights seemingly in limbo. Are they coming on? Are they coming on or going off? This is pushed back to Patterson-White. Yeah, they're just intensifying overhead, just to ensure that we can get these last 28 deliveries now in for the end of the day. Lawrence on 45, pushes it back to the bowler. First signs perhaps that Dan Lawrence is now looking for stumps. Let's get there and make sure there's no further damage and go again in the morning. Not really looked to do anything overly attacking. Last 2 balls, now another one, pushes it into the offside, immediately yells at Thomas, there's no chance of a run. Two balls left in this over. Patterson-White to Dan Lawrence, who's 45 from 57. Ball's now, oh, and then he's gone to help this one away onto the leg side. It's gone 1 bounce for 4. Did get the opportunity there just to play the slog sweep. Went very quickly into the advertising boards, but square leg umpire signalling that it had just landed inside the rope, so it's only 4. He's on 49, but it does bring the Surrey 200 up, 202 for 4. Lawrence needs a single. Last ball of the over. He's on 49, but eases it into the offside. Jack Haynes fields. End of Liam Patterson-White's 18th over. 1 for 55. 202 for 4. As we come towards the very back end of the second day. Another day, thankfully, Mark, where it hasn't rained. Whereas if Monday or Tuesday, you sort of looked at the forecast and, oh, there'll be rain in Nottingham at the end of the week, but we've been all right.
Not been the same since Carol Kirkwood died. So it's going to be Lyndon James.
I bet you were tearing up watching her last day.
Yeah, absolutely. As Lyndon James comes in over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run. I was always a Wincy Willis fan.
We stick the old BBC breakfast on most mornings, and that week she seemed to be here, there and everywhere getting awards. She went to Wimbledon, she went to Kew Gardens, was it? Went to the Tower of London.
Oh, yeah.
See the Ravens.
Oh, yeah. Waits again. There's Thomas. Oh, I met Charlie. He does the old BBC breakfast. When I was with Kevin Howes, actually, funny enough, doing the England Under-19 World Cup. He was in the kitchen making a coffee. Lovely man. As this is punched by Thomas up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I was going to say that's no way to address your king, but
no. Oh yes, I haven't met him, unfortunately. Yeah.
I've seen him.
The king.
Yes. Yeah. The last 2. I've been to the last 2. Festival of Remembrances and the march around the cenotaph.
Yep. He's been to the Keir Oval a few times. In over the wicket once again. Comes in and James Thomas is off the mark. Nicely played. Just flashes this off the back foot, through the covers, over the boundary rope and away for 4. So his innings is up and running. He's on to 4, 206 for 4.
Does the former Prime Minister, Mr Major, still attend?
Yes, very much so. Yep. Now there is a gentleman who does love his cricket.
Yep.
His knowledge of the game and his history of the game is extraordinary.
think he's been to Guildford a couple of times when we've been there, hasn't
Yes, he has.
In fact,
Yeah.
you talked to him once.
I did once speak to him, yes. Well, I've done twice or 3 times I've spoken to him, as this one's pushed into the leg side by Thomas. Rolls into the leg side and there's no run.
Well, the one occasion that still rankles, I was talking to you, and I think you were with 1 or 2 of the Surrey media, and I'll just go and get a cup of tea, and then you emerged about 15 minutes later. Guess who I've been talking to?
Ah, yes.
You remember that?
Yes, I do. Was that the day Ryan Patel
Yes.
turned into Brian Lara?
Yes, lost a lot of cricket balls in the garage.
Right, that's
over
right.
the road.
As in over the wicket once again comes Lyndon James, and this is whipped into the leg side. It's very well fielded at short mid wicket, but O'Neill's fouled that. Oh, that was beautifully timed by Thomas, but O'Neill flung himself to his left, but he has really fouled that on his left hand. He took the pace off it. 207 for 4, and Dan Lawrence comes on to strike on 49. Oh, yeah, that was a stinger for O'Neill. It's the old put your hand between your legs and squeeze there. As in over the wicket goes Lyndon James. This is turned by Dan Lawrence into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 207 for 4. 3 to go this evening.
I know you're a man of the cloth. I didn't know you were a medical man as well.
Yeah, well, it does work. It does work. If your finger's really painful, it does work for some bizarre reason.
Thanks to everybody that's been with us today, whether you've just dipped in and out or had us on in the background or been studying the pictures. I hope we've helped you get through your Saturday as best we could. Whether you've followed us as a supporter of either of these sides or a casual viewer or observer, I hope you've enjoyed the quality of cricket on show. Certainly some current and very recent Test match players out there have really given us an absolute delight of a day. As Liam Patterson-White bowls one that almost went underground. That went down to see the Canaries. It was almost scuttling along the ground under the bat of Adam Thomas.
Yeah, he did pretty well to get the bat down on that. Thomas
just almost didn't bounce. 207 for 4. That'd be interesting if you got 1 or 2 of those from Josh Tong. I don't think you would. Next ball is the opposite. This one's bounced off a length, and Verena takes it up by his right shoulder.
Brilliant bowling from Patterson-White.
Just varies his pace.
He's been really impressive here.
He's got lovely loop, as they say, for a spinner. Ian Blackwell will be enjoying watching fellow slow left armour. Once again, Thomas defends, remains on 5. And I'd like to think he has a little word with him at some point. And I know he's officiated not many times, but you know, just if there's something there that Ian could pass on. Great player, Ian Blackwell.
He really was.
Balls again, a little flatter and quicker from Patterson-White. Watchfully defended by Thomas.
Jack Carson impressed me last week with his off spin. And Patterson-White here, very impressive.
He was going to be the one, Carson, wasn't he? He was very quickly elevated into the Lions and had a season or 2 of injury. He's into the offside, fielded by Hamid. Where's he going? Surely Asib Hamid's not going into slip. Now there's, I won't say it's an absolute first, but I'm struggling to remember when I last saw Asib Hamid in the slip, Gordon, of 2. It's the last ball of the over. Push back to Patterson-White. Another good over. Just 12 balls left in the day if we get them all in. 207 for 4. Of course, if a wicket goes down in the last over now, then they'll troop off. Whereas from next season, Mark, they'll force somebody else to come out and bat. And the new regulations coming into effect from October. You don't just walk off.
Handy, won't it?
Oh yes,
cricket October.
But from next summer.
I know what you mean. Has Patterson-White bowled these 19 overs on the spin?
Yes.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Very impressive stuff. Here is Lyndon James coming in from the Stuart Broad end to Dan Lawrence on 49, and Lawrence is punching this one up towards mid-off. Tom doing the fielding up there.
He bowled 35 on the spin at Leicester last weekend.
Yeah. proper spinner. Dan Lawrence played very nicely here for these 49 runs.
Just enables Tong and Stone and co just to really run in and bowl hard at 5 or 6 overs at maximum and then have a breather.
As James comes right arm over the wicket to Lawrence. He wants a single, but he's not going to get one there because Joe Clark's quickly up from backward point to do the fielding. And there is no run.
Wondered if that was the case or if he suddenly thought, well, there's 4 balls left in the over, I'll play them. I wasn't sure there.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single. O'Neill's at it again here. Just strolled up and forensically looked at something on the pitch. As Lyndon James is over the wicket once again. It's a bouncer which Lawrence ducks underneath.
Here he comes again.
It's part of the pitch he really likes. One bit of this bit, here he goes. Oh no, actually he's just waiting for the ball. His hands are all right.
I'd like to see him walk up and just switch the bails over now.
The old broad bail switch. Well, it worked, didn't it?
Did go down well halfway through the penultimate over of the day.
Yeah, I can imagine the reaction you get from Lawrence.
And the umpires.
As in over the wicket again goes James. Forward goes Lawrence. There's his 50. He's played very nicely here, Dan Lawrence.
Yes.
Just pushes this one out towards cover point. So another lovely 50 from Dan Lawrence. Terrific nick this summer. 50 from 64 deliveries with 7 fours and 1 6. Got that scoreboard ticking. 208 for 4. Lent on his bat at the non-striker's end. Adam Thomas comes back on to strike. Lyndon James is over the wicket to him, and Thomas is in behind this one. Plays it solidly. Oh, they're going to take a quick single here. I think Tom thought that Stone was going to get across to that, but Stone didn't get across to it, which enabled Thomas to nick a single.
Yep.
209 for 4, Surrey.
Good attitude. I'm having them if I can.
Yep. Last ball of the penultimate over of the day here at Trent Bridge. As I say, it's been another absorbing day of cricket. Lyndon James is in, and it's short, and it's just helped into the offside by Lawrence. He'll keep the strike for the final over of the day. And Surrey 210 for 4, Lawrence 51, and Thomas has 6.
Good stuff, Mr. Church. Thanks to Nikesh Regani, who's been with us today. Kevin Howells popping in and out and making sure we're going out on all the relevant frequencies. To our production team here at Trent Bridge, led by Kirsty and Aaron, and our camera crew out there around the ground. Lee, Lewis, Spence out there today in the conditions that have ranged from the warm and sunny, the sultry, to what we've got now. It'll be a little bit chilly, but as ever, we thank our camera crew. 1 over to go in the day. Liam Patterson-White to bowl it. Again, we've got a Mead in at second slip beside Duckett. He bowls to Lawrence, who defends, and obviously, principally, fundamentally, most importantly, thanks to all the listeners and the viewers to the live stream for being with us. That's why we do it. It's a privilege to watch these matches. It's a privilege to watch this one as Lawrence backs away and forces it out to Slater in the deep.
You're not retired tonight, are you?
Don't forget your audience,
absolutely,
Mark.
Absolutely.
Single was taken, 211 for 4. So Lawrence is on 52. Hopefully we'll be back in the morning.
Well,
hopefully a quieter morning off air than it was this morning. This has turned onto the leg, so I've had a few technical difficulties. It's fair to say. You turn things off at night. When you turn them on again in the morning, you expect them to work.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
The last 2 mornings, it's I don't know. Need to send a canary down the lines to see what's happening. 211 for 4, 2 balls left in the day. Out in this innings then, Rory Burns for 25. Jamie Smith for 37, Ryan Patel for 2, and Dominic Sibley for 77. As Patterson White bowls the penultimate ball, helped into the offside this morning. Notts all out at the end of the first session. They went off to lunch with Nottinghamshire, 415 all out. Clark out for 129, his overnight score. O'Neill 41, Stone 38. And the final ball of the over is defended, and that is it. A thrilling, absorbing day of cricket here at Trent Bridge between, as the table tells us, the top two sides in the country. A late wicket for Nottinghamshire, getting rid of the obdurate Dom Sibley, who again has delivered when his side most need it. He made a fabulous 77. Josh Tong, I would say, high up amongst the Nottinghamshire standout performers today, is 37 not out this morning, helping Notts to get over 400. And then the 2 wickets of Smith and Patel when he must have been running on fumes. Hamid, again, like he did at the Oval last year, just kept asking him to run in that spell, and he picked up a couple of wickets. Mark, again, very much enjoyed your company and your commentary. Hope you've enjoyed the day.
Oh, I've loved it. It's a great game of cricket, this. It really is. And yes, I'm sure tomorrow will be fantastic as well.
Thank you very much. We're halfway through. Nottinghamshire 415, Surrey 211 for 4, with power to add tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be underway on time just before 11. And a reminder, there are pictures available on the Trent Bridge live stream, and those pictures start at 11:15, when Aaron will bring you the highlights from today and all the interviews at the end of today's play, and then we'll move swiftly once the players come out to begin at 11. We'll speak to you then. Good night from us all.